Chapter 2256. Of course, he still had to rely on Li Xuanji's demon power. Otherwise, he would still be a little lacking. After all, when a martial artist stepped into the body of a demigod and condensed the divine power of all living beings, they could no longer be judged like those below the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Long Chen had made such great progress this time and was able to directly defeat City Lord Di Jun, mostly because the four-symbol Celestial Emperor had absorbed a large amount of the power of the four extremes in the land of four extremes. And now, Long Chen was immersed in a quiet atmosphere of cultivation, advancing towards the late stage of the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. This was just a process of accumulating power, which wasn't difficult for him. What was difficult was how to experience the 5 elements tribulation, 6 paths tribulation, and so on in the future. In fact, with his current level 3 ancestral dragon body, it was rare in the world. It had never appeared in the dragon sacrificial continent since ancient times. In terms of potential, even the most talented people were countless miles away from him. Therefore, when others spent decades, centuries, millennia, or even tens of thousands of years to reach a realm, Long Chen could easily achieve it in just a month. In terms of cultivation, he had now reached the pinnacle of the dragon sacrificial continent's history, a miracle. If he cultivated in peace, a month's time, coupled with the abundant resources provided by Eternal Dragon City, would allow him to advance from the early stage to the late stage of the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. His strength would increase again and truly reach a stronger level. After a month's time, Long Chen now didn't need Li Xuanji to reach the point where he could kill City Lord Di Jun. If he had the help of Li Xuanji's demon power, then he would definitely go a step further. He might even be able to fight against top dragon martial artists like the Blue Fire Emperor and Xueqi. Of course, Long Chen still didn't have much confidence in defeating the other party. However, he finally reached the late stage of the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, and it only took him a month. He was already very satisfied. Now, he was climbing towards the peak of the entire dragon sacrificial continent step by step. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he reached the level of the Dragon Emperor and Long Qinglan. Back then, Emperor Tianmu thought that it would take Long Chen 10 years to catch up to him. Who would have thought that only a few months had passed? The increase in strength was mainly due to the power of the four-symbol samsara. Back then, the four-symbol celestial emperors had absorbed so much power, but they still hadn't released it completely the first time. After about a month, Long Chen had completely accepted this power. Now, the surging power of the four-symbol samsara had more than doubled. Only after completing this part of the mission did he stop his closed-door cultivation. During this period of time, Li Xuanji had always been by his side to accompany him. She was also working hard. She was already very heaven-defying now, but she could not compare to Long Chen. During this 1 month, Long Chen had also frequently contacted Lingxi. Now that she had entered the final stage, Long Chen had originally decided to go back and look for her. However, she did not agree to it, and asked Long Chen to wait for her to finish before looking for her. After all, she knew that Long Chen had many complicated matters to attend to in the Dragon God domain. Of course, Long Chen had told her about Li Xuanji's matter. Lingxi was afraid that he would be lonely. To her, this was even better news. Now was a critical moment of danger. Love and affection were a small matter, but what was truly important was to destroy the shadow in the sky. After a month, there was still no news of the 5 dragon emperors who had gone to the Deity Ocean. Long Chen had asked Dragon Emperor Yongye. According to her, the 5 dragon emperors were still searching for the battlefield of the gods and were preparing to find a way to enter the depths of the Deity Ocean to find the answer. It seemed that they had truly made up their minds and were putting their plans into action. Long Chen was relieved. They were the strongest experts in the entire Dragon God domain. If there was something that they could not do, it would be even more impossible for Long Chen to do it. During this period of time, Long Chen continued to revise the space-time reversal, the flame of life, the death claw, and other mystiques. Among them, the death claw was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon's wrath. It was also the only way to attack and had the strongest killing power among them. It was also the most ferocious mystique that Long Chen had mastered so far. During this quiet cultivation, one day, turmoil still began. Long Chen knew that many people were afraid of his talent and wanted to put him to death. Therefore, trouble would naturally never end. This time, someone came directly to him. On this day, as Long Chen was quietly pondering, the Blue Fire Emperor suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I've troubled you. Go out for a while." Okay. Long Chen was indeed very surprised. Currently, his troubles mainly came from the Black Hell Emperor and the Immortal Generals. Why would trouble come directly to him and let the Blue Fire Emperor inform him in such a tone? Who is it? He stood up and followed the Blue Fire Emperor out of the Eternal Dragon City with Li Xuanji. The people that the Blue Fire Emperor mentioned should be outside the Eternal Dragon City's city gate. You'll know when you see them. The Blue Fire Emperor could not be bothered to say much to him. Previously, he had advised Long Chen, but Long Chen did not take it to heart at all. He was already jealous of Long Chen and disliked Long Chen's stubborn character even more. Therefore, since they had different goals, they could not work together. Long Chen did not want to say much. Soon, the three of them arrived outside the city gate. The eternal army of the Eternal Dragon City was stationed at the city gate. Countless mystical dragons were flying, roaring, and patrolling in the Sea of Time. As there had been many things recently, the Eternal Dragon City's patrols were stricter. Even the Blue Fire Emperor and the others were stationed here. The so-called trouble was a few hundred people. They gathered outside the Eternal Dragon City and did not enter. However, their eyes were filled with resentment, hatred, and restlessness. Clearly, they were up to no good. It's the castellans of the 72 divine cities. These people were actually the city lords of the 72 divine cities, as well as the important figures of these divine cities. There were a few hundred of them, basically representing the entire ancient city of the 72 divine descendants. When Long Chen appeared, they angrily rushed over. At first, they didn't say anything, but when they looked at Long Chen, their eyes were filled with hatred and anger. It was as if they couldn't wait to kill Long Chen or punish him. Among the few hundred people, only a dozen or so people were exceptions. For example, the Dark Divine City's castellan was mixed in with a helpless expression. Long Chen was very calm. His gaze swept across the various castellans and asked, "Castellans, seniors, why have you come to Eternal Dragon City to look for me?" They looked at each other. The focus was on the few castellans in the central region. They were the Primordial Beginning City Lord, the Clear Void City Lord, the Tai City Lord, and so on. There were about 7 or 8 of them, and they were all elders. Their faces were all livid, and they looked at Long Chen with incorrigible eyes. Behind Long Chen, a large number of Eternal Dragon City's higher-ups, such as the Blue Fire Emperor, the Mandate Emperor, and so on, came out. Even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor knew about what had happened here. "What's the matter? Long Chen, could it be that you don't know what atrocities you've committed?" Amongst them, the emotional city governor who was thin like a vigorous ancient tree berated with a hoarse voice. Long Chen was startled. City Lord Di Jun was killed in the battlefield of the gods. Now, only the 15 dragon emperors and a few higher-ups of Eternal Dragon City knew about it. They should not know about it. Even if they knew, they could not save him. He did not say much and continued to look at them. "It is you who killed our Di Jun Divine City Lord Di Yao. This matter is absolutely true. Now, the entire world knows about it. The entire human race knows about your evil deeds. I, City Lord Di Jun, was the leader of our 72 divine cities. He had a high status, but you actually killed him. You are insane and incorrigible. Everyone has the right to punish you. One of the Dijun divine city's 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist had tears in his eyes as he roared passionately. His words caused a huge resonance. For a moment, hundreds of them could not help but shout loudly, full of resentment. To be honest, this team was not strong. However, the 5 major dragon cities were secluded and did not manage the affairs of the dragon god domain. Now, maintaining the order of the dragon god domain still depended on the 72 ancient cities of God. Therefore, their status was still relatively important and they could not be killed casually. City Lord Dijun, in particular, was a kind of secular leader. They were in full swing, wishing that they could hack Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. This was something that Long Chen could understand. The problem was, how did they know and how did they confirm it? He had just gained a good reputation and was preparing to clear Long Qinglan's name. Of course, this kind of thing had happened at this critical juncture. Of course, it was troublesome. Still not admitting your mistake? Do you want us to produce evidence? They clamored once again. The people of Eternal Dragon City also looked at each other. In reality, not many people knew about this matter. They only knew that Long Chen had defeated City Lord Dijun. Of course, they also admitted that City Lord Dijun had a certain role. You think that no one knows what you have done, but you don't know that our City Lord serves God Dijun. There is also a statue of our City Lord in the Dijun Divine Palace. Now that statue has been shattered, replaced by your name, Long Chen. Dozens of us saw this at the scene. The evidence is conclusive. It must have been God Dijun who saw through your murder and sent down a divine decree for us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Finally, someone couldn't help but say it. Long Chen didn't expect it to be so unimaginable. It could have been fabricated, or it could have been done by people like the Black Hell Emperor. It could even be the real decree of Dijun. Although it was unimaginable, to the people of the 72 god cities, this was a divine decree and it couldn't be fake. Therefore, they firmly believed that Long Chen was the murderer. Coincidentally, Long Chen was the murderer. Therefore, this matter had already spread across the world. The people of Dijun Divine City gathered all the city lords to head to Eternal Dragon City to seek justice for City Lord Dijun. This is God Dijun telling us that you are the murderer. Now that I, City Lord Dijun, have been missing for over a month, the timing is just right. Now that everyone in the world knows the truth, you better stop arguing. Today, we will make you pay the price. Chapter 2257. Of course, this was not fatal, but it was disgusting. The 72 god cities basically controlled the direction of public opinion in the Dragon God domain. In the eyes of ordinary people, City Lord Dijun was already the ruler of the world. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, even the Blue Fire Emperor might not be as famous as City Lord Dijun. He was even less famous than City Lord Dijun in the hearts of the human race. Long Chen had been rebellious along the way, and City Lord Dijun was an absolutely positive figure. When Dijun revealed that City Lord Dijun had been killed by Long Chen, everyone who had just heard the news of Long Chen defeating City Lord Dijun was furious. So now, the whole world was discussing this matter. These people were no longer a match for Long Chen. Of course, they could not do anything to Long Chen. The 15 Dragon Emperors already knew the truth, and they would not put Long Chen on trial. But it was undeniable that they would bring great trouble to Long Chen. For example, it was impossible for Long Chen to convince the whole world that Long Qinglan was innocent. Even he himself could not gain the trust of the people. Public opinion was not something that could be controlled by a strong fist. Long Chen had thought of quibbling and not admitting it, but now that they had come to his door, the truth would be revealed to everyone one day. At that time, Long Chen would be even more unable to explain. It was better to be frank and admit it directly. He believed that one day, the truth would be revealed, and everyone would understand that Long Qinglan's efforts to salvage the situation today might not be effective. Thus, when everyone's gazes landed on him, half of them were filled with anger, hatred, and disdain. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He scanned the crowd and said, "That's right, I killed him." Admitting it personally would always cause a huge uproar. For the people of the 72 god cities, this was joy. Long Chen had finally admitted it, and they had more opportunities for revenge. They could not let it go. As for the Eternal Dragon City, to be honest, they didn't think much of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants and City Lord Dijun. City Lord Dijun didn't have much status here, so they admired Long Chen's growth more. Of course, killing a person who controlled the secular world of the Dragon God domain wasn't the right thing to do. For a moment, the hundreds of people of the god cities all cursed. "Bastard! Do you think that the people of my 72 god cities are people that you can kill as you please? So what if your status is high now? You're an executioner, a homicidal maniac. If someone like you grows stronger, you'll become like Long Qinglan and bring disaster to the human race sooner or later. You should be put to death. Everyone from Eternal Dragon City, why don't you act quickly? If you don't make a move, then we'll have to bring him back to Mount Emperor June and let our gods punish him. Everyone from the Eternal Dragon City, City Lord Dijun is your representative in the Dragon God domain. He has been working hard and conscientiously for so many years, managing the Dragon God domain, and working hard for all of you. Even if he has not done any meritorious deeds, he should at least be credited for his hard work. As for all of you, you are so high and mighty. If not for our 72 divine cities, just how chaotic would the human race be right now? Our city lord, our leader, has been killed just like that. Don't you think we have the right to seek justice?" For a moment, almost everyone was arguing, and it became very noisy. The eyes of the people of the divine city were bloodshot, and they were shouting and cursing with all their might. They wanted the Eternal Dragon City to be pressured into punishing Long Chen. But what they didn't know was that even the Blue Fire Emperor wasn't qualified to be Long Chen's opponent. In fact, the Blue Fire Emperor also knew that Long Chen had killed City Lord Dijun. "You caused this trouble yourself, so you should solve it yourself," Blue Fire Emperor said in a deep voice. For a moment, all the spearheads were pointed at Long Chen. He personally admitted that he killed our City Lord Dijun. Such arrogance and despotism completely reflects his inhumane and condescending character. This kind of person will betray us sooner or later. No matter how talented or powerful he is, what's the use? Has everyone forgotten how his father brought disaster to us? That's right. That's right. You can rely on your strength to get away scot-free, but we, the 72 divine cities, can have our own authority. From now on, we won't listen to the orders of the 5 great dragon cities. We'll let the world know that the 5 great dragon cities are protecting someone like Long Chen. Everyone from the Eternal Dragon City, don't disappoint us. We, the 72 divine descendants, have been loyal to the 5 great dragon cities for millions of years. Don't let this kid destroy our loyalty and passion. It could be seen that they were forced into a corner, which was why they braced themselves and came here. The human race was a fair race. Without absolute suppression of strength, they believed that the 5 major dragon cities would not do such a thing that would disappoint the world. Now, it seemed that countless people were waiting for the result of their revenge. Even if you don't punish him and kill him, you still have to help us. Bring him to our Mount Emperor June, and let the number 1 god of the human race, Dijun, punish him. I hope that everyone in Eternal Dragon City can help us. For a moment, everyone was waiting for the Eternal Dragon City's decision. Long Chen asked curiously, "You said that if I go to Mount Dijun, your god will punish me. What he was most curious about now was what was going on with the 72 gods and the battlefield of the gods. That's right, he definitely will. He even showed his spirit and told us that you are the culprit. If you are escorted there by us, I believe that the ancestor will definitely uphold justice for us. An elder in Dijun Divine City said with righteous indignation. Will he show his true form and kill me? Longchen couldn't help but ask. Of course he will. Don't doubt the power of our God. You have made a big mistake and you are still unrepentant. Our God will not let you off easily. If it wasn't for his reminder, how would we know that you are the murderer? Longchen looked back and saw Yongye Dragon Emperor in the crowd. Sure enough, she was still worried about him. Longchen asked, do you think that Dijun will appear if I go there? If there is a reaction, it might be helpful for us to figure out the battlefield of the gods. After all, the 5 dragon emperors have been there for almost a month, and there is still no news. Okay, I will go with you. This matter has already spread, and it is indeed difficult to solve. It is better to go to Mount Dijun and see if there is a turning point. Yongye Dragon Emperor said gently. With her words, Longchen was relieved. Now that the 72 god cities were putting pressure on Eternal Dragon City, Longchen stopped them alone and said straightforwardly, okay, this was indeed done by me. Don't make things difficult for Eternal Dragon City. I will go with you to Mount Dijun and see if your god can do anything to me. Heresy, heresy. Many old men were so angry that their hair stood on end. Of course, they were still very excited that Longchen could surrender. This kid thinks too highly of himself and doesn't know the power of the god spirits. This is a good chance to teach him a painful lesson and even kill this monster. Everyone couldn't help but feel happy as they stared at Longchen. Kid, let's go. Their whole team was shouting. Longchen was very straightforward and didn't seem nervous at all. He held Li Xuanji's slender hand and headed in the direction of Mount Dijun. The city lords of the 72 god cities hurriedly followed. On Eternal Dragon City's side, Dragon Emperor Yongye instructed Blue Fire Emperor to bring a group of people to follow Longchen in the open, while Dragon Emperor Yongye hid in the dark. Of course, she was worried about Longchen going out alone. Even if it was a little ridiculous that Dijun had appeared, the Black Hell Emperor could appear by Longchen's side at any time. He couldn't be careless. Now, Yongye Dragon Emperor could be considered to be protecting Longchen. This team was not fast and would probably take some time to reach Mount Dijun. Blue Fire Emperor kept a straight face and followed behind the team with a few other experts from Eternal Dragon City. A few city lords surrounded him and cursed Longchen in front of him. I believe that even if he doesn't dare to go to Mount Dijun to receive the punishment of the god spirits, Blue Fire Emperor will definitely punish him. That's right. Although potential and talent are scary, the most important thing is to have a kind heart. This Longchen is too sinister and will definitely cause great trouble in the future. I, City Lord Dijun, am probably the first one. I really hope that my ancestor can really show his spirit and kill him in one go. Their incessant chatter annoyed Blue Fire Emperor. Thousands of meters ahead, Longchen walked at the front and no one dared to approach him. However, the hidden Yongye Dragon Emperor was beside him and seemed to be talking to him. Yongye values him so much and the other Dragon Emperors are also paying more and more attention to him. Even my father can let go of his anger towards Long Qinglan and no longer target this guy. In time, when he really becomes the Massacre Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid that I can only swallow my anger in front of him, just like how I faced Long Qinglan back then. He was a very proud person but had encountered such a demonic existence twice in a row. Of course, he was in a bad mood. Even Yongye Dragon Emperor had never spoken to him so intimately. Forget it, forget it. Let's do whatever we want. Now that such a huge change has occurred in the battlefield of the deities, and the transformation of the Black Hell Emperor is so shocking, the 15 dragon emperors are simply frightened. They have a feeling that a great calamity is about to befall them. The Blue Fire Emperor sighed in his heart. He continued to walk forward. At this moment, something strange attracted him from behind. Someone was calling him. The Blue Fire Emperor said to the people beside him, "You guys go ahead first. I'll catch up in a while and settle some things." After saying that, he left the group and walked towards the back. Looking back, Yongye Dragon Emperor didn't notice him either. The Blue Fire Emperor crossed a few mountains and came to a deep stream. He walked towards the depths. He had the Chaos Green Fire. Although he didn't show it much, everywhere he went, the surrounding flowers and trees would wither imperceptibly. He stopped at the deepest part of the stream and said in a deep voice, "I'm here. Come out. No matter who you are, don't hide." Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow appeared in front of him. That black shadow said, "Big brother, it's me, Chen Ting." Hearing this voice and seeing this black shadow, the eyes of the Blue Fire Emperor instantly burned with green divine flames. Chapter 2258. Chen Ting, the Black Hell Emperor. What could be confirmed was that he was the one who caused the disaster in Eternal Dragon City. He was closely related to the Black Hell Beast. The changes in Long Qingyue were caused by him, and he might even be the Black Hell Beast himself. When he was given the title of the Black Hell Emperor, he was the one who suggested it to the 3 Dragon Emperors. The 3 Dragon Emperors only announced it to the world and the title was officially given. Now, there were several Dragon Emperors searching for him all over the world, and he actually summoned him and appeared in front of him. The Blue Fire Emperor did not expect him to be so daring. He believed that Chen Ting was the one who caused the death of Long Qingyue and that the disaster in Eternal Dragon City was also caused by him. He was his enemy. Therefore, the moment he saw him, the Blue Fire Emperor was ready for battle. Green chaotic flames condensed on his hands and burned fiercely. "Don't attack first. This is the moment that will change your fate." The Black Hell Emperor was very calm. He looked at the Blue Fire Emperor with his pair of black ghostly eyes and said faintly, "Bullshit, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor is nearby. I don't believe that I can't deal with you." The team in front was not far away. As long as the Blue Fire Emperor made a loud noise and called out, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor would be able to hear him. Because of this, the Blue Fire Emperor had no fear in his heart. At this point, the Black Hell Emperor was still not afraid. Instead, he was full of smiles. This was because the Blue Fire Emperor was threatening him. If he really wanted to attack and kill him, he would call out directly. The Black Hell Emperor was someone who understood him, so he was confident. He said, "Big brother, you don't know the truth at all. Please give me a short period of time. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." The Blue Fire Emperor's eyes were burning with anger. He said, "Forget it. You better stand still and wait for the Eternal Night Emperor to come." In fact, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Black Hell Emperor by himself. Previously, the Black Hell Emperor was stronger than him. Now that his identity was mysterious and his strength was unknown, the Blue Fire Emperor didn't act rashly. He looked at the Blue Fire Emperor mockingly and said, "Big brother, I'm the one who understands you the most, don't I? I know what you hate. Now that a great opportunity is right in front of you, as long as you know how to cherish it, it will bring about a terrifying transformation in your life. Now that your potential has reached a certain level, you will never be able to reach the 9 palaces Samsara realm in your lifetime. Aren't you afraid of dying after a few thousand years? However, I have a way to save you." He guided her patiently, his voice like a ghost. The Blue Fire Emperor snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I'm a 3-year-old kid. Life and death are common, there's nothing to fuss about. As for you, now that 15 of them are looking for you, you'd better surrender and follow me to meet the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, he can come and look for you." He looked at the Black Hell Emperor warily. Of course, once he called out to the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, it was very likely that he would attack immediately. Therefore, he was still waiting to see what this fellow was up to. The Black Hell Emperor's voice was soft and sinister, as though he was talking in the dark. He said eerily, "Is that so? Don't you want to become the new Dragon Emperor, the ruler of Eternal Dragon City? You must have realized that you no longer have the courage to face the 9 Palaces tribulation, right? However, I have a way to make you the new Dragon Emperor. Moreover, it will be very easy, and it will also fulfill your lifelong wish." The Blue Fire Emperor looked at him coldly. The chaos green fire in his hand was still burning fiercely, erupting with a rather rare scorching power. The Black Hell Emperor continued, "In fact, this isn't the end. I can make you the new Eternal Dragon Emperor and let you control this world. This is all the power that Long Qinglan had when he was alive, and it's all with me. I can give you everything that he had and let you have power that is similar to his, or even stronger. By then, no one in this world will be stronger than you. That Long Chen can't do it, and neither can Long Qinglan. Your father will also look at you in a different light, and everyone in this world will change their view of you." He reached out and grabbed a black ball, indicating that it was the item he was talking about. Then, he quickly packed it up. The Blue Fire Emperor looked at him silently and did not say a word. However, he took another look at the black ball. His eyes were filled with green flames, and it was hard to tell what he was feeling. The Black Hell Emperor smiled in satisfaction and said, "And what do I need you to do? It's very simple. Help me kill that Long Chen. I can't get close to him, so I can only rely on you, big brother. You should know how powerful we are. The matter of Eternal Dragon City is just a small game that I'm playing. There's no rush. As long as you complete the mission, I'll bring it to you. We were once good brothers, weren't we? Of course, we're still brothers now. As for me and everything behind me, it's something you can't even imagine. This is your only chance to survive, to be respected by others, and to become a king. Don't waste it." At this point, he suddenly turned to leave and said, "Thank you, big brother, for not killing me today. As long as you are willing to complete the mission, there will definitely be endless benefits in the future. You will be in for a big surprise." After saying that, his body quickly disappeared in front of the Blue Fire Emperor. Although it was only a short period of time from his appearance to his disappearance, the problem was that from the beginning to the end, the Blue Fire Emperor actually had no intention of summoning the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. He stood on the spot in a daze, looking in the direction where the Black Hell Emperor had disappeared, thinking about every word that the Black Hell Emperor had said. With all of Long Qinglan's power, I can become the Dragon Emperor, or even him. He knew how terrifying the Black Hell Emperor was now. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors were looking for him. There seemed to be some mysterious existences behind him, and they were making a deal with him. If all of this was true, then it would be great. However, he suddenly slapped himself and muttered, "Chen Ting is now the enemy of the entire human race. If I were to help him, wouldn't I be betraying my ancestors? I can't do that. Moreover, I have to hunt him down and not let him escape." At the thought of this, he was about to summon the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. However, on second thought, he had already left. Even if the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night came, he might not be able to catch him. Moreover, he had come here for such a long time without informing her. Thinking about this, he decided to forget about it. Forget it. On account of our past friendship, I'll let him off this time. However, I definitely won't show mercy next time. At the thought of this, he observed his surroundings again before turning to leave. Although his heart was still filled with hatred for the Black Hell Emperor, the words that the Black Hell Emperor had said would surface in his mind from time to time. especially after he saw Long Chen. If what Chen Ting said is true, I should indeed take the risk. However, I can't have any dealings with him. I might even have to hunt him down and kill him. It could be said that he was very conflicted now. He was afraid of death, extremely afraid of death. However, he only had a few thousand years left. He still did not have the courage to face the 9 halls tribulation. If he failed, even if he was the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor, the 9 halls tribulation would not show mercy to him. The words of the Black Hell Emperor seemed to have given him new hope. This was what his morals and experience told him. He believed that the Black Hell Emperor was definitely up to no good. Moreover, the Black Hell Emperor was currently a wanted target of the 15 Dragon Emperors. However, in reality, he was still a little defeated in his heart. That was because he did not tell the Dragon Emperors about the appearance of the Black Hell Emperor. The team advanced in an orderly manner, following Long Chen's speed. The city lords of the 72 divine cities chased after him with all their might, afraid that he would escape. They did not know where they would find Long Chen again and exact revenge on him. After a period of trekking, they finally reached the central core region. Mount Dijuan was located in one of the central locations. It stood between the heavens and the earth like a long sword, piercing through the clouds. At the very top, it was already above the starry sky. Even the middle of the mountain was already covered by layers of clouds. The entire team had already reached this place. The reason why Long Chen came here was to see how the Emperor Jun's statue would manifest and punish him. In reality, even the people of the Emperor Jun Divine City could not explain it clearly. However, they firmly believed in their beliefs. They firmly believed that Long Chen was such an unforgivable criminal that the Emperor Jun would definitely make his own judgment and judgment. From the looks of it, he had most likely made a wasted trip. Of course, he could let the people of the 72 divine cities understand that even their god could not do anything to him. The thousands of people in the inner city of the Emperor Jun Divine City had long been waiting for Long Chen's arrival. They were furious and cursed as Long Chen flew up into the sky. Of course, they could not go up to the Emperor Jun Divine Palace. Ordinary people did not have the right to do so. The ones who could go up were the city lords of the 72 divine cities. Although some of them were not strong, they had the status of a city lord and could directly pay their respects to the god. Once again, they saw the Emperor Jun statue. Now, Long Chen, the city lords of the 72 divine cities, and a portion of the people from Eternal Dragon City were standing at the entrance of the Emperor Jun Divine Palace. Behind them was the Emperor Jun statue that was hundreds of meters tall. Dragon Emperor Yongye was right beside Long Chen. At this moment, a few elders from the Emperor Jun Divine City walked up and berated Long Chen, "Brat, why are you not kneeling when you see the Emperor Jun god? Prepare to die. He is your ancestor, not mine. I do not need to kneel. Also, I do not want him to judge me. Let him do it." Long Chen said infuriatingly. "You." The few elders were so angry that they glared at him. They quickly sneered and said, "You can be arrogant now, but when our gods show their might, you will know how stupid and overconfident a mortal like you is to go against the gods." They knelt in front of the Emperor Jun statue. All the city lords of the 72 divine descendants ancient city, as well as some powerful martial artists from the various divine cities, knelt down one after another and prayed piously. The people from Eternal Dragon City, except for Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, stood far away. It seemed that only Long Chen stood proudly in the crowd and did not kneel down. Chapter 2259. My God Di Jun, that scoundrel Long Chen has no respect for the laws of the world, and has a cruel personality. He has assaulted and killed my Di Jun city lord, and the evidence is conclusive. All the gods have seen it with their own eyes. Now that this scoundrel has been subdued by the might of the gods, he is willing to submit to the law. I hope that ancestor can punish him, so that the heavenly Tao and the human Tao can be righteous. My god Dijun will definitely send down a calamity to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, dismember his bones, and dismember his corpse to avenge my city lord. This scoundrel is arrogant and has no respect for the gods. He has committed treason and killed the leaders of my 72 god cities, as well as the leaders of our descendants in the dragon god domain. I beg the gods to use their might to deter him, so that he will never be able to reincarnate, and be reduced to ashes. Within the Dijun god city, the old men all knelt on the ground, pleading. They firmly believed that since their ancestor had reminded them that city lord Dijun had been killed by Long Chen, when Long Chen arrived, their ancestor would definitely send down a calamity to kill Long Chen. The 72 primordial gods were their faith and their lives. They had dedicated their entire lives to the ancient gods. Now that city lord Dijun had died, they would definitely not let this matter rest. It wasn't just the people of the Dijun god city who knelt down on Mount Dijun. The thousands of them, as well as the hundreds of thousands of people outside the city, began to recite the words of the two old men. Their voices shook the heavens and earth, causing the entire Mount Dijun to tremble. Even the statue of Dijun was trembling, as though the ancient gods had manifested themselves. I hope that ancestor can punish him, so that the heavenly Tao and the human Tao can be righteous. Let him never be reincarnated, and be reduced to ashes. The entire Mount Dijun was filled with such cries. For a time, the cries were endless. The scene was huge and incomparably vast. All the living beings had placed their hopes on the ancient gods. All of them looked at the statue of Dijun with the most sincere gazes, filled with hatred towards Long Chen and devotion towards the statue. It was as though this was truly a trial. As such, even Long Chen himself felt a little nervous when facing the statue of Dijun. After all, the other party was the number one god in the ancient times. The news of the death of city lord Dijun was indeed a little strange. Long Chen had come for the manifestation of god Dijun, and with the protection of the eternal night dragon emperor, he was not afraid. What he wanted to know was whether the 72 ancient gods really existed. Perhaps in the next moment, he would know. Unfortunately, amidst the pious shouts, screams, and even cries of countless people, the tallest statue of Dijun did not respond at all. From the beginning until a quarter of an hour later, there was no response at all, and everyone's throats were almost hoarse from shouting. In the beginning, they were filled with energy, but now, they were all dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with defeat and disappointment. Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Everyone, it seems like your ancestors haven't heard what you're saying. Why don't you raise your voices a little more?" This was obviously a mockery, but those people still firmly believed in the manifestation of Dijun, to the point that they really raised their voices and shouted, almost to the point that their internal organs were about to be shouted out, but there was still no movement from Dijun Divine City. "Ancestor, please slay this scoundrel. Right now, he's mocking your descendants, mocking your people. How can we tolerate this insult?" The few old men were crying, their hearts were filled with endless grievance. The thing they were most looking forward to had really happened, and that was, Dijun really did not appear and punish Long Chen. Only Long Chen knew that the gods would not appear, because they had endless secrets. It wasn't as simple as the ancestors of these people in front of him. They were high and mighty, how could they personally appear for city lord Dijun, and it was the number one god in the ancient times, Dijun. He stood at a high place, looking at everyone, looking at the statue of Dijun with incomparable devotion. That was their faith, and in Long Chen's eyes, it was more like a poison, driving them to contribute their strength. The people of Dijun Divine City were probably going crazy from anger. To Long Chen, this journey had only confirmed one thought in his heart. He suddenly had a new idea. Just when the people of Dijun Divine City and the 72 Divine Cities were still kneeling, Longchen suddenly said in a clear voice, "Everyone, your god might be asleep, why don't I call him and let him wake up?" What was he going to do? Everyone raised their heads, looking at Longchen in shock. Did he really want to die? At this moment, what they saw was Longchen taking out a golden bow and arrow, casually knocking it, pulling it into a full moon shape. It seemed like a simple action, but when everyone saw the dense Dao patterns on the dragon-enslaved bow, they were stunned when they remembered that this was what Longchen used to defeat City Lord Dijun. As expected, Longchen aimed the arrowhead of the dragon-enslaved arrow at the head of the statue of Dijun. His movements were extremely fast, and before anyone could react, the dragon-enslaved arrow had already shot out, turning into a ray of golden light before transforming into a mystical dragon, slamming into the head of the statue of Dijun instantly. The entire Mount Dijun shook even more violently, and countless rocks flew downwards, causing a large amount of smoke and dust. Bang! There was a loud sound. What surprised Longchen was that he didn't expect Dijun's statue to be so hard. When he shot an arrow, the statue actually bounced off the dragon imprisonment arrow and was unharmed. There seemed to be a layer of golden light enveloping Dijun's statue. The statue was actually protected. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-enslaved arrow was back in his hands, and the statue of Dijun was completely fine. Of course, there was no sign of the god awakening. That was a statue that even City Lord Dijun didn't dare to touch. In an instant, the entire Dijun Divine City was in an uproar. Blasphemy against the gods, damn it, damn it. You actually used such a dirty bow and arrow, what a shame. Longchen, you have already triggered the wrath of the gods, you will definitely die, you will definitely die. They clamored like crazy, and most of them were about to go crazy. There were even some who couldn't help but pounce towards Longchen, but now, even the 7-star reincarnation realm warriors couldn't do anything to Longchen, and no one in the entire 72 divine cities could stop his power of time. Did you see that? The gods don't exist at all. I used a Dao weapon to hurt him, but he didn't even resist. Longchen sneered at them. Although it wasn't a good thing to destroy other people's faith, it was mainly because their faith was too blind. After experiencing the battlefield of the gods, Longchen didn't have a good impression of the so-called 72 ancient gods, and even to the point of extreme disgust. That was why he was so bold today. When he said that, it touched the bottom line of the warriors in the divine city. In an instant, a large number of warriors pounced towards him. Longchen couldn't be bothered to deal with these brainless people. To be honest, he was already sure that Dijun's statue wouldn't have any reaction. This time, it was a waste of time. As for the problem of reputation, he didn't want to care. These people were like flies, and now that they had caught Longchen killing City Lord Dijun and made a big deal out of it, Longchen couldn't do anything to them. As for Long Qinglan's matter, he could only think of other ways. But at this moment, something completely unexpected happened. Even Dragon Emperor Yongye didn't expect it. Suddenly, the head of Dijun's statue cracked. Then, the body collapsed. Countless cracks could be seen clearly, and it was a ghastly sight, as though there were countless spider webs pouncing on him. Of course, this was just the beginning. At the next moment, the entire statue of Dijun, which was hundreds of meters tall, exploded and turned into dust. The wind blew it away, and it disappeared from the world. At that time, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could react. Even Longchen's mind was a little blank. He knew that his arrow could not destroy Dijun's statue. Of course, he wasn't the one who destroyed Dijun's statue. When everyone looked up, they saw an old man floating at the head of Dijun's statue. Most people might not know who this old man was, but he, Dragon Emperor Yongye, Blue Fire Emperor, and the others definitely knew who he was. That was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor had destroyed Dijun's statue. Who are you? In Dijun Divine City, countless people trembled as they looked at this old man. That was Dijun's statue, and he had actually destroyed it. No one dared to go up and provoke him. They believed that the gods would definitely punish him, and they also knew that they couldn't defeat someone who could destroy Dijun's statue. Of course, there were still a few ignorant people who went up to attack the Eternal Dragon Emperor. After someone took the lead, a dozen or so people immediately followed. There were even 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm experts among them. Courting death, courting death. The people of Dijun Divine City were going crazy. The Eternal Dragon Emperor lowered his head. When everyone approached him, he casually waved his hand, and more than 40 people instantly turned into dust. Not even a speck of dust was left. Those who were about to attack were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Some people who rushed into the air directly fell to the ground, trembling. The Eternal Dragon Emperor should be like the other 4 Dragon Emperors, searching for secrets and answers in the Deity Ocean. But now, he suddenly appeared here. Although the distance was not very far, the question was, why did he destroy Dijun's statue? If he found something similar to what Long Qinglan had found in the Deity Ocean, then why did he kill people? In Long Chen's impression, the Eternal Dragon Emperor shouldn't kill innocent people. Even Long Chen didn't dare to kill these people, after all, it would be troublesome. Turning around, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Blue Fire Emperor, and the others were all shocked. Long Chen looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor again. When he raised his head, Long Chen found that his pupils had disappeared, and only the whites of his eyes were visible. He looked gloomy and terrifying. At this moment, he was smiling cruelly. After a sneer, he actually turned around to leave. Immortal, stop. The Eternal Dragon Emperor instantly blocked in front of him. Now that she had revealed herself and that address, it seemed to remind some of the experts of their identities. The Eternal Dragon Emperor indeed stopped. He looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor with those strange eyes and said, "Junior sister, don't stop me. I'm going to do something big. Get out of my way." Chapter 2260. As the crowd spread the news, they found out that these two were the first Dragon Emperor and the third Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon City. They were legendary figures that many people would never have the chance to see in their entire lives. If it was any other matter, any other scene, they would probably kneel down in excitement. They were all city lords of the major divine cities, and they clearly knew that the power of any one of the 5 dragon cities was much stronger than the 72 divine descendants' ancient cities combined. Even a dragon emperor could sweep through the 72 divine cities. In their hearts, the Dragon Emperor was high and mighty, second only to the gods they believed in. However, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had just appeared, destroyed the Dijun statue, and even killed close to 40 martial artists. Among them were a few other important figures in the Dijun Immortal City. Shock, disbelief. This matter was so unexpected that everyone held their breath for a moment. Their minds went blank as they watched the confrontation between the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Dragon Emperor. When the Eternal Dragon Emperor finished his sentence, he actually bypassed the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Under his full strength, his speed was not something that the surrounding mortals could see clearly. In just an instant, the Eternal Dragon Emperor disappeared in front of their eyes. All the city lords of the 72 divine cities were still in a daze. If it was Long Chen, they would still want to exert some pressure and punish him. But the Eternal Dragon Emperor had destroyed the Emperor Jun statue. How could they punish him? There was no way at all. Eternal life. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was also puzzled. At this time, the Blue Fire Emperor had already reached his side. He looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor in a daze and panic. He asked in shock, "What happened to my father? How could this happen?" This was not just his own question, but everyone else's. He looks like Long Qinglan when he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. But the goal of eternal life is the statue. Their eyes are exactly the same. The Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night seemed to have thought of something and said with absolute certainty. Yes, it was their eyes. Their pupils could not be seen, and it was as if they had gone mad. However, they did not think that they had gone mad. They should be in the Divine Sense Sea. Previously, they said that they were going to try to sneak into the Divine Sense Sea, but now they are here and have become like this. Long Chen connected the clues together. To be able to cause such an unforeseen event, it must be because they encountered something when they sneaked into the Divine Sense Sea. According to what the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had said, it was the same as Long Qinglan. Didn't that mean that Long Qinglan had also entered the Deity Ocean? This was a huge matter, and it might lead to an irreversible result. Judging from their actions just now, the Eternal Dragon Emperor didn't care about people he didn't know. As long as they tried to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. Now that something like this had happened, they could only rely on Yongya Dragon Emperor and the others who were on the same level as them. At this moment, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor seemed to be communicating with someone using the star talisman. Long Chen hurried forward and heard such news. The 5 Dragon Emperors who had sneaked into the Divine Sense Sea were now starting from the central region. They advanced one by one, destroying the statues of the gods they believed in. Dijun Divine City was not the first. So far, the statues of the gods in 5 or 6 divine cities had been destroyed. They were still continuing. Behind Long Chen, the city lords of Primordial Divine City, Qingshu Divine City and other cities also received the news. Their statues had been destroyed, just like Dijun Divine City. Moreover, they couldn't stop it at all. Once they did, they would die instantly. Fortunately, the strongest warriors of each divine city were gathered here. Otherwise, if they didn't know the 5 Dragon Emperors, they would have died immediately. In an instant, the entire scene was in an uproar. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor turned pale. She only regained her senses after a while and said to the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Chen, something must have happened to the 5 of them. They are in a state of confusion. If this goes on, they will definitely start to destroy the statues of the gods in all the divine cities. The other 9 Dragon Emperors have already been dispatched to stop them. I have to go and help them immediately. Qinghua, I will leave this place to you. Intimidate them and don't let these city lords run around. Try to explain as much as possible and scare them when necessary. This is a critical period, we can't show any mercy. The Blue Fire Emperor stared blankly in the direction that the Eternal Dragon Emperor had left in and nodded with difficulty. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor then looked at Long Chen and said, "Pay attention to your safety. After stabilizing these people, let Qinghua protect you. Be careful of the Black Hell Emperor. In addition, these 5 Dragon Emperors are likely to be like your father back then. In other words, we have misunderstood him. However, we are still confused now. I will inform you immediately if there is any news." After she finished speaking, she said to the crowd, "Everyone, something big has happened. Please don't panic and stay here and wait for instructions. I will go after the Eternal Dragon Emperor. You guys listen to the orders of the Blue Fire Emperor." After she finished speaking, she turned into a silver light and disappeared in front of the crowd. Although it wasn't a good thing that the 5 Dragon Emperors had become like this, at least Long Chen was one step closer to the truth. He was very excited. The Blue Fire Emperor was still immersed in the shock of his father's transformation. The other Dragon Emperors from the Eternal Dragon City weren't as famous as the Blue Fire Emperor. At this moment, countless people from the Dijun Divine City rushed up and started discussing with the 72 city lords. Now that the statues of their respective gods were being destroyed, there were actually 5 Dragon Emperors doing such a thing. Although there seemed to be other Dragon Emperors stopping them, they were still worried. The statues of gods were sacred things, how could they be destroyed so easily? However, the ones who were doing it were the dragon emperors. What exactly is going on? Why would the eternal dragon emperor destroy the statues of gods and kill so many people? The people who were discussing were on the verge of crying. At this moment, everyone had long forgotten about what Longchen had done. And the violent blood dragon emperor from the slaughter city. Our Qingshu holy city's Qingshu holy statue was also destroyed by him. And the Hades dragon emperor from the devouring dragon city, the Tianyun dragon emperor from the fortune dragon city, and the boundless dragon emperor from the life dragon city. Why are they destroying the statues of gods? Are the 5 dragon cities abandoning us because we want to put Longchen on trial? This is too much. Could it be that the status of our 72 god cities is lower than that of Longchen in the eyes of the 5 dragon cities? Towards the end, countless people cried and shouted, causing a huge ruckus. They were incomparably indignant, and their heads were full of fog. The entire Mount Emperor June was like boiling water, and following that, more and more news came. More and more divine statues were destroyed, and there was even news of the great battle of the Dragon Emperor. Sure enough, they were fighting. No, we can't stay here. I have to go back to protect my divine city and seek justice for my ancestors. The 5 dragon cities are targeting us. We have to sever all ties with the 5 dragon cities. They were in a complete uproar. All of you, stop. Seeing that his father had become like Long Qinglan, the Blue Fire Emperor was in a very bad mood. This explosive shout directly suppressed everyone's voices, and it was deafening. The green chaos fire erupted from his body and instantly surrounded everyone. In the midst of such scorching flames, many people could not withstand it. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Only then did they remember that the Green Fire Emperor, who was even stronger than City Lord Dijun, was here in Eternal Dragon City. Before this matter is over, no one can leave here. I am responsible for your lives. Also, those statues of gods in the divine cities that have not been destroyed, hurry up and inform your people. Don't go against the Dragon Emperor, or you will definitely die. Do you understand? The Blue Fire Emperor was very irritable now. A few words directly shocked everyone, and of course, it also made everyone very unhappy. Of course, he was right. Going against the Dragon Emperor was practically courting death, so everyone began to inform him. For a moment, the entire Dragon God domain was in an uproar. The previous battle in the Eternal Dragon City had no impact on the divine cities, but this time, they were scared to death. Although they were still here, everyone was still extremely angry. They were the victims and the oppressed. Although they were weak, the god statues had a special meaning to them. This was their faith. Everyone, since there is still a lot of time, why don't you listen to a few stories from me? At this moment, Longchen suddenly stood in front of the Blue Fire Emperor and reappeared in everyone's vision. The Blue Fire Emperor clenched his fist and snorted coldly. He released it and retreated to the side. Now that everyone's eyes were on him, there was definitely a lot of hatred. However, Longchen was unhurried and said, "These stories, of course, start from when I borrowed the Dijun divine boat from City Lord Dijun. Why did I borrow the Dijun divine boat? Of course, it is to go to the battlefield of the gods. Why did I go to the battlefield of the gods? Of course, it is to solve a mystery. That is, what kind of place is the battlefield of the gods when it is not open? And how did your City Lord Dijun die?" The last sentence attracted everyone's attention. Yes, they did not know how City Lord Dijun died, nor did they know where Longchen killed him. In the past, Longchen really did not know how to prove Long Qinglan's story. However, when the 5 dragon emperors underwent such a change, it was a good opportunity for him to announce his discovery to the world. At this stage, Longchen believed that many things would definitely happen in the future. It was necessary to give these idiots a warning. Therefore, he started from the encounter with the immortal's corpse on the divine sea, and the martial god's corpse that wielded a golden halberd. Then, he went to the White Bone's divine palace and entered the first palace, which was called the Rainbow Palace. Then, he went to the palace of the gods and fought with the spirit of martialism. Then, City Lord Di Jun came in. Chapter 2261. Then, he comprehended a new attack, tore apart the dragon's smelting kettle, defeated the god general, and turned the god general into ashes. Then, he said that his true body had descended. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen only hid some of the details that were related to his secrets. At first, the crowd did not want to listen to his story at this time, but later on, they were attracted by the details and listened along the way. No one interrupted him in the middle. After I left the battlefield of the gods, I went to the Eternal Dragon City with Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and told all the Dragon Emperors about what we found in the battlefield of the gods. Among them, 5 Dragon Emperors decided to personally explore the battlefield of the gods. They are the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, and the other 2, the 5 who destroyed your statues. I can boldly tell everyone that the reason why they did that just now was because they encountered some problems in the process of sneaking into the Deity Sea, which disturbed their minds. This was definitely not their original intention. There must be something wrong with your battlefield of the gods. I don't know if everyone noticed the Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes, but my father also had this state in the past. That was when he was preparing to destroy the battlefield of the gods and start a massacre. The last sentence was the most crucial one. The battlefield of the gods was a holy land in the eyes of the 72 god cities. Every time the Deity Sea was calm and the battlefield of the gods opened, they would go in very devoutly, so that the young warriors could bathe in the divine rain and worship their ancestors and receive their blessings. But in Long Chen's mouth, it became the god city of white bones. The 9-colored mist was spat out by a kind of worm. The divine rain actually turned into a kind of golden spider, and it had a very strong killing power. Even a god general appeared, wanting to turn City Lord Di Jun into one of the powers of his god palace and imprison him for 30,000 years. In the end, the statue turned into ashes, and the giant golden ball disappeared. So exciting. Of course, in the future, the Dragon Emperor Yongye will prove everything I said to me. Of course, you have the right to continue worshipping the battlefield of the gods. It doesn't matter if you let your descendants enter after 1,000 years. I just didn't want to tell you. Also, the truth about my father wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods is right in front of you. As for whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. He wasn't a madman. He wanted the truth, but he was controlled by that terrifying power and destroyed. Today is just the first step. One day, a bigger truth will surface. It was as if several years had been spent waiting for this moment. He wanted to fulfill his last wish so that the world could truly understand him instead of spurning him and his son. This was his wish and desire, as well as Long Chen's pursuit and destiny. Today, he spoke without restraint. Although he knew that it wasn't easy to destroy these people's faith in their ancestors, he had already tried his best. As time passed, he believed that time would prove every word he said today. Your gods didn't punish me because they aren't here at all, or they don't care about you at all. I believe that only a few people know what's under the Deity Ocean. Maybe the 5 Dragon Emperors know, but how to make them return to normal is an unknown problem. After hearing him say so much, the crowd below was deathly silent. They couldn't even accept the destruction of Di Jun's statue, let alone accept such an unbelievable truth. Long Chen, could it be that everything you've said is a lie to wash away your father's sins? The Lord of Tai City trembled a little. In fact, everyone could tell that it was impossible to fabricate such details on the spot. Moreover, it involved the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. However, the battlefield of the gods had been a holy land since ancient times. How could they believe it? The firmest part of their hearts couldn't be shaken, so most of them were actually conflicted. Of course, after knowing what had happened, they felt a little better. However, they also panicked a little. If what Long Chen said was true, then what would happen next? For a moment, everyone was in a miserable state. Whether it's a lie or not, you should use your brains to think about it. Time will explain everything, Long Chen said. He was very calm. Some things couldn't be rushed. He just needed to plant this seed, and one day it would take root and sprout. Everyone quieted down and began to discuss in silence. As time passed, more and more statues were destroyed. For the city lords, this was something they had expected. After a few days, all the statues were gone. It wasn't that the 10 dragon emperors didn't stop them, but that once they were stopped, they fought with their lives on the line. Even 2 of them might not be able to stop one of them. In the end, the 10 dragon emperors could only give up. The dragon emperor of eternal night sent a message. Now that they have destroyed all the statues, they are moving around randomly. Blue Dragon Emperor and I will follow eternal night. You guys explain to the city lords and let them return to their respective cities. This was what the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night said to the Blue Fire Emperor. How is my father? The Blue Fire Emperor asked in a low voice. It's not a big problem. Don't worry, Blue Dragon Emperor and I will follow him. At least, we won't let him go to the Deity Ocean again, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night said. The Blue Fire Emperor could tell that he was very angry. Obviously, his father, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, had a very deep place in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be jealous of Long Qinglan. Protect Long Chen and go back first. Eternal Dragon Emperor, we will try to bring Eternal Night back. After saying this, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night cut off the star talisman. The Blue Fire Emperor looked at Long Chen with his eyes burning with green flames. Then, he dismissed the crowd and warned them to return to their respective cities obediently and not to cause trouble. At this time, they shouldn't move around casually. When the crowd was anxious to return to their respective cities, they quickly dispersed. With their speed, it would take some time for them to return. Now that Long Chen had planted a seed in their hearts, they would spread this seed to more people. Until the entire Dragon God domain knew the story that Long Chen told today, then Long Chen would have succeeded. He had completed the most important step in fulfilling Long Qinglan's last wish. Then, he, the Blue Fire Emperor, and dozens of Eternal Dragon City martial artists returned to Eternal Dragon City. The Blue Fire Emperor's expression was rather gloomy and irritable. The people around him didn't even dare to approach him. They were silent all the way back to Eternal Dragon City. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Li Xuanji accompanied him. It's been hard on you. Li Xuanji's heart ached for everything he had to endure. It's not hard at all. I'm afraid the real trouble hasn't come yet. I have to know who killed my father. I haven't taken revenge yet. I hope that one day, I will know who this enemy is. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said. Now was the time when the storm was brewing. He felt that day was coming. At least, the Dragon God domain was already in chaos. No one spoke along the way. As they neared the time sea, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the other 4 Dragon Emperors were still wandering around the entire Dragon God domain. It was difficult to communicate with them. The Sky Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor were still following him. Now, the 5 Dragon Emperors were simply like lunatics. Everyone was getting more and more depressed. Especially the Blue Fire Emperor. As soon as he saw Long Chen, his eyes flashed with terrifying flames. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have gone to that kind of place. Long Chen, I'm telling you, if anything happens to him, I won't let you off easy. Finally, the moment had come. the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't help but roar beside him. Indeed, Long Chen was the direct reason why the five of them went to the God Sea. Long Chen understood what kind of person the Blue Fire Emperor was. He definitely worshipped the Eternal Dragon Emperor. However, he was probably robbed of his limelight by Long Qinglan when he was young. Moreover, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was a strict person. To be honest, he really hoped to get the Eternal Dragon Emperor's approval and praise. This meant that in his eyes, this father's position was very important. Long Chen retorted, "You have to understand that the battlefield of the deities will always be a malignant tumor. If we don't solve it, it will bring us danger one day. What I do is first for my father, and second for the future of everyone in this world. It's the same for the 5 dragon emperors. However, you are still thinking about who caused their current situation. What's the point?" Seeing him rebuke, the Blue Fire Emperor was even more furious. He stopped in his tracks, gritted his teeth, and said, "Long Chen, how can you be so sure that the battlefield of the deities will bring us danger? It has existed for millions of years, so how can there be no problems? When your father appeared, there was a problem. Even if there are deities, even if they are enslaving us, so what? We are all living well, but you went against the deities, causing the world to suffer. You are seeking death, but you are implicating everyone. Do you really think that everything you have done is great?" He couldn't help but step forward, his face full of anger. This was a matter of perception. Long Chen took a deep breath. He was still young, so he naturally couldn't agree with what the Blue Fire Emperor said. He calmed himself down and said word by word, "I have thought it through very clearly. I want to be like my father. If we are enslaved, then I will resist and fight for freedom. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, so what? If I am like you, worried and afraid, then I will feel pity. Now that nothing has happened, it's best not to come to a conclusion. Time will prove everything." "Time, bullshit. You are the main reason why my father has become like this. You are seeking death, don't harm others. If you are still so stubborn, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." The Blue Fire Emperor really made him angry. To be honest, Long Chen didn't really hate him. Chapter 2262. Both of them refused to give in, which gave everyone a headache. Most of those who came to Dijun Divine City were above the 7-star reincarnation realm. They were considered the top powers of Eternal Dragon City, but none of them surpassed the Blue Fire Emperor in terms of strength and status, so no one could suppress him. Now that the Blue Fire Emperor was furious, and Long Chen refused to give in, not giving him any face, the Blue Fire Emperor was really angry. Anger burned in his heart. From the first time he saw Long Chen, he didn't like this young man's sharpness. He was even more unbearable than Long Qinglan. That was less than a year ago. To the Blue Fire Emperor, it was just a snap of a finger. At that time, in his eyes, Long Chen was his son's opponent. It was already incredible that Long Chen could defeat Long Haoge. After all, Long Haoge was much older than him. Later, he started to grow at a crazy speed, defeating Long Qingyue and even City Lord Dijun. In the blink of an eye, he could fight against a warrior with a demigod body, and was even infinitely close to him. To Long Qinglan, this was undoubtedly a huge setback. Compared to Long Chen, he was nothing. However, as an elder, he still had his pride and dignity, especially since the Eternal Dragon Emperor had gotten into trouble because of him. When he vented his emotions, he met with Long Chen's resistance. Just as Long Chen finished his sentence, the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. From the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm onward, even between the early and late stages, the difference could be thousands of years of cultivation. Many people might never reach the late stages, directly annihilated by the 9 palaces tribulation. And Long Chen seemed to have just reached the level of City Lord Dijun. In everyone's eyes, Blue Fire Emperor was one of the kings of Eternal Dragon City other than the three Dragon Emperors. Like Bloody Blaze, he ranked in the top 10 of his respective dragon cities. He was on the same level as Chaos Starlord and Yang Yu in Chaos Starfield. Back in Chaos Starfield, Chaos Starlord and Yang Yu were terrifying. Now, Long Chen was facing a supreme expert of that level, an Emperor-class overlord of the Eternal God Realm, and a tyrannical figure below the 15 Dragon Emperor. However, he did not feel that it was very powerful. Especially after entering the late stage of the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. Bastard! The Green Fire Emperor roared and slapped the Green Fire Emperor. At that time, Li Xuanji was still next to Long Chen. Everyone was watching nervously as they argued. No one expected the Blue Fire Emperor to attack. After all, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had asked the Blue Fire Emperor to escort Long Chen back. Only Long Chen knew that the Blue Fire Emperor had wanted to attack him for a long time. For a long time, he had been a thorn in his side. During the battle between the Black Llama Beast and the Dragon Emperor, he had wanted to kill him. Of course, that had something to do with him being possessed by the Black Llama Beast. But in the end, he thought of himself as an elder and thought that he could teach Long Chen a lesson. Long Chen easily used the power of time stop and pulled Li Xuanji back. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of meters away, causing the Blue Fire Emperor's slap to miss. The Blue Fire Emperor directly tore apart the power of time stop. Although it was released casually, one could feel that it was a lot more powerful than City Lord Di Jun's. With just a slap, the mountains below were lifted up and turned into dust, forming a sandstorm that rolled far away. Blue Fire Emperor. Everyone hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't block me, lest you get hurt. Today, I must teach this stubborn brat who harms others and himself a lesson. I must let him know what manners are. The Blue Fire Emperor was like a beast. Of course, no one dared to get close to the chaotic green fire. Everyone couldn't help but look at Long Chen with pity in their eyes. They shouted, "Long Chen, apologize to the Blue Fire Emperor. After all, he is your uncle." Now, in the eyes of the people in Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen was the son of Long Qinglan and the grandson of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I'm sorry, I don't have such a relationship with him. If there was such a relationship, Long Chen wouldn't admit that the Blue Fire Emperor looked at him with such eyes. Because the eyes of the Blue Fire Emperor were cruel and filled with hatred. Just like now, he didn't listen to the advice of others and continued to attack Long Chen. Even Li Xuanji couldn't stand it anymore. She seemed to have sensed what Long Chen was going to do. Without saying anything, she turned into a Yin demon behind Long Chen and surged into Long Chen's body, turning into Long Chen's Yin demon power. Now that Long Chen had truly reached the peak level, to be honest, he couldn't kill the Blue Fire Emperor like how he killed City Lord Di Jun. However, he could still ensure that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, you're not afraid of death. Do you think you can even handle me? The Blue Fire Emperor snorted coldly. Now that his entire body was burning with the chaos green fire, no one dared to approach him and could only watch anxiously. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Fire Emperor actually charged towards Long Chen. Just as everyone was about to inform the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, Long Chen interrupted them and said, "There's no need to inform them. Since the Blue Fire Emperor wants to test my strength, I'll accompany him. It's just a sparring match, there's no need to let the Dragon Emperors worry. They have more important things to do." They were afraid that the Blue Fire Emperor would be injured by Long Chen, so they were prepared to inform the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. This way, they could only give up and watch helplessly. You're quite daring. I'll give you a chance to challenge me, then. However, I won't show you any mercy. The Blue Fire Emperor was so angry that he laughed. Now, he was truly displaying the strength of his late-stage demigod body. The heat emitted from his body formed terrifying waves that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Within a radius of 100 miles, the flowers, grass, and trees were turned into charcoal, rocks were turned into steel, and all living things were plunged into misery. Of course, he knew that Long Chen was indeed quite capable. Therefore, he didn't even warm up and immediately attacked with a killing move. He stretched out both his hands and used his index finger as a pen to rapidly describe the flame array. Every stroke was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, a huge flame array appeared in front of him. Countless flame runes transformed into divine dragons and swam within it. This was the dual power of fire and time. This was the fusion of the green hell whip of time and the chaos green fire. The green hell whip could accelerate time and cause one to age. It was said that every time one was whipped, one would age by 10 years. The blue fire emperor had integrated this power of time into the chaos green fire. The power of aging and the power of fire merged together, forming a destructive power. Green hell fire dragon array. With both hands turned into swords and controlling the flame array, the blue fire emperor's face was cold. Without saying a word, he punched the back of the array. When his fist came into contact with the array rumbled. After a few buzzing sounds, at least a few hundred divine dragons formed from the chaos green fire roared and charged at Long Chen. Every divine dragon was like the green hell whip. They had the power of aging and at the same time, the power of the chaos green fire. The array locked onto Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was completely confined within it and couldn't resist at all. It seemed that he was in a very pitiful state under such an attack. The few Eternal Dragon City martial artists were already hesitating on whether they should take the risk to protect Long Chen. However, even at this moment, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was very calm. He had never been afraid of the power of time. At this moment, he pushed out his palm gently, and it was like a ripple on the surface of a lake. Both were using the power of time. The blue fire emperor appeared very powerful, while Long Chen appeared mysterious and profound. Time and space reversal. After a period of trial, cultivation, and battles, Long Chen had already mastered the power of time reversal to the acme of perfection. The ripple spread out and expanded infinitely. Very soon, it completely came into contact with the opponent's green hell fire dragon array. The counterattack that was originally thought to be useless had produced a terrifying effect. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, the blue fire emperor wasn't as good as Long Chen. When the time acceleration met with the time reversal, the reverse effect was to accelerate the time reversal. This was an increase in the power of time and space reversal from Long Chen. This caused the chaos green fire to be compressed to the limit and retreated. Under the shocked eyes of the blue fire emperor and the crowd, the chaos green fire was directly annihilated in front of the blue fire emperor. This scene, the blue fire emperor's attack, which had consumed a lot of energy, was directly annihilated as if it had been pushed by Long Chen. This was simply a humiliation and a blow to the blue fire emperor. At first, the scene became quiet and silent. The blue fire emperor looked at his hands in a daze. After a while, the muscles on his face twitched a little. He said, "Your attainments in the power of time are indeed very profound. If you can block this attack of mine, I, blue fire, will be impressed by you." He attributed this ineffective attack to the fact that he had used the power of time. When he finished his sentence, a huge amount of chaos green fire surged out of his body and rose to a height of several hundred meters. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball that was even more dazzling than the sun. In an instant, the world that everyone could see was charred black. Roar! The blue fire emperor had actually transformed into a dragon. A dragon roar sounded. His inherited divine dragon was the same as his son's. The chaos green fire dragon that was born beside the ancestral dragon chaos green fire had once swallowed part of the fire seed of the chaos green fire. Since young, it had been stimulated and nourished by the fire seed of the Chaos Green Fire and had grown into a terrifying ultimate divine dragon that dominated the world. A cyan flame dragon appeared, but it was even more tyrannical than the sky-profound jade flame dragon. It was countless times more majestic than the sky-profound jade flame dragon. It coiled in front of Long Chen, displaying a peerless valiance and supreme dragon might. Its eyes were like fireballs, and each cyan dragon scale had a flame. Within the flame, a small dragon was swimming and roaring. Each dragon claw was holding a green fireball that exploded with scorching energy as it looked at Long Chen. The Chaos Green Fire Dragon brought a fatal pressure to Long Chen. However, in terms of level, there would never be a divine dragon that could suppress him. This was because he was the ancestor of all dragons. When the conversation turned into the Chaos Green Fire Dragon, he didn't stand on ceremony. In front of the stunned eyes of the crowd, the ancient blood spiritual dragon was born. Blood mist filled the air. Although it didn't look as huge as the Chaos Green Fire Dragon, in terms of dragon might, life level, and ferocity, it suppressed the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. Chapter 2263. The surrounding people didn't expect them to fight and even transform into dragons. For a dragon martial artist, it was basically a life-and-death battle when they transformed into dragons. However, what shocked them was that Long Chen actually managed to block an attack from his opponent's dual powers of time and Chaos Green Fire when the Blue Fire Emperor went all out. To be honest, if there were one or two martial artists in the early stages of the demigod body present, they might not be able to withstand such an attack. Even if they managed to withstand it, they wouldn't be able to do it as perfectly as Long Chen did. He just came back from the battlefield of the gods. At that time, his strength was just stronger than City Lord Di Jun's. Now, he has advanced to the next level and can actually fight against the Blue Fire Emperor. This speed of improvement is simply terrifying. Doesn't that mean that within 3 to 5 years, he will be able to reach the level of the Dragon Emperor? This was simply too terrifying. Long Chen's speed was simply unheard of. Everyone felt that it was normal for him to be able to grow rapidly in the early stages of the rebirth realm. If he was talented, it would be normal for him to progress quickly in the early stages. However, in the later stages, to others, even a little bit of progress would be the result of thousands of years of hard work. How could they be able to achieve such rapid progress like Long Chen? Hence, to them, such a monster had already shocked them to the point of suffocation. Moreover, even if they were to fight in dragon transformation, Long Chen wouldn't be at a disadvantage in front of the Blue Fire Emperor. The primordial blood spiritual dragon and the Chaos Green Fire Dragon had yet to start their battle of divine powers, but the appearance of the two great divine dragons had already caused a huge commotion. There was a divine city about 1,000 miles away, but now, the people in those divine cities could feel the commotion here. When they looked up, they could see the divine dragons fighting in the sky. Such a scene was simply a myth to most of the Nirvana realm martial artists. They watched in shock and nervousness, filled with fear and envy. Of course, they didn't know who the two divine dragons were. Only martial artists above the 6 paths of reincarnation realm would be able to guess it. The Blue Fire Emperor had already prepared beforehand. He didn't want to continue fighting with Long Chen and only wanted to use one move to determine the outcome. The move he used was naturally his best and most terrifying attack. He wasn't worried that he would accidentally kill Long Chen. If Long Chen could die so easily, he wouldn't have lived until now. The ancestor of the Chaos Green Fire Dragon had once devoured a portion of the Chaos Green Fire seed and passed it down from generation to generation. The Chaos Green Fire seed still existed in the body of the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. Only those at the level of the Blue Fire Emperor could use the Chaos Green Fire seed directly in battle. The seed was the core of the Chaos Green Fire. The Chaos Green Fire that the Blue Fire Emperor used all came from the seed. Now that he was flying up and down, his abdomen suddenly swelled up and he opened his mouth to spit out. Instantly, rays of light that were 10 times as bright as the sun appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a green fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. This was the Chaos Green Fire Seed. It looked like an egg that was burning with terrifying flames. Its color was even darker, and there seemed to be millions of little dragons roaring and swimming in the Chaos Green Fire Seed. It turned out that all the Chaos Green Fire on the dragon scales of the Blue Fire Emperor were gathered here. I'm impressed that you are unharmed. The Blue Fire Emperor let out an angry dragon roar and spat out the Chaos Green Fire Seed with all his might. The Chaos Green Fire Seed streaked across the sky and blasted towards Long Chen. For a moment, it seemed as though space and time were being torn apart. In the faraway Divine City, everyone saw a green sun appearing in the sky. The rays of light were more than 10 times stronger than the real sun. Even from such a distance, there were people whose bodies were burning with flames. They were in extreme pain and didn't dare to watch anymore. Those martial artists from the Eternal Dragon City had also fled far away, afraid that they would be affected. At this instant, Long Chen, who was facing such an attack, moved. It had to be said that this was an attack that even City Lord Di Jun would never be able to unleash. It was at least several times more tyrannical and could instantly kill many experts with demigod bodies. But could it do anything to Long Chen? On his dragon claw, the massacre will, blood-colored flames, and many other things suddenly appeared. That was the ancient blood spiritual dragon's wrath, 10,000 death claw. It was an attack that was even more terrifying than the blood spirit thrust. Long Chen soared into the sky. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the fireball like a moth. His boldness was evident. However, what attracted the most attention was his dragon claws, which were like the claws of the god of death. That was an attack of the primordial blood spirit dragon that contained the true Tao of slaughter. Previously, the blood spirit stab was just child's play to him. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's wrath. The 4 claws extended like phantoms. Long Chen almost collided with the Chaos Green Fire Seed. The 4 claws swept past the Chaos Green Fire Seed and passed by each other. What shocked everyone was that even the Chaos Green Fire Seed couldn't really hurt him. Previously, when Long Chen attacked at such a close distance, the scorching flames almost charred his whole body. It was just that when the fire of life rushed past him, Long Chen was reborn again. Under the protection of the fire of life, his body had an unparalleled regenerative ability. He was unscathed. As for the Chaos Green Fire Seed, it was now surrounded by a blood-colored power. That was the massacre will and the 4 powers that were born in the ancient blood spiritual dragon's body. Under the entanglement, even the Chaos Green Fire Seed could not help but tremble and roar helplessly. Several beams of light exploded. The Chaos Green Fire Seed was shaken by the power of the Death Claw and turned into flaming fragments. At this time, the Chaos Green Fire Dragon rushed forward and swallowed the Chaos Green Fire Seed back into its stomach. Long Chen could be considered to have perfectly neutralized this attack. The Chaos Green Fire Dragon turned back with difficulty. He had already said that he would decide the outcome with one move. Now that it was over, he naturally could not attack again. But of course, he did not expect that his true killer move, the Chaos Green Fire Seed that had helped him countless times over the years, would be so easily resolved by a junior, by Long Qinglan's son. He was a peak existence among the Emperor-class overlords, second only to the Dragon Emperor. Could it be that there was really no one in this world who could stop this terrifying genius? As for the other people in Eternal Dragon City, they were almost suffocating as they watched this moment in a daze. Long Chen first transformed into his human form. After experiencing this battle, the other party's anger should have dissipated. Perhaps he could bring a sense of intimidation and fear to the other party. The Blue Fire Emperor had to admit that perhaps after a period of time, Long Chen could really kill him. He was catching up at an absolutely terrifying speed. The surroundings were scorched black and the soil was black for thousands of miles. The Blue Fire Emperor transformed into his human form. He looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Although both sides were not injured and the winner had not been decided, it was no longer important. This battle had already proved that from today onwards, Long Chen was a peak existence at the level of the Chaos Star Lord, Yang Yu, and Xueqi. The warriors of Eternal Dragon City were even more in awe of him. Long Qinglan probably made you prouder than him becoming the Eternal Dragon Emperor. If you have a high moral character and fight for the human race wholeheartedly, you might be able to become the new Eternal Dragon Emperor in the future. Oh, you are now considered a member of the Massacre Dragon City. You should be considered the Massacre Dragon Emperor, the Massacre Dragon Emperor that has never appeared before. The Blue Fire Emperor said this through gritted teeth. Then, without staying any longer, he turned and headed in the direction of Eternal Dragon City. As for what he said, Long Chen did not think much about it. All he wanted was to fulfill Long Qinglan's last wish and then let the people around him live freely. If anyone wanted to destroy this peace and happiness, he would fight with his life. Long Chen, let's go. The people of Eternal Dragon City were very respectful to him, and they truly treated him as a top powerhouse. Now, Long Chen's reputation and status in the Dragon God domain were no longer a problem. He could be said to be like the sun at high noon. This was especially so after he had announced the matter of the battlefield of the gods while he was in the Supreme June Divine City. Now, this story was spreading throughout the entire Dragon God domain at an astonishing speed. Even though the vast majority of people still did not believe it, they had all heard of this story. As more and more people learned about this, Long Chen knew that his goal had been achieved. Soon, he returned to Eternal Dragon City. Now, there were also many people who knew about the current situation of the 5 Dragon Emperors. The people of the world all tensed up and waited for the results. They connected the current situation of the 5 Dragon Emperors with Long Qinglan's actions. Back then, Long Qinglan was so unbelievable. He actually wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Although he did not succeed, it was unforgivable. Everyone had always held a grudge against him. But today, when the 5 Dragon Emperors destroyed all the god statues, they were shocked. From Long Chen's words, they were under some terrible influence and could not control themselves. If the people wanted to believe this was the truth, they had to believe that Long Qinglan did not make a mistake in the battlefield of the gods. Therefore, many people were very conflicted. The entire Dragon God domain seemed to be in chaos. However, the battle between Long Chen and the Blue Fire Emperor had also spread through the nearby Divine City. The true experts all knew of the status of the Blue Fire Emperor. He was one of the 15 super strong martial artists under the Dragon Emperor, and Long Chen was actually able to fight him to a draw. This meant that this young man had already risen to become one of the most terrifying and top martial artists in the entire Dragon God domain in a short period of time. What kind of speed was that? How terrifying was that? They were now full of admiration for Long Chen's speed of growth and strength. If not for the legend of dragon martial artists saying that it was extremely difficult to become a god, and that even Long Qinglan could not do it, they would almost claim that Long Chen would definitely become a new god. With his current speed, it should not be a problem for him to become the next Long Qinglan. If he was righteous and had the resolve to lead and fight for the human race, then it might not be a problem for him to become the new Massacre Dragon Emperor, the #1 leader of the human race. As long as an expert had a good character, he would definitely be respected. Although Long Chen was young and vigorous, at least on the side of the 5 great dragon cities, he had already received the praise of many people. Life was peaceful for a few days. Chapter 2264. Originally, the 10 Dragon Emperors were closely following the 5 Dragon Emperors who had entered the Deity Sea. After destroying all the statues in the ancient city of gods, the 5 dragon emperors wandered around the dragon god domain, while the other 10 dragon emperors followed closely behind them. At first, the 5 dragon emperors did not care about them. After a few days, at some point, they began to evade and flee at their fastest speed. With their abilities, although the other 10 were about as strong as them, it would not be easy to stop them if they really wanted to escape. Then, the 10 dragon emperors basically lost track of them. They continued to search for a few days, but could not find the 5 dragon emperors. They also went to the Deity Sea, but did not find them. In this way, they could only return to their respective dragon cities and wait for new news. To be honest, Wuxia Dragon Emperor had been following the Eternal Dragon Emperor for such a long time. She had tried her best, but even so, she could not wake the 5 dragon emperors. When they disappeared again, it was useless to search for them everywhere. Moreover, Wuxia Dragon Emperor was worried about the Black Llama Beast, so he returned to the Eternal Dragon City early. After the 5 dragon emperors disappeared, they did not come out for a period of time. For a time, it seemed like the world was at peace, but everyone was very depressed, as if a storm was coming. During this period of time, Long Chen continued to cultivate in peace. On the other side, Lingxi had also entered the final stage. She was about to merge with the core of the bright star. In this almost a year, her strength had also improved. Unfortunately, Long Chen's progress was too terrifying. In just a year, she and Li Xuanji could not catch up. The distant celestial dragon star was peaceful at this time. Divine dragons danced on the celestial dragon star. Life was very free and carefree. This place was full of laughter all day long. The night sky was full of stars, shining brightly. It was very beautiful. The thousands of miles of land on the heavenly dragon planet shone under the starlight. It was as beautiful as a dream. In a tranquil lake filled with starlight, a white-clothed girl emerged. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her starry eyes were like gems, and her red lips were delicious. Every frown and every smile was perfect. She was like a goddess under the starry sky. Lingxi came out of the lake. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind as she landed on the shore. Standing on the shore was a cold woman with a veil over her face. It was Yang Yu. "Auntie Yu, you came to look for me." Lingxi swayed her alluring figure and walked in front of Yang Yu. "Let's walk together." It was rare for Yang Yu to be so friendly. The two of them walked side by side. Under the starlight, they walked on a small path surrounded by flowers and trees. They were surrounded by the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a fairyland. The two of them chatted for a while. Then Yang Yu asked Lingxi to stop. She stood in front of Lingxi and gently reached out her hand. Her eyes were very peaceful as she stroked Lingxi's smooth belly. She said, "There is a little life here." Ah. Although Lingxi had already felt it and expected it, when she got confirmation from Yang Yu, she was very surprised. But she was also very shy. She said shyly, "Auntie Yu, is it true?" Although Yang Yu was wearing a veil, her eyes were filled with love. It was very rare. She gently stroked Lingxi's hair and head. She said, "Yes, it should be true. Don't work too hard from now on. Take good care of him and let him come to this world safely. Long Chen is quite special, so this child should be quite special too." "Okay, I'll be careful." Lingxi hurriedly nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. To be honest, she was not prepared at all. It was as if she was going to become a mother all of a sudden. That kind of feeling was very strange, but it also made her feel a heartfelt happiness. Her slender and white fingers were also placed on her lower abdomen. Her eyes flashed with the brilliance of motherly love. It was as if there was something more important in her life from today onwards. In another 1 or 2 months, after you finish fusing with the star nucleus, he should come back to pick you up. I heard that his current strength is similar to the Blue Fire Emperor. The Blue Fire Emperor is his father's sworn brother and is in the same realm as me. I can rest assured with him protecting you. It's just that this child is plagued with disasters. I have to give him a good warning when the time comes, Yang Yu said. Onto you, he knows what he's doing. Lingxi's eyes flashed with the light of happiness. They had not seen each other for a year, and there was only a little time left. During this year, Long Chen had encountered many dangers. If Lingxi had followed him to the Dragon God domain at that time, she would also have been in danger. However, under Yang Yu's protection, she was very safe. Yang Yu shook her head and said, "The world is different now. He has a lot of things to bear. However, that's how a man should be. Now, we can only wait and see how the future develops." Okay. Lingxi nodded her head obediently. Her bright and beautiful eyes looked at Yang Yu's veil and said, "Auntie Yu, why do you have to wear a veil?" "Oh, that's because I'm too ugly," Yang Yu said nonchalantly. Of course, Lingxi did not believe it. From her figure and temperament, it could be seen that such a woman was definitely a woman of unparalleled beauty. "In any case, I don't believe it," Lingxi said with a smile. Yang Yu sighed and said, "I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, how could I have stayed by his side for so many years without him ever having feelings for me?" Lingxi was not stupid. She knew that she was talking about Long Qinglan, Long Chen's father. She said that she was his maid, but Lingxi felt that it should be more than that. She could not help but ask, "Auntie Yu, it's definitely not like what you said. Do you know who Chen's mother is?" Yang Yu was startled and said, "Only the heavens know. Perhaps he never had a mother in the first place, and was just born from a rock." "Oh." From her twinkling eyes, Lingxi could see that it might not be like what she said, but she did not ask more. The two of them continued to walk under the night sky. Just then, Yang Yu's expression suddenly changed and she said, "Go back. The two dragon emperors will protect you. I have something to do." After saying this, she disappeared in front of Lingxi in the blink of an eye. Someone broke in. Lingxi did not dare to delay. She followed Yang Yu's instructions and returned to the lake. In fact, she knew that the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor were stationed in the lake all year round to protect her in secret. Because Long Chen was their young master. Lingxi did not know what happened. She stayed in the lake and waited for time to pass. Further into the sky Dragon Star was the Devil Star. The Devil Star had existed since ancient times. It was the place where demons gathered. The great demons were cruel and did all kinds of evil. Throughout history, people would tremble in fear when they heard of them. On the side of the sky Dragon Star facing the Devil Star, there was a huge black whirlpool in the sky. It was like the mouth of a demon. It kept spinning and produced a terrifying suction force. Now, in the center of the black whirlpool, there was an impenetrable black fog. The black fog spread for thousands of meters. It was impossible to see through it. It was very sad, as if there were countless resentful souls crying inside. Suddenly, a black light burst out from the center and rushed out of the black fog. Then, it evolved in the air and turned into two figures. They were two young girls. The two girls looked very young. They looked exactly the same. There was not even a slight difference. However, because of their expressions, eyes, and temperament, there was a very obvious difference between the two. It would make people feel that they were not even similar in appearance. These two girls were rare peerless beauties. Their black hair fluttered in the wind. They had a pair of dark red eyes. They were mysterious and tempting. It was as if there was a bloody world inside them. Among them, one of them was wearing a light pink dress with a white dress on the outside. It revealed her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. The folds of her dress were like snow and the moonlight flowed down to the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, which made her gait even more graceful and gentle. Her long black hair was tied up with a hair band. There was a butterfly hairpin in her hair. A strand of hair hung down in front of her chest. She wore a thin layer of makeup, which only added to her color. Her cheeks were faintly red, which created a kind of delicate and lovely skin that was like a flower. She was like a butterfly flying in the wind, or like a clear and transparent ice and snow. The other one looked exactly like her, but her eyes were as sharp as a blade. She wore a black robe, and her seductive body was wrapped in the robe. Only her snow-white arms and calves were exposed, causing one's imagination to run wild. Unlike the pink-clothed woman beside her, she was more like a killing machine. The first thing that was released was not the beauty and temperament of a woman, but a bone-piercing killing intent. The girl in pink had a few silver bells on her hands. As her hands danced, they made a clear and crisp sound, like the clear laughter of a girl. The two of them suddenly appeared above Planet Sky Dragon. Dream Mark, look. Wow, this is the world outside the Devil Planet. The girl looked at them curiously. Her dark red eyes first fell on Planet Sky Dragon. They were full of curiosity, but there was also a trace of bloodlust. The girl in black was Dream Mark. She was expressionless, like a machine. She looked at Planet Sky Dragon coldly and said in a hoarse voice that did not match her appearance, "The mission is important. Let's go." The girl in pink looked wronged and said, No, it's not easy for us to come out. We have to go down to this planet to play, then go to the Dragon God domain and get the 5 Dragon Balls. Dream Mark, just promise Yi Shui this once." Her eyes flashed with a pitiful light, and there were sparkling tears in them. It was as if she was really going to cry. The girl in black was like a machine, and she directly went in the direction of the Eternal God domain. Chapter 2265. Seeing Yang Yu, the two girls instantly changed. Of course, their reactions were different. The girl in pink called Yi Shui was full of curiosity, while the other one was like an unsheathed sword, staring at Yang Yu with a pair of blood-red eyes. Her fingers, which were originally dark red, slowly lengthened. In the blink of an eye, they grew by 5 centimeters and turned into a metallic luster. Their sharpness was even more terrifying than many Dao treasures. Who said we are demons? We are just free humans. You wouldn't understand. Yi Shui giggled as she stood beside Dream Scar. Although she looked young, her delicate body had already developed quite well. She had a mysterious allure. Yang Yu looked behind them and said, "It seems that only the two of you came out to find the 5 great Dragon Balls to break the seal, right? It probably took a lot of effort to send you out. Who did it?" Hearing Yang Yu say this, Dream Scar said in a low voice, "How do you know this? Who are you?" The other Yi Shui said, "Of course I won't tell you who I am. Looks like you are also a dragon warrior. Are you from the Dragon God domain?" Yang Yu didn't answer. At this moment, the girl called Meng Hen did not say a word and directly attacked. She was like a war machine, her entire body transforming into a beam of cold light that instantly appeared in front of Yang Yu. The dark red steel-like claws on her hand struck out, directly tearing through space. Yang Yu disappeared in the blink of an eye. His voice echoed in the ears of the two girls. "If you want to go to the Dragon God domain, go. But this heavenly dragon system is not a place you should come to." She didn't stop them. Or rather, she felt that these two girls, or rather, the girl who looked like a girl, were very strong. Even she didn't dare to fight them head-on. After all, they were demons from the Devil Star. Moreover, they seemed to have cultivated for many years. As for their youth, that was probably just a facade. Yi Shui cupped her lovable face and said in a sweet voice, "That woman is really tactful. She knew that she couldn't beat us, so she obediently ran away. However, she seems to have some ability. It's better if we don't provoke her. In that case, let's go to the Dragon God domain. We have a lot of time anyway." Dream Scar glanced at Sky Dragon. "I'm afraid she'll tell on us and increase the difficulty of our mission. The best way is to kill her." Yi Shui shook her head and pouted. "Dream Scar, you're too stupid. There are quite a lot of people on this planet. If we fight, won't we be even more exposed? In any case, I don't care anymore. Let's go to the Dragon God domain first. I want to have enough fun before I go and complete the mission. Let's go." Dream Scar retracted her sharp crimson nails and turned into a beam of crimson light. She flashed from the Sky Dragon planet to the God planet of Destiny, then to the royal planet of Primal Chaos. Behind her, a pink light followed her at the same speed. Who? In the royal planet of Primal Chaos, the Chaos Star Lord's huge head popped out from a sea of chaos. It was the head of the Chaos Beast. However, the person who had passed by had long since disappeared. An aura comparable to Yangyu, or even scarier. It's coming from the direction of the Sky Dragon planet. What's going on? The Chaos Star Lord was filled with confusion. He sank into the sea of chaos and continued to cultivate. On the day that Yongya Dragon Emperor had returned from outside, her face was full of exhaustion and dejection. It was rare to see her in such a state. "You've told everyone about the battlefield of the deities. That's good. Now that everyone is mentally prepared, the other worlds in the future can be explained," Yongya Dragon Emperor said helplessly. Now, everyone was waiting for the 5 Dragon Emperors to reappear. At the same time, they were also waiting for the Black Hell Emperor to reappear. The Black Hell Emperor was full of mystery and danger. If they didn't get rid of him, he would definitely appear one day and cause unpredictable consequences. However, at this time, Yangyu contacted him. "There's something you need to tell the 5 Dragon Cities Dragon Emperors," Yangyu suddenly said. "What?" Because of the 5 Dragon Emperors and the Black Hell Emperor, this place was already chaotic enough. Yangyu said, "The Demon Star's seal was broken from the inside. 2 people have already come out. I've just seen them. Their strength is close to the Dragon Emperor's level, and they might be even scarier when they're possessed." Yes. To Long Chen, this was a very unfamiliar piece of news. However, the other party's strength was close to the Dragon Emperor's level, which meant that they were really scary. Yang Yu continued, "Their goal is to obtain the 5 Great Dragon Balls, then destroy the Demon Star's seal, widen the gap, and even cause the seal to collapse. The 5 Great Dragon Balls should be in the hands of the number 1 Dragon Emperor of the various Dragon Cities right now. You should remind them that they are already heading towards the Dragon God domain. Of course, they won't openly fight for them, but the Demon Star has unimaginable methods that require the 5 Great Dragon Cities to put in a lot of effort to guard against it." Got it. Hearing this, Long Chen's mind was in a mess. The battlefield of the deities had yet to be resolved, and such a huge situation had actually occurred in the Demon Star. Although these 2 places were related to Long Qinglan, if anything went wrong, it could lead to the destruction of all lives, leading to irreversible consequences. Compared to these 2 places, the Black Hell Emperor did not seem to be anything. Yang Yu was guarding the Celestial Dragon planet. Long Chen asked about it, and after learning that Lingxi was fine, he hurriedly went to find the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor for this matter. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was having a headache over the matter of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Chen told her everything that Yang Yu had said to him. What? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically. She knew how scary the Demon Star was. Long Qinglan had used the 5 Dragon Balls of the previous generation to break the seal of the Demon Star, causing a portion of the demons to follow Long Qinglan to the dragon god domain. In the end, the dragon god domain was in chaos, with millions of corpses and wailing everywhere. Last time, it was because Long Qinglan had finally come to his senses and sealed the demons back. However, this also caused such irreversible losses. The cave of the ancestral dragon gave birth to the 5 new dragon balls, and the 5 major dragon cities carefully cleaned them up. They did not expect that during this time of chaos, someone in the demon star would actually open up a part of the gap, allowing 2 demons to come out and rob the 5 major dragon cities. Fortunately, they knew about this in advance. Otherwise, if they were not careful, it would lead to a greater disaster. Among the 5 missing dragon emperors, the Eternal Night and the Cruel Blood each have 2 dragon balls in their hands. They are more dangerous and may be stolen by the other party. The other 3 dragon balls are in the hands of the first dragon emperor of the Dragon City of Life, Devouring Dragon City, and Fortune Dragon City. Yang Yu is guarding the Sky Dragon Star. With her nature and strength, it is impossible for her to deceive us. I will first inform the other dragon emperors of this matter. It could be seen that although the 2 people who came out of the demon star were not as strong as the dragon emperor, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was still very concerned. After all, since ancient times, the demon star had been quite terrifying, especially in individual battles. They had almost unlimited possibilities. Soon, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor informed the others of this matter. The major dragon emperors were simply overwhelmed. They had not yet found the 5 missing dragon emperors, and there were new opponents from the demon star. The 5 dragon emperors, the Black Hell Emperor, the Devil Star Twin Devils, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor sighed and said, the 3 first dragon emperors will probably take certain measures. We have already discussed it. If the 5 dragon emperors still do not appear, we will first drag out the Black Hell Emperor, and then we will deal with the Twin Devils with all our strength. Now that the Dragon God domain is in troubled times, undercurrents are surging. You have to be more careful and focus on your cultivation. Unknowingly, you seem to have become our common hope. Her dignified and noble face was now filled with worry. In addition, regarding your father, I think at least the 15 of us have completely forgiven him. I believe that Qinglan really knows many things that we do not know. He has many difficulties that we do not know. The sins that history has given him are very unfair to him. After these few matters are over, the few of us will unite and give your father an explanation so that the world can understand him. With the words of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, Long Chen was even more relieved. His father's last wish seemed to have been almost fulfilled. However, the 3 problems in front of him made Long Chen feel the fear of the coming storm. Perhaps, this was the truth of the saying that after 100 years, the dragon sacrifice would perish. Hearing this from the Black Jade Dragon head, Long Chen did not dare to tell them. Now that there was no foundation, it would only make people panic. At this moment, the Blue Fire Emperor barged into the Weiyang Palace. My father is back. The moment he barged in, he said directly. What? Without another word, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor dashed out directly. Long Chen did not care about anything else and came out with the Blue Fire Emperor. Previously, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had disappeared. Now that he suddenly appeared, what would happen? After the 3 of them came out, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was already floating in the sky above the Eternal Dragon City. The Firmament Dragon Emperor was guarding him. Now that the Eternal Dragon Emperor had clearly not woken up from that chaotic state, only the whites of his eyes were visible. His every move revealed his madness. The other 4 dragon emperors seemed to have returned to their respective dragon cities, said the Blue Fire Emperor anxiously. Yeah. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor went up directly and stood in front of the Eternal Dragon Emperor with the Firmament Dragon Emperor, one on the left and the other on the right. Below, the entire Eternal Dragon City had heard the news of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's return. Everyone rushed out and stared blankly. Some people only dared to hide in the corner. After all, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was quite dangerous now. This scene reminded people of Long Qinglan back then. Back then, Long Qinglan became a corpse and fell in the middle of the Eternal Dragon City. To everyone's relief, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still alive. Chapter 2266. Previously, the 5 Dragon Emperors had disappeared again. No one had expected him to reappear at this time and return to their respective dragon cities. Now, almost everyone in Eternal Dragon City was looking at the Eternal Dragon Emperor with worry, fear, and other emotions. Just as everyone arrived, the Eternal Dragon Emperor suddenly raised his arms and shouted. He wanted everyone to follow him to the ancient land of the divine wilderness, the battlefield of the gods. When they heard that, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Eternal, what do you mean? What did you see in the Deity Ocean? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor asked seriously, standing in front of him. Now, the Eternal Dragon Emperor naturally still recognized her, but he had lost most of his rationality. If the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor were to go against him, he would probably attack without mercy. That's not important. What's important is that the greatest moment is coming. We are about to do something that no one can do. I need everyone's witness. When we succeed, everyone will know the truth. Now, warriors above the 6 paths of reincarnation, follow me to the ancient land of the divine wilderness. We are going to save the common people and return the world to me. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's magnificent voice swept through everyone's ears. That voice was deafening. Even though he shouted himself hoarse and his veins bulged, no one responded to him. Everyone knew that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was no longer conscious. He might have been affected by the Deity Ocean, just like Long Qinglan. Soon, the Eternal Dragon Emperor realized that no one was listening to him. At that moment, his eyes almost turned blood red, and a terrible murderous aura erupted from his body. For a moment, all the warriors in Eternal Dragon City almost suffocated. Many young dragons were so frightened that they cried. The dignity and power that belonged to the Dragon Emperor were displayed in a violent form. It was very terrifying. For a moment, even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was frightened. Fortunately, the Firmament Dragon Emperor, a combat expert, was now beside the Eternal Dragon Emperor, which made her feel more at ease. Of course, if he were to go crazy here, no one would be able to stop him. This is the most important moment in the history of the human race. It is a time to witness glory. Each of us is the savior of the world, but you are cowardly and cowardly. What's the use of living? I think you should just die, cowards. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes were cold as he looked at everyone below him. How dare you not listen to my orders? Do you want to die? Cowards! This time, the sound was even louder. Many people in Eternal Dragon City were knocked unconscious. Moreover, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was getting angrier and angrier. It seemed like he would soon be out of control. If he went on a killing spree, it would be hard for anyone in the entire Eternal Dragon City to survive. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Why don't we follow him and take a look? I guess the other 4 Dragon Emperors are also looking for people to go to the ancient land of divine wilderness to see their intentions. If we don't agree, he will probably kill people to vent his anger. Long Chen could see it clearly, so at this time, he said this to the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was like a person who was extremely agitated. It was very likely that he would collapse in a moment of hot-headedness. That would cause irreversible consequences. Moreover, Long Chen estimated that the other 4 Dragon Emperors were in the same situation. Hearing this, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the Firmament Dragon Emperor looked at each other and agreed with Long Chen's decision. All disciples of Eternal Dragon City, listen up. Warriors above the 6 paths of reincarnation, follow the eternal Dragon Emperor to the ancient land of divine wilderness and do meritorious service for the human race. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the Firmament Dragon Emperor announced almost at the same time. With their decisions, the mobilization was still very great. For a moment, the experts hesitated for a moment. In order to find out the truth, they came out from the team and floated in the air. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of people densely packed together. Of course, this was the core of the entire Eternal Dragon City. Seeing these people's actions, the restless heart of the Eternal Dragon Emperor finally calmed down. His face became serious again. He opened his arms again and said, "Everyone, Eternal Dragon Emperor, history will remember this moment. Everyone, follow me, and fight for justice and survival. Let's go." He turned and headed towards the ancient land of divine wilderness at a slow speed. It was to the north of Eternal Dragon City. Since the decision had been made, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the Firmament Dragon Emperor also led the experts of Eternal Dragon City to the north. Of course, Long Chen was also in the crowd. For a moment, the entire Eternal Dragon City was majestic and magnificent. To the mortals of the eternal celestial realm, they were simply gods. In an ordinary ancient city of divine descendants, the city lord was probably a 6 paths of reincarnation warrior. But this team of tens of thousands of people, even the weakest one was a 6 paths of reincarnation warrior. This showed how terrifying it was. Moreover, Long Chen and the others soon received the news that under the request of the other 4 dragon emperors, the other teams of the 5 major dragon cities also began to head towards the ancient land of divine wilderness. If this continued, the elites of the 5 major dragon cities would meet in the ancient land of divine wilderness and head towards the divine ocean together. This was probably the first time in tens of thousands of years that there had been such a gathering of experts. Almost all the experts of the 5 major dragon cities were gathering in one direction. What made everyone puzzled and shocked was that the 5 dragon emperors had gathered the heroes of the world to the divine ocean. What was their purpose? Were they going to destroy the battlefield of the gods like Long Qinglan? Now, most people could guess that the current situation of the 5 dragon emperors was exactly the same as Long Qinglan's. Therefore, if the seal on the demon star had not been removed, Long Qinglan was basically innocent. After a few days of trekking, the 5 teams finally gathered at the ancient land of divine wilderness. The 15 dragon emperors also gathered together. This was destined to be the largest gathering of experts in tens of thousands of years. However, everyone's thoughts were basically on the 5 dragon emperors. Does anyone have any good ideas? No, we can only see what the 5 of them are going to do. If there is any danger, we will first protect our Dragon City disciples. Everyone basically had a tacit understanding. Long Chen hid in the team and looked at the 5 dragon emperors who were at the forefront. They looked like they were going to die. Their eyes were filled with respect, passion, and unafraid of death. Now that the battlefield of the gods had turned into a giant golden ball and disappeared, it was impossible to find it. Could they still find the battlefield of the gods and destroy it? The answer to the mystery was soon revealed. This team of about 50,000 people passed through the ancient land of divine wilderness and arrived at the Sunset God Bay. Almost all the experts of the human race had gathered here. As a result, the Sunset God Bay seemed a little small. The 5 dragon emperors stood at the front of the team and looked at the heaven-defying storm in front of them. Their eyes were filled with a sacred mission as they pressed forward courageously. The others almost held their breath as they watched them. When this team came to the ancient land of divine wilderness, the wild beasts were naturally scared shitless and all hid. When the team stabilized, the 5 dragon emperors turned around and looked down at the experts below. Then one of the dragon emperor Tianyun said, "Everyone, we don't need your help to come here today. We just need everyone to witness that we will destroy the deity ocean, find the battlefield of the gods, and destroy it. Don't ask why we are doing this, we are doing it for the freedom and future of the human race." Another Nether Dragon Emperor said, "That's right. This is a historical moment. Everyone, watch carefully. The other 10 Dragon Emperors, if possible, please help us." They spoke passionately, but the crowd was confused. They wanted to destroy the Deity Ocean. The Deity Ocean was so big that it naturally produced a terrifying storm. Who could destroy it when the god's blood surged? But soon, the grand occasion appeared. That was, the 5 Dragon Emperors soared into the sky and transformed into giant and terrifying mystical dragons. If they hadn't seen the 5 Dragon Emperors' divine dragon true forms in the battle with the Black Yama beast, they would definitely be in an uproar. That was too terrifying. The 5 giant divine dragons were the pinnacle of dragon warriors. As they flew in the sky, everyone felt like they had returned to the era when the divine dragons ruled the world. Each of them was the pinnacle of the human race's dragon warriors. Any one of them had terrifying destructive power. Other than the Deity Ocean, the Black Jade Dragon Head, and other places, they could destroy almost any place in the world. The so-called Sky Dragon Planet and other places could be destroyed with one move. The 5 divine dragons were incomparably powerful. They soared in the sky. In the next moment, they let out earth-shaking roars and rushed into the Deity Ocean. The Deity Ocean, which was already in a storm, seemed to explode the moment they rushed in. The storm's strength and speed increased tenfold. Countless gods' blood rushed into the sky. Everyone saw a thick red color. Boom, boom, boom. The entire land shook incessantly. The ancient divine wilderness was in the midst of collapsing. The other 10 Dragon Emperors were urgently discussing whether they should protect the other disciples immediately or participate in the operation of the 5 of them. This time, all 15 Dragon Emperors were mobilized. The scale was even larger than the previous battle in the Eternal Dragon City. After a short discussion, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon City of Life took action. He used the realm of beings to protect about 50,000 warriors. Then, they were ready. Let's go in and take a look. Among the 10 Dragon Emperors, only Yongya Dragon Emperor was left outside. The others entered one after another. Of course, they didn't transform into dragons, so they kept a low profile. Everyone was safe in the realm of beings. However, they all stared at the Deity Ocean. Their hearts were in their throats. The Deity Ocean was getting more and more terrifying, but it didn't look like it was going to disappear. This was the sacred land of the ancient city of 72 divine descendants. Would it really be destroyed by the 5 Dragon Emperors? Long Chen didn't think it was possible. This was something that even Long Qinlan couldn't do. Back then, the 15 Dragon Emperors joined forces to fight against Long Qinlan. Chapter 2267. At this moment, the Deity Sea had not been this active for a long time. Everyone was in the middle of the Dusk Divine Bay, and the Deity Sea before them seemed to be rioting. It was as if the entire world was collapsing. All they could see was endless storms and the sky was filled with divine blood. The divine blood was splattered, outlining a picture of the ancient gods fighting. The wind and the rain were bloody, and the war songs were loud. The heavens and the earth seemed to be collapsing, and everything was turned to dust in the battle. In this storm, the 15 Dragon Emperors were simply drowned. The Deity Sea was too big and boundless. It was filled with scarlet divine blood. Now, the storm rushed into the sky. Other than a small area like Dusk Divine Bay, a large portion of the ancient divine wilderness was directly torn apart. To be honest, Long Chen himself was a little nervous. Now that the 5 Dragon Emperors were attacking the Deity Ocean crazily, no one knew what would happen. Now that everyone was in the realm of gods, they were all very nervous. They were worried that the actions of the 5 Dragon Emperors would cause more chaos in the Dragon God domain. If not for the realm of gods, the Dusk Deity Bay would have been torn apart. The other 10 dragon emperors had also followed them in, and no one knew what the situation was like now. This was a kind of storm in their hearts. Long Chen held Li Xuanji's hand, and the latter's palm was also sweating. The two of them looked at each other, both worried and nervous about this historic moment. What's going on? Will the 15 dragon emperors be alright? I don't know. The battlefield of the gods is the graveyard of the ancient gods, the ancestors of the human race. Although we are dragon martial artists, we can't destroy this place. What exactly happened to the 5 dragon emperors in the depths of the deity ocean? Tens of thousands of experts gathered together, and it became very chaotic. Even Long Chen, Blue Fire Emperor, and the other hundreds of thousands of emperor-level overlords were very confused. They did not have the strength to stop any action, and could only watch obediently. Time passed gradually, but the storm in the deity sea did not stop. Instead, it became more terrifying. It was as if there were countless giant beasts hiding in it, riding on the clouds and fighting with the 15 dragon emperors. In front of these giant beasts, even the 15 dragon emperors were only the size of earthworms. Within the blood-colored divine scent sea storm, waves of divine dragon roars could be heard. The sky was torn apart, and the earth trembled. Earthquakes struck in waves. Although they were very far away, the gods' realm of all life was almost torn apart. Once it was torn apart, the tens of thousands of martial artists present would be directly affected. It was very likely that they would be annihilated by the storm of the divine sea. Heavens! Heavenly calamity! After today, we might still be able to survive. But if the dragon god domain doesn't have us, wouldn't our human race be completely annihilated? Many people even started to cry. After all, the scene was too terrifying. Many years ago, when Long Qinglan wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, the 15 dragon emperor desperately tried to stop him and attacked together. Today, the 15 dragon emperors attacked together, trying to destroy the deity sea. However, destroying the battlefield of the gods might not be difficult, but destroying the deity sea was countless times more difficult. The deity sea was just too big. Boom, boom, boom. At a certain moment when everyone was at their most nervous, suddenly, several rays of light shot out from the deity sea and rolled on the ground of Dusk Deity Bay. After the first figure came out of the deity sea, more and more appeared. After a while, all 15 dragon emperors were shaken out of the deity sea, and they had all taken human form. Each of their faces was pale, and there were faint traces of blood at the corners of their mouths and bodies. Obviously, they had been at a disadvantage in this battle and had been expelled from the deity sea. The deity sea was still violent, and it was obvious that their mission had failed. Fortunately, none of the 15 dragon emperors died because of this. What was even more surprising was that the 5 previously deranged dragon emperors were now struggling to stand up with the help of the other dragon emperors. Their eyes had changed, and the disappeared pupils had also returned. This proved that they had recovered. This was a huge gain. It must have been the huge impact from the battle with the deity sea that woke them up. The 15 dragon emperors looked at each other, while Long Chen and the rest headed in the direction of the dragon emperors. When the 15 dragon emperors came out of the deity sea, the violent storm in the deity sea began to weaken, and it began to return to its original state. Father! Blue Fire Emperor saw that the eternal dragon emperor had recovered, and he was very excited. There were many others like him. At this time, the realm of the gods had been lifted, and tens of thousands of Dragon City martial artists had come forward, guarding the 15 dragon emperors in the middle. How do you feel now? The eternal dragon emperor could not help but ask. The eternal dragon emperor shook his head, which had a headache, and said, "I'm almost recovered. I'm fine now." He must have remembered what had happened during this period of time. It was obvious that the 5 of them were having a headache. They had thought that there would be a disaster today, but unexpectedly, the 5 dragon emperors had solved the crisis. But what exactly had happened? Everyone was very curious, and they looked at the 5 dragon emperors. Now, the Deity Sea had completely recovered. The Eternal Dragon Emperor, Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, and the other 2 stood in front, and they gave way to each other. In the end, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was the one in charge. His eyes were a little heavy. Suddenly, he saw Long Chen in the crowd, and he quickly moved away. He feels sorry for me. From the Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes, Long Chen obviously noticed this. He did not probe further. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor began to talk about what had happened in the Deity Sea. Previously, they had communicated with the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, and they had a certain understanding of what had happened in the outside world when they were in chaos. This time, the 5 of them behaved so strangely that they had to explain it to everyone. The Eternal Life Dragon Emperor said, previously, when Long Chen and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor came to the battlefield of the Immortals, something happened. Now everyone seems to know. The 5 of us have the same doubts as the 2 of them. That's why we came to the battlefield of the Immortals to investigate. After about a month, we still haven't found the whereabouts of the battlefield of the Immortals. We have searched the entire Deity Sea. Speaking up to here, his voice also became cold. Everyone looked at him eagerly. Of course, they did not dare to blame the 5 dragon emperors, because they knew that everything they had done before was not voluntary. The Eternal Dragon Emperor continued, finally, because Long Chen once mentioned the martial god's corpse, we decided to sneak into the Deity Sea to take a look. When we entered the Deity Sea, while resisting the fatal threats, you all can guess what we saw. At this point, everyone stretched their necks as if they were worried that they did not hear the Eternal Dragon Emperor's words. This was especially true for Long Chen. All these secrets were too important to him. The Eternal Dragon Emperor did not hide anything from everyone. He said directly, what we saw was a dozen giant corpses. They were sealed at the bottom of the Deity Sea, unable to move. The blood in the entire Deity Sea came from them. According to our estimates, the Deity Sea is so big, so there must be more than a dozen corpses. Maybe there are 72. Hearing this, there was a huge uproar. The god's corpse really did exist. The corpses of the 72 ancient gods. Could it be that the battlefield of the gods and the mausoleum of the gods were real? Those gods who had achieved immortality were now really dead, and their bodies were sealed in the Deity Sea. Although this conflicted with what Long Chen had encountered in the White Bone Divine Palace, this was something that the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others had seen with their own eyes, so it shouldn't be fake. The war god's corpse that Long Chen had seen before had also conflicted with what he had encountered in the White Bone Divine Palace. He had also guessed that there were other god corpses below, but he hadn't expected it to be so. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Most of them were still confused. The Eternal Dragon Emperor motioned for everyone to be quiet. He continued in a low voice, we wanted to understand more and see more of the god corpses. Unfortunately, we didn't know when we were hit by the primordial spirit assimilation technique. This is a secret technique that only the gods born in the primordial era could use. It has long been lost, but we didn't expect it to still exist in the Deity Sea. After being hit by the primordial spirit assimilation technique, our actions and words were basically out of our control. It was as if our bodies were being controlled, as if we had gone crazy. We did many strange things, but it was the caster's goal, which was to see us in the state we were in. This was the real reason. As expected, they had been attacked. The fact that they were able to wake up from the primordial spirit assimilation technique meant that they were lucky. However, after hearing this discovery, everyone was even more confused. Even the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't understand it. He hurriedly asked, if these god corpses are really primordial spirits, then who set up the primordial spirit assimilation technique? If they were the ones who set up the primordial spirit assimilation technique, why did they want us to help them destroy the battlefield of the deities? Isn't that their own tomb? Also, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and Long Chen encountered the Immortal General in the battlefield of the deities, which is also the White Bone Divine Palace. How do you explain what the Immortal General said? Not only did their discovery not solve the problem, but it also made things even more complicated. Everyone was even more confused. Until now, they couldn't tell if the battlefield of the deities was good or bad. The only thing they could be sure of was that the person who set up the primordial spirit assimilation technique wanted them to destroy the battlefield of the deities. In an instant, everyone raised many questions. The Violent Blood Dragon Emperor stood out at this moment, waved his hand, and interrupted the discussion. Everyone, please calm down. Actually, we also want to know the answer you want. However, given the current situation, the battlefield of the deities has disappeared, and there is the primordial spirit assimilation technique below the deity ocean. We can't go in, so we can't be sure of anything. In fact, the deity ocean is an extremely dangerous place. Let's go back to our respective divine cities first. What he said made sense. Now, the clues were broken, and the truth was even more confusing. Chapter 2268. The storm in the deity ocean was so terrifying, but there were no clues to what they wanted to understand. They couldn't wait to leave this place. Now that the Eternal Dragon Emperor had spoken, they could only look at the stern-looking old man. However, his eyes seemed to waver, and he coughed twice. We have personally experienced the primordial spirit assimilation technique, so we know the details. Many years ago, we worked together to force Long Qinglan to retreat. Perhaps you don't know, but the 15 of us know very well that his behavior was exactly the same as ours. This means that Long Qinglan's destruction of the battlefield of the gods was not his own will, but the effect of the primordial spirit assimilation technique. He had also entered the deity ocean back then. He deliberately didn't look at Long Chen when he said this. To be honest, he had always been the one who cursed and despised Long Qinglan the most for what he had done. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was known for his stubbornness and ruthlessness. No matter what, he cared most about his reputation. That was why he had immediately announced that Long Qinglan would be banished from Eternal Dragon City after something had happened to him. Yet now, for him to stand out and speak up for Long Qinglan was an extremely rare and practically impossible occurrence. There was almost no doubt about what he had said. Long Qinglan had definitely been affected by the primordial spirit assimilation technique. Hearing this, Long Chen thought he had heard wrong. This stubborn, hot-tempered old man would actually lower his head and speak up for Long Qinglan. In the past, this would have been impossible. But Long Chen had indeed heard it. Perhaps he was feeling guilty. Originally, Long Chen didn't have a good impression of this old man. In fact, he hated him. If he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. But now that he had spoken so honestly, his words were much more convincing than Long Chen's. It could be said that he had done Long Chen a great favor. Only then did Long Chen's hatred for him lessen a little. Hearing the words of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, everyone fell silent. The warriors present were all relatively old, and most of them had witnessed Long Qinglan's rise to power. He was like Long Chen today, unstoppable, until he surpassed everyone else and was crowned the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He led the human race and was invincible. However, from the moment the seal on the Devil Star was removed, his life instantly fell to rock bottom. The trust that everyone had in him turned into distrust in an instant. What happened in the battlefield of the gods only made things worse. Moreover, for a long period of time after the Devil Star, Long Qinglan appeared and disappeared mysteriously like a madman. To be honest, everyone present had once admired Long Qinglan. He admired the talented Eternal Dragon Emperor. However, his subsequent changes had caused everyone to wring their hands. It wasn't until today that they discovered that the battlefield of the gods really had so many secrets. They discovered that Long Qinglan's seemingly rebellious behavior was actually the same as the 5 dragon emperors present. It wasn't his fault at all. If it was only the matter of the Devil Star, he wouldn't have doubted being criticized by the world. Even the matter of the Devil Star had caused everyone to be filled with doubts. Long Qinglan had always been a righteous person. He didn't have to do that at all. Today, hearing the words of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, coupled with Long Chen's constant efforts, they couldn't help but reflect. Their opinions of the Eternal Dragon Emperor had gradually changed a lot. This was all thanks to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor continued, there are many doubtful points about what happened back then. Looking back, I hope that everyone can think more and treat the facts fairly. There are still many doubtful points that I believe will surface one day. In addition, since Long Chen came to the Dragon God domain, besides being young and full of vigor and defeating many people, he has been able to stay true to himself. Moreover, he has great talent. As long as he treats everyone sincerely, it may not be impossible for him to inherit Qinglan's legacy in the future. I hope he can walk the right path and fight for the world. This was the Eternal Dragon Emperor's compensation to Long Chen. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. Now that everyone knew that he was on par with the Blue Fire Emperor, if he was given some time, wouldn't he be able to surpass the Dragon Emperor and reach Long Qinglan's level? Moreover, now all 15 Dragon Emperors valued him very much. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Alright, get ready. We'll leave immediately. The Violent Dragon Emperor revealed a knowing smile. He recalled the time when Long Chen had just arrived at the Dragon God domain a year ago. He had been sharp, and everyone had been his enemy. Today, however, he had used his strength and personality to conquer almost everyone. At the very least, he was now a rather convincing figure among the 5 great dragon cities. He had even become a core member. This young man, he was a success. The warriors of the major dragon city returned to their teams. At this time, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor told the 5 dragon emperors who had been hit by the ancient soul assimilating technique about the news of the twin demons brought by Yangyu. The 5 dragon emperors discussed for a while. Suddenly, the Violent Dragon Emperor waved at Long Chen, and Long Chen walked forward. Long Chen, there's something I need to do. How about you follow me back to the Dragon City of Massacre first? The Violent Blood Dragon Emperor asked kindly. This should be quite important, so Long Chen nodded. Beside him was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. But at this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor deliberately looked in another direction and ignored Long Chen. Seeing this scene, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor couldn't help but smile. He was familiar with the Eternal Night. Now that he stood up for Long Chen and Long Qinglan, it proved that he was relieved. Perhaps, even he wanted to know why Long Qinglan had lifted the seal of the Demon Star. Was it like the battlefield of the deities, where there was more to it than met the eye? If so, then the world had truly misunderstood Long Qinglan and let the Eternal Dragon Emperor down. That was Long Chen's final goal, and now it wasn't enough. Then, under the leadership of their respective dragon emperors, the 5 dragon cities went to their respective dragon cities. Long Chen hadn't returned to the Dragon City of Massacre for a long time. This time, he followed the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor, the 1,000-kill Dragon Emperor, and the Royal Blood Dragon Emperor to the north. Li Xuanji's Dark God City was next to the Dragon City of Massacre. Tens of thousands of warriors went to the north. Along the way, countless warriors looked at them with envy and admiration. Any one of them could command an area the size of the ancient city of war, and each area had more than 100 million people. Unconsciously, Long Chen stood at the peak of the whole world. He was also the only one qualified to accompany the 3 dragon emperors. The others could only watch enviously as they talked. In fact, Long Chen was telling them about his experience in the White Bones Divine Palace and his conjectures. The speed of this troop was different. It was very long. The 3 Dragon Emperors were at the front, and the Sky Curtain Emperor, the Wind Moon Emperor, the Thousand Snow Emperor, and the Sword River Emperor were at the back. The troop moved forward majestically. This time, the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor went back to the Dragon City of Massacre to summon. Even the Sky Curtain Emperor, who was stationed in the Dragon Tomb of Massacre, came out. He silently walked at the back of the troop, looking ahead with a cold gaze. Beside him, the Thousand Snow Emperor laughed softly. He's as dazzling as Long Qinglan back then. Everyone's eyes are focused on him, isn't he? The Sky Curtain Emperor sneered and didn't say anything. Forget your hatred. The Thousand Snow Emperor looked at him warmly. The Sky Curtain Emperor said vigilantly, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling the truth. A year ago, he was at Jiangming's level. A few days ago, he was already in a stalemate with the Blue Fire Emperor. Such a monster rarely appears in tens of millions of years. Going against him won't end well." The Thousand Snow Emperor said seriously. "All right, I understand." The Sky Curtain Emperor nodded. Seeing that he was still sensible, the Thousand Snow Emperor was relieved. At this moment, the Sky Curtain Emperor looked back. "You guys go first. I'll be alone for a while. I'll catch up soon." The Sky Curtain Emperor said, turned around, and quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. Now that Long Chen had risen, he had completely lost the chance to take revenge. It was normal for him to be depressed. The Wind Moon Emperor, the Sword River Emperor, and the others looked at his back and didn't say anything. "I hope old Meng can think it through this time." The Sword River Emperor yawned and hugged the sword in his hand. What they didn't know was that the Sky Curtain Emperor turned back this time because someone was summoning him. Vigilantly, he walked for a long time. After the Massacre Dragon City's team had completely left, he came to a small town. There was a tea house in the small town. The Sky Curtain Emperor went to the tea house and sat by the window. No one dared to approach him. After a short while, a dark-skinned, handsome middle-aged man sat in front of him. "Have some tea." The Sky Curtain Emperor pushed another teacup in front of him to the other party. "Okay." The man's eyes stayed in the Sky Curtain Emperor's eyes for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "You seem to know that I'll come to find you." The Sky Curtain Emperor pointed to his stomach and said, "They told me that you're here, Chen Ting." The person sitting in front of him was the Black Hell Emperor, Chen Ting. "I really admire you for being able to come and go freely under the pursuit of 15 Dragon Emperors." The Sky Curtain Emperor smiled sinisterly. The Black Hell Emperor looked at his stomach and said, "In that case, the rumored missing ones are all on you?" "Yes, you're kind," the Sky Curtain Emperor said. The Black Hell Emperor laughed and said, "It's indeed perfect. Then I have a plan. After you go back and prepare, I'll find a chance to attack the Massacre Dragon City in a few days and lure the 3 Dragon Emperors out. With their help, you can completely dominate the Massacre Dragon City. At that time, no one will be able to stop you from killing whoever you want." Chapter 2269. Along the way, Long Chen was not in a hurry to ask the 3 Dragon Emperors what they wanted to ask him. He understood that after arriving at the Slaughter Dragon City, they would reveal it to him. In addition, he had not returned to the Slaughter Dragon City for a long time. Those young dragons of the Battle Dragon clan missed him very much. During the time when Long Chen was away, there had been several news of him encountering danger, which was really frightening. After the experts returned to the Slaughter Dragon City, they began to return to their posts. Long Chen floated over the boundless sea of blood and entered the Slaughter Dragon City. Following the 3 Dragon Emperors, he arrived at the central hall that he often came to. Because so many things had happened in the Dragon God domain recently, the three Dragon Emperors, who rarely showed their faces in the past decades, had recently appeared frequently, allowing many martial artists to see their true faces with their own eyes. Soon, Long Chen stood at the place where he had once stood. In front of him were the three emperors. In the past, there were 3 clouds of blood mist, but now the 3 Dragon Emperors were already sitting on them. They were the 3 famous Dragon Emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City, but in front of Long Chen, they were still amiable. It was impossible to tell that they were all famous Slaughter Kings in history. Obviously, these 3 Dragon Emperors were about to tell him why they had brought him here. Now, the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor was sitting in the center. He stared at Long Chen and said, "I let you come back this time to first confirm one thing. Yang Yu said that 2 demons from the Devil Star are heading to the Dragon God domain to snatch the 5 Dragon Balls and break the seal of their Devil Star, is that right?" "It should be right," Long Chen nodded and replied. Of course, Yang Yu wouldn't joke about such a big matter. The arrival of the Devil Star twin demons made the Dragon Emperors, who were already badly battered, even more irritated. Fortunately, the 5 Dragon Emperors recovered from the immemorial spirit assimilation technique at this critical juncture. What he had to deal with now was the Black Hell Emperor and the 2 devils. Of course, Brutal Dragon Emperor was sure of this matter. He quickly went straight to the point and said, "We will protect the 5 Dragon Balls. None of the 5 Dragon Balls can be missing, so as long as they don't all fall into their hands, they can't do anything. Previously, it was you who became an Inheritance Dragon and took down the Slaughter Dragon Ball on the Inheritance Dragon ladder, and finally handed it over to me, right?" Long Chen was a little stunned. Was that not the case? Or there was an accident? He nodded. At this moment, Brutal Dragon Emperor took out a pearl the size of a fist. It was completely transparent and empty inside. It looked very ordinary. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said, "This is the Slaughter Dragon Pearl you gave me at that time. Did you notice anything strange?" Long Chen took a closer look and found that it was indeed different. When he saw the Slaughter Dragon Pearl for the first time, there was a blood-colored dragon swimming inside. Why was it gone now? Moreover, the Slaughter Dragon Pearl at that time was obviously a peerless treasure. But now in Brutal Dragon Emperor's hands, it was just a piece of trash. Seeing that Long Chen was a little surprised, Brutal Dragon Emperor said, "Don't be nervous. This Slaughter Dragon Pearl has indeed changed. Think back, from the time you got it to the time you gave it to Bloody Blaze, did anything special happen? Now, the Slaughter Dragon Pearl should have lost its effect. Back then, something seemed to have entered his body in the Slaughter Dragon Pearl. Until this moment, Long Chen didn't care about this small matter. After all, it didn't affect him much. It was as if it was an illusion. Now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. Moreover, the 3 Dragon Emperors had also discovered it. Now, Long Chen and they were friends. As for the Slaughter Dragon Pearl, Long Chen didn't have any greed. Now that they were suspicious, Long Chen said directly, "At that time, I felt like something entered my body. At that time, I thought it was an illusion. Even now, I don't seem to feel anything." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Brutal Dragon Emperor smiled and said, "So it really entered your body. That's good. We thought it ran away. In fact, your cultivation has been progressing very fast. It should be related to the Slaughter Dragon Pearl. Now, it is equivalent to the Slaughter Dragon Pearl fusing with you. The ancestral dragon source force in it can bring many changes to you. It's just that it hasn't fully shown yet. This is a good thing." Seeing that they seemed to be very happy, Long Chen asked suspiciously, "The 3 of you, this belongs to Massacre Dragon City. Don't I need to take out the Massacre Dragon Pearl and return it to you? What if the Demonic Stars people snatch it away?" The 3 Dragon Emperors looked at each other and smiled. Dragon Emperor with royal blood said, "Of course you don't need to return it. It belongs to you. It's your good fortune. Moreover, we don't have the fortune to enjoy the slaughtered dragon pearl in our hands. In addition, the people from Demon Star must think that the 5 dragon balls are in the hands of us 15 dragon emperors. If the people from Demon Star are very powerful and can snatch the other 4 dragon balls, they can even deal with us. But they definitely won't get the slaughtered dragon pearl because they will never think that you have it. If we didn't know that you are an inheritance young dragon and had contact with the slaughtered dragon pearl before, we wouldn't have thought that the slaughtered dragon pearl is in your body." Dragon Emperor 10,000 Kill also smiled and said, "We are just taking extra precautions. Although the strength of the people from Demon Star may not be that scary, and even you can deal with them, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, if they take away the 5 dragon balls, it will be really terrible. Once Demon Star is unsealed, without a strong person like Qinglan to suppress them, the entire Eternal Life God realm will be finished." In this way, it seemed to make some sense. Moreover, the slaughtered dragon pearl had entered his body on its own initiative. Long Chen didn't know how to get it out. In that case, it was better to just leave it like this. Maybe it could really become a defense against Demon Star. After all, the slaughtered dragon pearl was such an important thing. Probably no one would think that it was in Long Chen's body, and it had even fused with his body. Demon Star's demons, who didn't understand the 5 dragon balls, probably wouldn't know. There is some turmoil now. You should properly improve your strength in the Slaughter Dragon City. Us 15 old guys will have a good gathering and discuss how to deal with Black Hell Emperor and Demon Star's twin demons. Dragon Emperor with royal blood who looked a little old said with a smile. In fact, he was the senior brother of Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, but Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor was stronger, so he became the first Dragon Emperor. Long Chen was about to leave. At this moment, Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor suddenly said, "Long Chen, with your current realm, you should be close to the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm, right?" Long Chen nodded and said, "Yes." Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor sighed and said, "With such a realm, you already have such fighting strength. You are several times stronger than your father. However, because of this, it seems that we can still help you. Our Slaughtered Dragon Pearl has an origin palace. In the origin palace, there are elixirs formed by the 5 origin forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The origin palace is the key to the harmony of the 5 elements in the Slaughtered Dragon City. The formation of these 5 origin forces can be considered a small miracle. If you are close to the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm, you should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort while cultivating in the origin palace, surrounded by the 5 origin forces. Now, your task is to become stronger as soon as possible. How about I take you to the origin palace first so that you can familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible? Of course, Long Chen wouldn't refuse anything that was helpful to his cultivation. Now, he needed to fuse with Li Xuanji's demon energy to be able to fight against experts like the Blue Fire Emperor and Blood Blaze. If he could advance to the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm, with Li Xuanji's help, he might be able to defeat them. Just like how he defeated City Lord Di Jun, he might even be able to approach the 9 palace reincarnation tribulation realm. At that time, perhaps only the 15 dragon emperors in the dragon god domain would be able to suppress him. With regards to his improvement, the 3 dragon emperors also felt that it was extremely inconceivable. Of course, they were more than happy to let Long Chen become even more heaven-defying. After getting Long Chen's approval, Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor smiled and said, "Come with me." He brought Long Chen out of the central palace and moved forward in the huge massacre dragon city. With their speed, they could travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Very soon, they arrived at the so-called Origin Palace. This was also one of the core areas of Massacre Dragon City. Even from very far away, Long Chen could see the 5 types of origin energy condensing into a corporeal form. It was just like the 4 types of extreme energy, except that the 4 types of extreme energy were mixed together, while the 5 types of origin energy were the purest types of energy. It was the foundation of the world, and at the very least, it made people feel very comfortable and not as berserk. The Origin Palace was located in the middle of the vortex of the 5 types of energy. It was a very beautiful palace. Usually, there were many dragon martial artists who came to the vicinity of the Origin Palace to cultivate. When Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor and Long Chen landed in front of this door, many people saw them. They hurriedly knelt down. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor said, "The elixir formed by the origin energy is in this Origin Palace. You have to stand in the center of the 5 great elixirs for it to be effective. Although the pressure in that place is greater, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem." "Many thanks, Dragon Emperor." Long Chen's eyes began to shine. Recently, his cultivation had been very smooth. He had made continuous breakthroughs, and it looked like his battle power was approaching that of the 15 Dragon Emperors. Of course, it was also because of Li Xuanji's help. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor pursed his lips, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "We also have our own selfish motives. Now that the world is in turmoil, trouble comes one after another. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be difficulties that we can't resist. We need a new Eternal Dragon Emperor to lead us. Of course, he can also be the Massacre Dragon Emperor, as long as his strength is similar." The 15 of them had high hopes for Long Chen. Long Chen didn't say anything, but he had already made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't let them down. Chapter 2270. There were too many people at the battlefield of the gods in the ancient land of divine wilderness. Long Chen only saw Xue Qi and didn't see Heavenly Emperor. Long Chen remembered that it was this person who had demonstrated the power of a demigod body to him and made Long Chen understand the gap between them. At that time, he claimed that Long Chen would need at least 10 years to catch up to him. But today, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen's confrontation with the Blue Fire Emperor had completely displayed the strength of a warrior with a demigod body. This was like a slap to Heavenly Emperor's face. In addition, because Long Chen had killed Meng Qingqiu, it seemed that Heavenly Emperor would seek revenge anytime and anywhere. But now, it was obvious that he couldn't do it because if he was on par with the Blue Fire Emperor, it would basically be impossible for him to kill Long Chen. When Heavenly Emperor first came out of the Origin Palace, his gaze wasn't on Long Chen. Instead, he was surprised and curious that the brutal Dragon Emperor would actually appear in such a place. He hurriedly said, "Greetings, Brutal Dragon Emperor." Brutal Dragon Emperor grunted in acknowledgement and directly led Long Chen past him and walked toward the Origin Palace. He naturally knew about the conflict between Long Chen and Heavenly Emperor, but now that Long Chen had taken off, he believed that Heavenly Emperor could weigh this hatred clearly and didn't need to say anything. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor suddenly said, "Can I interrupt?" Upon hearing this, Long Chen and Brutal Dragon Emperor turned around and saw Heavenly Emperor looking at the two of them with a little agitation and irritation. "What do you want to do?" Brutal Dragon Emperor asked. Originally, everyone's attention was on the first Dragon Emperor. Now, even more people were looking over. Shroud Emperor's eyes gradually turned red. He stared at Long Chen and said, "Dragon Emperor, rumor has it that Long Chen can already fight against the Blue Fire Emperor and is not at a disadvantage. His progress in just a year is heaven-defying, and he can be called the first person in history." However, not many people saw the battle between him and the Blue Fire Emperor. Today is a rare opportunity. Can I spar with Long Chen and let us see what kind of terrifying realm this young genius has reached? It was actually a challenge. The Violent Blood Dragon Emperor was a little confused. With his hatred for Long Chen, he should want to kill Long Chen. In this kind of spar under his supervision, he simply couldn't kill Long Chen. It was even impossible to seriously injure him. It had no effect on the Sky Curtain Emperor. The only effect was probably to vent his anger. In order to understand Qi, the violent blood dragon emperor felt that it was a bit ridiculous to carry out such a heavyweight duel. He directly waved his hand and said, "Next time. It doesn't make any sense this time. Besides, I still need his consent." When the crowd heard the words of the Sky Curtain Emperor, they immediately became excited. Moreover, more people stopped practicing and came to the surroundings, waiting expectantly for the violent blood dragon emperor's answer. They didn't expect the battle to fail again, so everyone was a little disappointed. Some people also spoke up for the Sky Curtain Emperor. "Anyway, it's just a spar. It's harmless and won't hurt. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to their battle. Who will be the stronger one?" Emperor Tianmu is a top-notch expert who has been famous for tens of thousands of years and has a glorious battle record. As for Long Chen, he has grown rapidly and is invincible. I really want to see with my own eyes what level he has reached. With the help of the crowd, the Sky Curtain Emperor was like a fish in water. He sincerely and seriously said, "Please fulfill my wish." With his ability, I think if I miss this opportunity, I won't have another chance in this lifetime. Of course, I know my limits and won't hurt him. The Sky Curtain Emperor looked very pitiful as he pleaded like this. As a father, he couldn't avenge his son. Now that he almost lost the chance, he could only plead for a chance to spar in front of the violent blood dragon emperor. As the commander of the Dragon Tomb army in charge of the massacred Dragon City, he actually didn't need to make such a pitiful request. Everything was because Long Chen had now soared to the sky. He had a high status and great potential. It was difficult for the Sky Curtain Emperor to get in touch with him. No matter what, he was a very important subordinate. The violent blood dragon emperor certainly wouldn't make him lose face in public. Therefore, he gave the decision to Long Chen and said, "Of course, it's just a casual spar. Whether you want to proceed or not is up to you." Should he agree or not? In fact, Long Chen was suspecting the other party's deeper motive. Why did the other party invite him to a battle today? To complete the only chance to defeat him before he made his breakthrough. If it was for revenge, then defeating him wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, he was indeed doubtful, but at this moment, there were already many people surrounding them. The majority of them were people that admired Long Chen and the Sky Curtain Emperor. Naturally, they were looking forward to their battle. In an instant, everyone started to yell and disturb Long Chen's decision. They wanted to see an intense high-level battle. It was so much so that there were even more people that heard the summons and came over to watch this show. Initially, Long Chen didn't want to bother with it. But right now, he was being forced to do something beyond his abilities. But after thinking about it, the other party wasn't wrong. Although Meng Qingqiu caused Su Muken's death and he had to give Su Muken an explanation, Meng Qingqiu was still his son, after all. Meng Qingqiu had the right to seek revenge. Today, the Sky Curtain Emperor was only asking for a chance to spar, so he should agree to it. At the end of the day, he still had a kind heart. The battle between him and the Blue Fire Emperor was on par, but it wasn't satisfying enough. Under everyone's expectations, Long Chen didn't hesitate and said, "Since the Sky Curtain Emperor has sincerely invited me, then I can only agree to it." Hearing this news, the surroundings instantly boiled. There would soon be a pinnacle battle that they could watch. They spread the news to more people and, in an instant, the Slaughter Dragon City that had just quieted down boiled up once again. Roughly a year ago, Long Chen came to the Slaughter Dragon City. At that time, his opponent was Jiang Ming, which caused a similar commotion. But it was completely different from this time. The Sky Curtain Emperor was at the Blood Blaze realm. He was a pinnacle powerhouse in the Slaughter Dragon City, one of the supreme powerhouses beneath the Dragon Emperor. Hearing Long Chen's decisive reply, the Sky Curtain Emperor's eyes lit up. Before Long Chen had the chance to regret, he said, "Since that's the case, then let's head to the Blood Ocean outside." Finishing his words, he turned around and left. The surrounding spectators also headed towards the Deity Ocean. A battle between such powerhouses was filled with excitement and suspense, so who wouldn't want to watch it? The Violent Dragon Emperor asked, "You really agreed? Aren't you afraid of trouble?" Long Chen said, "Firstly, I want to figure out what he's trying to do. Secondly, I also want to put an end to it. After all, the current situation is chaotic, and I have an enemy in the Slaughter Dragon City. So it's better for me to put an end to this enmity with him." The Violent Dragon Emperor admired Long Chen's idea. He said, "If that's the case, then go. With me watching from the shadows, he won't be able to kill you." Long Chen thanked the cruel Blood Dragon Emperor and headed towards the Blood Sea outside. The cruel Blood Dragon Emperor was also in the crowd, but no one noticed him. Even the other two Dragon Emperors were hiding in the crowd when they heard the news of this level of battle. Blood Blaze, Thousand Snow Emperor, and the other young dragons of the Battle Dragon tribe had also heard the news. They sneaked out of the Young Dragon Palace and dove into the Blood Sea to watch the battle between Long Chen, whom they admired the most, and the legendary Sky Curtain Emperor. When they arrived at the Blood Sea, they realized that there was already a huge crowd there. There were at least 100,000 people gathered there. The dragon warriors of the Slaughter Dragon City were combative. In the face of this kind of peak battle, they would come even if it was a matter of life and death. Especially now that the protagonists of the story were absolute heavyweights, it was also the battle they were most looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, surrounded by more than 100,000 warriors, Long Chen and Sky Curtain Emperor came to the Blood Sea. This was the place where Long Chen had killed Meng Qingqiu. It was Sky Curtain Emperor who had chosen this place. Countless people began to shout for this battle. They worshipped Long Chen and revered Sky Curtain Emperor. For a moment, the shouts were heard one after another. There was a distance of 1,000 meters between the two. Now, Sky Curtain Emperor looked different. He was no longer pitiful, but full of haze and killing intent. His whole body was like a corpse, releasing the smell of death. His yellow hair and wrinkled skin looked very strange. The sense of crisis in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that he could not underestimate this opponent at all. Or, he might even be stronger than the Blue Fire Emperor. Sky Curtain Emperor was an ultimate divine dragon, a three-headed infernal dragon. The great creation Yin-Yang dragon had 2 dragon heads, while the three-headed infernal dragon had 3 dragon heads. They were the 8-heat infernal dragon head on the left, the 8-cold infernal dragon head on the right, and the infinite infernal dragon head in the center. The 3 dragon heads had some terrifying power, especially the infinite infernal dragon head in the center. It was simply the killer move of the 3-headed infernal dragon. The 3-headed infernal dragon came from the abyss of the divine dragon era. It was also a master of death. Compared to the ancient blood-caged dragon, it was even more terrifying. Any divine dragon that it targeted would become a corpse without exception. The Sky Curtain Emperor was very lucky to have obtained the inheritance blood essence of the 3-headed infernal dragon. However, at the beginning of the battle, Sky Curtain Emperor did not transform into a dragon. When almost all the onlookers arrived, their shouts formed a huge wave, causing the Blood Sea to roll and hit Long Chen and Sky Curtain Emperor. At this time, Sky Curtain Emperor could no longer hold back. He pointed at Long Chen with his trembling hands and said in a corpse-like hoarse voice, "It's time to make a move." After saying that, a withered yellow object appeared in his hands. It turned out to be a very old iron chain. It was about 2 meters long and looked rusty as if it would break at any time. It was not eye-catching at all. Chapter 2271. When a Tao treasure reached 800 Tao patterns, it was almost at the peak of all primordial Tao treasures. Every Tao treasure was a world-renowned super Tao treasure. For example, Sky Emperor's Hell's Bridge was one of those super Tao treasures. Of course, the Hell's Bridge didn't just look like this. As one of the primordial super Tao treasures, the Hell's Bridge possessed energy that exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Only a warrior at the peak of the demigod body could control such a Tao treasure. Long Chen had only just controlled 2 Tao treasures with 700 Tao patterns. Of course, the god-slaying sword was now close to 700 Tao patterns. Its future potential might be greater than that of the dragon-enslaved Bao. When the Hell's Bridge appeared, the crowd broke into an uproar. They were extremely excited. At this moment, Sky Emperor waved his hand casually. The withered yellow iron chain in his hand immediately underwent a huge change. An intense dark yellow light erupted from it. The light transformed into millions of dark yellow electric snakes that swam around the iron chain. During this process, the iron chain segments kept increasing until there were a total of 800 segments. Each section of the metal ring had a Tao pattern on it. 800 sections meant 800 Tao patterns. When the Hell's Bridge displayed its full power, it gave Long Chen the feeling that it was a godly treasure that could split the heavens and earth. It was also the most powerful Tao treasure that Long Chen had seen so far. The Hell's Bridge had the negative powers of death and decay. It was like a demon from hell. Each segment of the iron chain actually looked like a skull that was swallowing and spitting electric snakes. When all the electric snakes gathered, they formed the Tao spirit of the Hell's Bridge. Sky Emperor held the Hell's Bridge with both hands and looked down at Long Chen. Both the man and the Tao treasure displayed a terrifying killing intent. However, it was obvious that he was still suppressing it. After all, there were 3 dragon emperors present. No matter how heaven-defying he was, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Long Chen. Long Chen's god-slaying sword lashed out. The god-slaying sword, which had 680 Tao patterns, gradually displayed its tyrannical might. In terms of attributes, the god-slaying sword was similar to the Hell's Bridge. However, it was sharper and not as sinister as the Hell's Bridge. The nature of the god-slaying sword was just like its name. It was a god of war that slaughtered gods. It was incomparably disdainful, sharp, and fearless, just like Long Chen. Tao artifacts were like people. This was true for Long Chen, and it was also true for Emperor Tianmu. If it weren't for the Tao patterns, the god-slaying sword would be even more powerful. Long Chen had already fused with Li Xuanji's power. After returning from the slaughtered dragon city, Li Xuanji had directly cultivated in the new world of his divine nation. Now, she had easily fused with his body and become his own demon power. If it wasn't for Li Xuanji, it would indeed be more difficult to fight against Emperor Tianmu. In that instant, Emperor Tianmu controlled the Bridge of Hell to attack. At that moment, the decisive battle began. Everyone's blood boiled as they cheered. For Sky Emperor's strength and for Long Chen's heaven-defying strength. The Hell's Bridge carried the vast power of death. It tore through countless spaces and pierced through the surrounding space like a needle with a thread. It also spiraled like a divine dragon with countless withered yellow electric snakes dancing, bringing with it a lethal power. Sky Emperor was in no hurry to attack. He first probed. The Hell's Bridge was like a whip, lashing towards Long Chen. For a moment it was as if hell had descended. The bottom was filled with a sea of blood and the sky was covered in gray. Between heaven and earth, there were countless vengeful spirits tied to the Hell's Bridge. At a glance, there were actually millions of vengeful spirits on the Hell's Bridge. They wailed and made a ruckus with ear-piercing voices, creating a huge impact on Long Chen. Without a word, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword and charged forward. It was also the massacre sword art that pressed forward with indomitable will. To any Tao weapon, no matter how powerful, the god-slaying sword was their nemesis. As long as they didn't destroy the god-slaying sword, the god-slaying sword would be able to devour them. As soon as the massacre sword art was used, tens of thousands of sword chi crisscrossed. The entire sea of blood was covered by the stronger god-slaying sword chi palace. Long Chen brandished countless swords in a short period of time, clashing with the Hell's Bridge incessantly, producing ear-piercing screeches. Those were the screams of those vengeful spirits. Sky Emperor was very calm. He had already seen Long Chen's massacre sword art. However, he found it strange that the god-slaying sword didn't seem to have such power in the past. Why was it that it was the same sword, but it was so much stronger than before? All this while, no one had studied Long Chen's god-slaying sword. He had left batches of opponents behind, and everyone paid far more attention to him than to the god-slaying sword. This led to people suspecting the secret of the god-slaying sword even though Long Chen was so powerful. However, in such an intense battle, Sky Emperor was only puzzled for a moment and didn't study it in detail. Now that his battle with Long Chen had reached the climax, as expected, Long Chen actually used the god-slaying sword and the massacre sword art to block his Hell's Bridge. Boom! 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 The Hell's Bridge turned into an invisible phantom. Sometimes, it turned into a long whip, sometimes it turned into a steel spear, sometimes it turned into a spike, and sometimes it turned into a coiling rope. In any case, it had endless transformations. As for Long Chen, he was purely using a sword to clash with his opponent. Every clash produced a huge shock, causing the sea of blood below to riot. It had already formed a huge blood-colored storm that swept towards the surroundings. This confrontation simply dazzled the eyes of the spectators. The only thing they could be sure of was that Long Chen's strength had really reached the level where he could fight against an expert like Sky Emperor. Moreover, as the power of the massacre sword art increased in waves, it seemed that the Hell's Bridge had trapped Long Chen in the beginning. However, now that the Hell's Bridge had been repelled by the god-slaying sword, it was time for Long Chen to counterattack. He held the god-slaying sword in his hand and killed time and time again. Now, he had already made close to 4,000 strikes. If he were to go any higher, he would have to break through his limit again and reach the level of 5,000 strikes. At the later stage, the massacre sword art was simply unbelievably ferocious. Every sword chi was thousands of meters long and had the power and might to destroy mountains and rivers. Eye of Hell. This was the skill of the god-slaying sword, which was very similar to the Hell's Bridge. However, Long Chen was using it against Sky Emperor. In the intervals between the massacre sword art, the Eye of Hell appeared out of thin air. The power of chaos and intimidation successfully made Sky Emperor's movements slightly slow down. Long Chen even used the power of Eternal Split to freeze his opponent's time. 5,000 strikes. There were a total of 10,000 strikes in the massacre sword art. Long Chen had already completed half of it. Of course, it was actually more than half. Due to the difficulty in the early stages of cultivation, he could now perform more than 1,000 strikes with a casual upgrade and unleash terrifying power. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to successfully reach the limit of the massacre sword art. With the help of the Eye of Hell, the 5,000 strikes successfully unleashed terrifying power. The sword light that was almost 10,000 meters long shot out and illuminated the heaven and earth. It reunited and violently shook off the Hell's Bridge that was attacking Long Chen. For the first time, Long Chen escaped the range of the Hell's Bridge. The Hell's Bridge was blasted away and almost crashed back into Sky Emperor's body. It fell into his hand dispiritedly. It was a Dao artifact with a total of 800 Dao patterns, but it was now repelled by Long Chen. It was a little embarrassing, but it further proved that Long Chen wasn't easy to deal with just because he was young. That incomparably powerful and disdainful 5,000 strikes was just like Long Chen's character. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. That intense fighting spirit wasn't something that ordinary people could learn. Therefore, when this strike was performed, everyone couldn't help but cheer for Long Chen. Sky Emperor's face was yellow like a corpse. His eye sockets were sunken and he looked very lifeless. However, his hands that were holding the Hell's Bridge were still terrifying. The warm-up is over. Let me give you a little challenge. Emperor Tianmu suddenly smiled sinisterly. At this moment, he suddenly threw the entire Bridge of Hell, which was a chain, up into the air. In the blink of an eye, the Bridge of Hell underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a huge net. Countless withered yellow electric snakes swam around it, flicking their tongues. Images appeared on the huge net. It was a green face with fangs and a huge mouth. Eternal Hell. Under the control of the Sky Curtain Emperor, the giant net grew infinitely larger. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread out. It descended from the sky and engulfed the world, seemingly enveloping the entire sea of blood. In that instant, it actually surrounded Long Chen, forming an eternal hell. Then, the eternal hell began to shrink. Die, die. On the iron rings of the Hell's Bridge, skulls screamed at Long Chen. The yellow electric snake stared at Long Chen with sinister eyes, ready to pounce on him at any time. The eternal hell's attack was too fast, and it also shrank very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it approached and almost squeezed Long Chen into a meat patty. It might even tear him into countless pieces. At that time, even if he had the fire of life, it would probably be difficult for him to survive. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar, anxious for Long Chen. Many people familiar with Sky Emperor knew that he had already killed many experts with an attack like the Hell's Bridge. Some of them were even on par with him. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's reaction and movements were very fast. He was even faster than the Hell's Bridge. He quickly switched the Tao artifact in his hand to the dragon-enslaved bow. When the eternal hell descended, he assembled the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow, pulled it into a full moon shape, imbued it with the greatest degree of power, and shot it rapidly. Since the eternal hell was a huge net, there had to be a hole. Although the hole wasn't big, the dragon-enslaved arrow could easily tear it apart and rush out. The dragon-enslaved arrow's target was Sky Emperor. Given the dragon-enslaved arrow's speed and the current situation, it would be difficult for Sky Emperor to resist it. Therefore, he had to divert his attention to resist the dragon-enslaved arrow. Chapter 2272. There were more and more warriors watching the battle between Long Chen and Tianmu Emperor. From the beginning until now, no one had the upper hand, which made this battle full of excitement. Just as Tianmu Emperor used the Hell Bridge to construct the Eternal Hell and was about to strangle Long Chen into pieces, Long Chen shot the dragon-imprisoned arrow with the dragon-imprisoned bow, which penetrated the small hole in the Hell Bridge. The 700 Tao pattern Tao artifact was full of killing intent and instantly arrived in front of Tianmu Emperor. Tianmu Emperor condensed a bone shield in front of him. It was also a Tao artifact with dense Tao patterns. However, as soon as it appeared, Long Chen's dragon-imprisoned arrow was torn into pieces and Tianmu Emperor was sent flying. Of course, under such circumstances, his control over the Hell Bridge would definitely be weaker. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his other hand and fought again. Countless sword lights bombarded the net formed by the iron chains and quickly rushed out of it, causing Tianmu Emperor's attack to miss. Now, the two of them were confronting each other again. Countless people cheered for them. They naturally knew how tyrannical Tianmu Emperor was. Through the previous battle, they deeply understood that Long Chen really possessed the same ability. In addition, he was still young, which was very terrifying. In everyone's eyes, Long Chen had already risen to a position even higher than Tianmu Emperor. Jiang Ming and the others were especially shocked. A year ago, Yi Shiwen's opponent was them. Today, his opponent had actually changed to the level of their master, whom they would probably never be able to surpass in their lifetime. It was a strong shock. For Tianmu Emperor, this was indeed a little hard to bear. Back then, he had still proclaimed in front of Long Chen that the body of a demigod was not easy to deal with. However, Long Chen had used practical actions to prove that no matter how strong he was, he would catch up to him one day. Now, only a few months had passed. This made Tianmu Emperor's heart tremble. In fact, today's challenge was his own decision and was not within the scope of the plan. Why did he challenge him? Because he didn't believe that Long Chen was already on good terms with the three dragon emperors. Seeing that the distance between him and Long Chen was getting further and further, and that he would be surpassed one day, he was very depressed. Before the real plan was executed, he couldn't help but want to use this last chance to teach Long Chen a lesson. Unexpectedly, his hopes were dashed. Sure enough, he was terrifyingly tenacious. There had never been such a young martial artist who could complete this step. The Sky Curtain Emperor gnashed his teeth. If they weren't in public, he would have long since unleashed his killing intent. Now, he retrieved the Bridge of Hell and put it back into his hand. The withered yellow lightning filled with death energy danced in his hand. At this time, all the martial artists were cheering for Long Chen for being able to block the Sky Curtain Emperor's eternal hell. Although there wasn't a real dragon transformation battle, this level of sparring was enough to see the difference in combat strength between the two. It was also very exciting. Dragon transformation would basically involve a battle of life and death. That was the last resort of a dragon warrior. Today's sparring has really broadened my horizons. However, there is still one last hurdle. If you can pass it, I will be completely convinced by you, Long Chen. The Sky Curtain Emperor grasped the head of the Bridge of Hell and pointed it at Long Chen. In such a short moment, his entire body seemed to have fused with the Bridge of Hell. It was already indistinguishable from one another. The Bridge of Hell in his hand suddenly became berserk, as though a giant dragon was tumbling in his hand. For a moment, a huge blood-yellow vortex appeared behind the Sky Curtain Emperor. It seemed to be the gate of hell. Countless wailing resentful souls were swallowed by the vortex. The blood-yellow vortex kept expanding. At this time, the Sky Curtain Emperor's eyes were filled with holiness. He connected one end of the Bridge of Hell to the blood-yellow vortex and the other end to Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. It was even more terrifying. He had already grasped the dragon-enslaved bow with both hands. The sharp arrow was also aimed at the Sky Curtain Emperor. This was an absolute collision between two Dao artifacts. The dragon-enslaved bow indeed didn't have an advantage in terms of Dao patterns. However, they were inseparable. The two complemented each other and could indeed exert greater power. Long Chen had already reached his limit. His body was burning with the spiritual refinement fire, fueling his strength. Whether it was the power of the samsara of four symbols, the divine power of Taisher, or the power of the Yin demons, they were all instilled into the dragon-enslaved bow. Go, Bridge of Helplessness. The Sky Curtain Emperor waved his hand. One end of the Hell's Bridge was connected to the blood-yellow whirlpool, while the other end flew towards Long Chen. The Hell's Bridge was a bridge called the Bridge of Helplessness. It connected Long Chen to the blood-yellow whirlpool. To be more precise, it was guiding Long Chen to the other side of the Hell's Bridge. It was a path to death for him. For a moment, the entire world seemed to have turned into hell. The Hell's Bridge had already exerted all its power as a Dao artifact with 800 Dao patterns. It had become a path to hell. As long as he stepped on this bridge, Long Chen would basically have no chance of returning. This was the true terror of the Hell's Bridge. Come on, come on. It was as though the Sky Curtain Emperor was talking in his sleep. It kept ringing in Long Chen's ears. He was a little confused, but he was certain that this was an attack from the primordial spirit. Long Chen had the will of massacre, so he could obviously block some of this. He gripped the dragon-enslaved arrow tightly and pulled it into a full moon. The Hell's Bridge had already extended to his eyes and was about to stab into his head. If that happened, Long Chen would basically be finished. However, he could still maintain his willpower. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this clash between pinnacle Dao artifacts. Long Chen focused all his attention on one point. He gathered all his strength and released the dragon-enslaved arrow at the most correct moment. The next moment, the tip of the dragon-enslaved arrow collided with the other end of the Hell's Bridge. Both were extremely sharp. 700 Dao patterns against 800 Dao patterns was indeed not advantageous. However, the dragon-enslaved arrow was backed by the dragon-enslaved bow. Its power surged and did not lose to the Hell's Bridge in this short instant. This was a clash between a golden divine dragon and a withered yellow lightning snake of death. When the two Dao spirits clashed, the golden divine dragon naturally had an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, the other party had the advantage of Dao patterns, so its power surged even more. Ding! For the sake of victory, both sides had vented to the extreme, especially Shroud Emperor. He already had a certain goal, and that was to destroy Long Chen's Dao artifact. The tip of the Hell's Bridge had already shown this intention. Long Chen naturally sensed the other party's intention. Currently, the dragon-enslaved arrow was resisting the terrifying pressure. The lightning snakes had already wrapped around the dragon-enslaved arrow. At that moment, his eyes collided with Shroud Emperor's. The other party's eyes were filled with hidden killing intent and hatred. It was an explosive state. Long Chen was sure that Shroud Emperor had not given up. He definitely wanted to kill Long Chen. Of course, now was not the time. In this confrontation, if Long Chen retreated, he would probably not be able to retrieve the dragon-enslaved arrow. The two Dao artifacts collided in mid-air. This was a shocking contest, causing the Blood Sea to riot even more violently. The three Dragon Emperors had no choice but to protect the Massacre Dragon City. Otherwise, the Massacre Dragon City might be drowned by this roaring Blood Sea. The Dao artifact protected its master. The Dao artifact also inherited its master's will. The Hell's Bridge wanted to kill, while the dragon-enslaved arrow and dragon-enslaved bow wanted to resist. The two were in a deadlock. I heard that these two Dao artifacts were left for you by your father. What a pity. Shroud Emperor revealed a proud smile. Now, the Hell's Bridge had an overwhelming victory because he had more than 100 Dao patterns. Moreover, this Death Dao artifact was full of destruction. Ding! At that moment, a crack actually appeared on the dragon-enslaved arrow. The crack instantly expanded and exploded. The dragon-enslaved arrow had already shattered. At that moment, the look in Long Chen's eyes underwent a huge change. It went from puzzled to chilling killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but make a racket. Was Long Chen going to lose? Even the dragon-enslaved arrow had shattered. He had nothing else to stop the other party. The Hell's Bridge extended towards him. That ferocious head was like the head of a snake. Being controlled by the snake's head was basically stepping onto the Hell's Bridge. Just when everyone was at their most nervous, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon-enslaved bow in Long Chen's hand let out a terrifying roar that shook the universe. The dragon-enslaved bow turned into an enslaved dragon and smashed into the Hell's Bridge. That was a desperate counterattack. It was a kind of revenge, for love. Although they were not complete imprisoned dragons, they still had a will that belonged to them. They loved each other, and it was impossible for any of them to exist in this world alone. Therefore, even if it was a Dao tool, it had an unswerving belief that it would not change until death. This accident was beyond everyone's expectations. Of course, it also created an unexpected result. That was, the Hell's Bridge was shattered. After shattering the dragon-enslaved arrow, a Dao artifact with 800 Dao patterns was actually shattered by the dragon-enslaved bow's counterattack. Of course, it wasn't completely shattered. Instead, it created a huge crack. Under such a violent collision, the dragon-enslaved bow was also shattered. However, their dragon souls intertwined as if they were in a deep sleep. They closed their eyes and gradually dissipated from this world. Even so, a smile actually appeared on their faces. Long Chen's mind could be said to be blank. He hadn't expected such an ending. He just wanted to do his best to resist. That was something Long Qinglan had left for him. It was impossible not to be angry and sad. However, the other party was indeed very powerful. The Hell's Bridge also had the special characteristic of a destructive Dao artifact. Chapter 2273. The God-slaying sword had the characteristic of devouring to level up. It was a characteristic and ability that other Dao weapons did not possess. Therefore, Long Chen had always focused on the God-slaying sword. However, after the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow appeared, there was a period of time when Long Chen became more reliant on these two Dao weapons and treasured them very much. The most important reason was that they were left behind by Long Qinglan. Therefore, he treasured them very much. Even if there came a day when the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow were no longer of use to him, he would still carefully store them. However, he did not expect that the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow would be torn apart by Tianmu Emperor's Hell's Bridge today. This was something that Long Chen did not want to see the most. He might have felt some guilt towards Tianmu Emperor at the beginning, since the two of them had killed his son. However, when he saw the two Dao weapons that his father had left for him shatter, that guilt completely disappeared. It was replaced by anger and even hatred. The loss of the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow gave the God-slaying sword a certain opportunity. Currently, the God-slaying sword already had 680 Dao patterns. Facing the almost shattered Hell's Bridge, the God-slaying sword bared its fangs and bit at the Hell's Bridge. It was like a wild wolf facing an injured tiger, tearing off pieces of flesh. Crack! Long Chen used Eternal Split Moment to freeze the Hell's Bridge. Then, he attacked with the God-slaying sword and finally broke the Hell's Bridge. As the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow shattered, the Hell's Bridge also shattered. The three Dao weapons were annihilated almost at the same time. The huge tremor caused by the destruction almost exposed the bottom of the Blood Sea. The violent seawater even crossed the entire massacred dragon city and completely submerged it. Rumble. Endless sounds almost drowned out the surrounding vision. At the same time, Tianmu Emperor's regretful sigh could be heard. The Hell's Bridge was the Dao weapon that had accompanied him the longest in his life. It was bestowed to him personally by the brutal Dragon Emperor when he appointed him as the commander of the Dragon Tomb army. Now, all of them had shattered. When the seawater from the Sea of Blood fell back down, everyone stared at it blankly. Now that the battle was over, it was just a sparring session. But now, both of their most important Dao weapons had been destroyed. If they were to continue fighting, it would be a slaughter. The two of them appeared in the sky. Long Chen was still holding on to the God-slaying sword. After tearing apart the bridge of hell and devouring it, the God-slaying sword had evolved once again. Its Dao patterns had increased once again. Now, it had reached the level of 730 Dao patterns, surpassing the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow. Now, the power of the God-slaying sword was probably even stronger than the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow combined. This was the true heaven-defying aspect of the God-slaying sword. Long Chen was very curious. If the God-slaying sword could reach 999 Dao patterns in the future, would it be able to continue advancing? What will people become if they continue to move forward? However, no matter how many Dao patterns the god-slaying sword had, it would not be able to recover from the loss of the dragon-enslaved bow. The dragon-enslaved bow had already turned into specks of golden light that surrounded him. Originally, the dragon-enslaved bow would not be destroyed. However, perhaps this was the sacrifice of a Dao weapon. After the dragon-enslaved arrow was destroyed, it went to face the bridge of hell alone. Perhaps, for these two peerless divine dragons, it would be a beautiful ending for their dragon souls and spines to die together. Long Qinglan definitely wouldn't blame him for this. Long Chen had thought it through. However, he probably wouldn't have any entanglements with the Sky Curtain Emperor anymore. He wouldn't feel such ridiculous emotions like guilt. Meng Qingqiu deserved to die. If there was another chance to fight, Long Chen wouldn't show mercy the next time and cause the loss of the dragon-enslaved bow. He took a deep look at the Sky Curtain Emperor and didn't say anything. He flew towards the Massacre Dragon City and landed in the Massacre Dragon City. Then, he headed towards the Origin Palace. This battle strengthened Long Chen's determination to improve his combat power as soon as possible. It was a critical moment. Obviously, if he really wanted to turn the tide, he wouldn't have enough power to fight the Blue Fire Emperor and the Sky Curtain Emperor. In the Massacre Dragon City, everyone looked at each other. They didn't start discussing until Long Chen's news. As for the destroyed Sky Curtain Emperor, no one cared about him. There wasn't a winner or loser in this battle, but everyone in the Massacre Dragon City witnessed Long Chen's growth and power. Among them, the vast majority were already full of admiration for him. The Sky Curtain Emperor's expression was a little strange. He stared blankly for a while before he turned around and left. He entered the Blood Sea and should be returning to his place, the Massacre Dragon Tomb. He spent most of his time in the Massacre Dragon Tomb. After a long while, everyone slowly dispersed from the discussion. They could smell the smell of gunpowder from a life-and-death battle. It seemed that the battle between the two wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was obvious that the Sky Curtain Emperor was the first to show killing intent, which ultimately led to the destruction of the two's most important Dao weapons. It was very likely that there would be other battles between the two in the future. However, they weren't worried about Long Chen. To be honest, with Long Chen's current speed, it would be difficult for the Sky Curtain Emperor to gain the upper hand after a while. Long Chen, of course, returned to the Origin Palace. It seems that the Sky Curtain Emperor still can't let go of the resentment in his heart, said the ruthless Dragon Emperor. Don't worry. Once I get past this hurdle, he won't be able to do anything to me anymore, said Long Chen calmly. The loss of the dragon imprisonment bow made him feel a little bad. The battle with the Sky Curtain Emperor was just an interlude. Alright, then go in and slowly try it out. I'll wait for your good news. The ruthless Dragon Emperor directly left. Only then did Long Chen and Li Xuanji separate. In Massacre Dragon City, Li Xuanji didn't want to go anywhere. Staying in Long Chen's divine kingdom was fine, and it wouldn't disturb Long Chen's cultivation. With the ruthless Dragon Emperor's order, at least during the period when Long Chen was striving for a breakthrough, no one else could enter the Origin Palace. Long Chen welcomed the purest power of the five elements and entered the Origin Palace. Every dragon city actually had an Origin Palace, used to harmonize the power of the five elements. In fact, every divine city had one, but the scale was different. Massacre Dragon City's Origin Palace was undoubtedly one of the largest. A vast amount of origin power came from between heaven and earth and entered the Origin Palace, condensing into a pure origin power pill with a diameter of 100 meters. Then, it was sent out by the Origin Palace to fill the entire Massacre Dragon City. The Origin Palace was used as a transfer point. At this time, there were 5 origin pills in front of Long Chen's eyes. They were placed in 5 different positions of the Origin Palace. There was a golden metal liquid that formed a golden ball, a wood-type origin energy that formed a tree ball, a spinning giant ball of water, a blazing fireball, and finally an earthen yellow earth ball. This was the purest power of the 5 elements, without a trace of impurities. The origin pill was connected to heaven and earth, and connected to the entire massacred dragon city. They were also connected to each other, as if they were woven into a net. And the place where Long Chen was headed was the core of the origin palace, and also the center of that net. That was one of the most balanced points of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. It was also the place that the 3 dragon emperors had chosen for Long Chen. The origin palace could not directly stimulate the awakening of the 4 celestial emperors like the 4 poles upheaval, but it could allow Long Chen to make contact with the origin of heaven and earth, and help him become more familiar with the power of the 5 elements. He forgot all his worries as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Currently, he was completely surrounded by the 5 types of essence power. In his world, the outside world was changing. The palace, the sea of blood, and everything else had disappeared. Even the air had disappeared. What he saw was that the entire world had transformed into the original 5 types of essence power and matter. Even his own body was formed from these 5 types of matter. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In their respective proportions, they formed all things in the world. This was a mysterious world. Long Chen was immersed in this world, as if he was intoxicated. He had a terrifying comprehension ability, and he could quickly understand these things. He understood what kind of power he wanted to control and fuse. In order to transform the power of the 4 divisions into the 5 elements of origin power, he needed to go through the great tribulation of the 5 elements. The condition to trigger the great tribulation of the 5 elements was that he had to understand the power of origin and reach a certain level. This was much more difficult than directly absorbing power. More of the trick was in understanding, so it could not be done as quickly as last time. In fact, the origin palace had really helped Long Chen a lot. If it was outside, it would not be easy to sense the power of origin, but here, all 5 elements were the same, and they were very balanced. When Long Chen was doing something seriously, he would usually be very focused. As time passed, he had already noticed certain changes. If he could cross this hurdle, there would be fewer people in this world who could restrain him. Now, there were more and more people who believed in him, and even Long Qinglan. He only needed to go one step further, and he would be able to fulfill his father's long-cherished wish. That was also his long-cherished wish. Continue, work hard, calm, and meditate. Li Xuanji had also just passed the 5 elements tribulation. It was just that she had been prompted by the reincarnation poison, so she was not of much help to Long Chen. Time passed day by day. The 15 had not yet found the Black Hell Emperor, but Long Chen had already made a new breakthrough. If he did not have the origin palace, it would have taken him several months or even half a year to truly cross over to this realm. However, in less than half a month, Long Chen had already fused with the 5 types of power, forming a balance between the 5 elemental powers in his body. Then, the first portion of the 5 elemental samsara force was born. This first portion of power was the trigger for the great tribulation of the origin to descend. Everyone was delaying the arrival of the samsara power, but he was doing his best to fight for it. Chapter 2274. Buzz. Long Chen sensed that he should have succeeded. It was the pure origin power of the origin palace that helped him. Of course, this was only the beginning of success. The true 5-element tribulation came from the quintessence tribulation. The quintessence tribulation was different from the first origin tribulation and the yin-yang tribulation, but it was similar to the nirvana tribulation because the quintessence tribulation came from the heavens and the earth, and it was the most violent explosion of the heavens and the earth. If he couldn't resist it, then he would truly be destroyed in both body and soul. The origin tribulation was a magnification of the nirvana tribulation. The origin tribulation was a primitive tribulation formed by the 5 origin powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was divided into 5 layers, so it was also called the 5-layer origin tribulation. If the origin tribulation was a magnification of the nirvana tribulation, then the origin tribulation of Long Chen was the magnification of the other origin tribulations. Therefore, when his origin tribulation came, it would shake the Slaughter Dragon City and even the whole Slaughter Dragon City. At this moment, Long Chen stood up and walked out of the origin palace. At this moment, the entire Massacre Dragon City seemed to be shaking. The ground was trembling. After walking out of the door, Long Chen raised his head and saw that the sky, which had been shining brightly earlier, had turned into night. A terrifying pressure, as if a god had appeared, pressed down on everyone's heads. Generally speaking, there would be people experiencing the origin tribulation in the Slaughter Dragon City every few days, which had no effect on the Slaughter Dragon City at all. It was impossible for it to turn day into night. Be careful. This has never happened before in history. Xueqi stood in front of Long Chen and reminded him in a low voice, his blood-red hair flying in the wind. Thank you. No matter what, Xueqi was a good guy. At least for so long, when Xueqi could completely crush him, Xueqi did not harm him at all. Alright, after this tribulation, I am no longer a match for you. I really want to beat you up now. Xueqi laughed. Long Chen could already sense that he had been locked down by a destructive force. It was as if he was being stared at by a god. It was a terrifying feeling that caused his hair to stand on end. He looked up at the sky in confusion. As expected, the signs were starting to appear. Who would have thought that this calamity of his would be so intense? In any case, even though it's terrifying, I don't think I'll be able to defeat it. You should take it easy. Don't die in the 5 elements tribulation. Xueqi's expression suddenly turned serious. He was also frightened by the terror of this calamity. At this time, everyone in Slaughter Dragon City was once again alarmed. When they heard that it was Long Chen's essence tribulation, their expressions became even more exaggerated. How was this a 5 elements tribulation? This was equivalent to an 8 trigrams tribulation, and perhaps even more terrifying than that. The 3 dragon emperors were the first to sense it. However, in the face of this kind of disaster, they could not help. With their current situation, they had to stay away from the disaster. Otherwise, if the disaster affected them, they would be finished. Therefore, they did not appear. The only one who could help Long Chen was Li Xuanji. Long Chen had discovered last time that in the eyes of the 4 symbols tribulation, Li Xuanji was only a part of him. In the Divine Kingdom, Li Xuanji turned into the power of the Yin demon and entered his body. Long Chen had already made preparations. Under the gazes of countless people, he left Slaughter Dragon City and came to the Blood Sea. Obviously, his essence tribulation was too huge. If he could not stop it, it might affect Slaughter Dragon City. If there was no one to resist it, at least thousands of people would die. Of course, he did not want to see that. To be honest, from the current situation, he was still a little nervous. On the other side of the Blood Sea, Shroud Emperor came out of the Blood Sea, followed by the generals of the Dragon Tomb Army. Shroud Emperor did not expect this day to come so soon. I thought that even with the Origin Palace, it would take at least a month. In that case, let that guy come up quickly and carry out the plan. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the shadows of the night, he revealed a cold smile. Indifference, awakening, and strategizing. Thick blood vessels burst out of his withered yellow skin, swimming on the surface of his body like snakes. For a moment, it was as if his whole body was entangled by blood vessels. Even in the night, eyes appeared on his withered yellow skin, looking coldly and bloodthirstily at Long Chen, who was about to face the terrifying essence tribulation. Suddenly, a blood vessel tore through his skin and rushed out, screaming at Long Chen in the sky. At the tip of the blood vessel was a sinister mouth. However, there were too many people around, so the blood vessel quickly disappeared. Shroud Emperor stuck out his shriveled tongue and let out a comfortable cry. He stretched his waist, a cold smile on his face. However, at this time, the world was pitch black, so no one noticed him. It wasn't just the Blood Sea and Slaughter Dragon City. When Long Chen's source energy Great Tribulation had appeared, the entire Dragon God domain, which was at least 3 times the size of the ancient martial god city, had turned from day to night. The world had lost all of its light, turning into a blank state. All of that power had become a part of the source energy Great Tribulation. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying this essence tribulation was. Now, hundreds of thousands of people were watching. Long Chen stood alone on the Blood Sea, resisting the pressure and looking into the sky. The essence tribulation was getting closer and closer, and at a certain moment, the first golden dot appeared in the incomparably pitch-black sky. Golden Firmament Sword. Everyone cried out in surprise. This was the first of the 5 essence tribulations. After the golden speck of light appeared, the golden speck of light turned into a golden cloud and began to roll. Its speed could only be described as terrifying. In the blink of an eye, as far as Long Chen's eyes could see, the entire sky was covered by golden tribulation clouds. The heavens and the earth lit up once again. This diameter was at least tens of thousands of meters. Ordinary essence tribulations, to be honest, were only a few hundred meters in diameter, and the highest one was more than 1,000 meters in diameter. A tribulation like Long Chen's, which not only increased in width but also thickness by countless times, had never appeared before. Moreover, the golden metal tribulation clouds were still expanding. Expanding was gathering power, absorbing power, and strengthening oneself. When it expanded to the limit, it would begin to shrink, shrinking from an infinitely huge body into a sword, a golden sword. That was the Golden Firmament Sword. Sure enough, when the golden tribulation cloud's diameter broke through 100,000 meters, it started to shrink. The speed at which it shrank was extremely fast, several times faster than before. And the current Long Chen could already feel that kind of terrifying power. He could feel the fatal killing intent, so he didn't dare to be careless. Roar! Under everyone's gaze, he transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon and hovered above the sea of blood. This was his strongest form. The blood-colored dragon scales shone brightly. The ancient blood spiritual dragon had a strong physical body, which gave it a great advantage when resisting the tribulations. Even so, it still seemed a little small in the face of this heaven and earth tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. When the golden tribulation clouds condensed and shrank to about 100 meters in diameter, they began to change shape and condense. Divine characters actually appeared on the clouds, rolling in the tribulation clouds. Long Chen had seen the power of rules before, and these golden divine characters were exactly the same as those that appeared on the battlefield of the deities. It seemed that this essence tribulation wanted nothing more than to kill Long Chen. Even the dragon whelps present could sense the thick murderous intent. Now, the golden tribulation clouds shrank infinitely, turning into a golden sword that was 100 meters long, standing proudly in the sky. The golden sword shone with infinite killing intent, and there were more than 10 divine characters on the blade. It was these characters that made everyone feel dizzy and weak, and they even had the urge to fall to the ground or kneel. That was what happened to Long Chen. Before the firmament golden sword arrived, the pressure from the divine characters had already arrived. A mere 5 elements tribulation can stump me. To be honest, everything had been too smooth along the way. He didn't expect the origin tribulation to bring him so much pressure. At this moment, more than 10 divine characters shone, and the firmament golden sword let out a piercing scream that tore the heavens and earth apart. Golden light burst, as if the sun had descended on this world. At that moment, the firmament golden sword shot towards Long Chen, targeting Long Chen's dragon head. The origin tribulation had arrived. Everyone held their breath. At that moment, Long Chen transformed into a void cosmic dragon. Although he knew that there were still 4 more tribulations, he still used spacetime reversal with almost all of his strength. This was the power of time that he could use at the moment. The firmament golden sword was terrifyingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was within range of Long Chen's spacetime reversal. The power of the divine ability and the power of heaven and earth started the most intense battle at that moment. What Long Chen felt was that he was knocked dizzy. The firmament golden sword was so terrifying that it shattered his spacetime reversal power and pierced straight into his body. Of course, spacetime reversal could still play a certain role, reducing the power of the firmament golden sword. The firmament golden sword missed its target as well. It brushed past Long Chen's head and stabbed into his neck. Blood immediately flowed out as the firmament golden sword stabbed into his body. It was on the verge of exploding. At that moment, Long Chen grabbed the firmament golden sword with his dragon claw and pulled it out. As soon as he threw it into the sky, the firmament golden sword exploded violently. Golden light shone all over the place. The explosion was not far from Long Chen, so the triggered power directly shattered Long Chen's dragon scales. His body was covered in blood, and even half of his dragon claw was blown off. If it were not for the 3 dragon emperors, half of the massacred dragon city would have been destroyed. Everyone looked at Long Chen, who was covered in blood. This was only the first origin tribulation, and he had already controlled it to such an extent. Wouldn't it mean that he would definitely die next? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 2275. To be honest, everyone could tell that the firmament golden sword alone had caused great damage to Long Chen. Furthermore, there were still 4 more origin disasters to come. Could it be that Long Chen was going to die in this heaven-defying origin tribulation? Many of the cultivators who had already passed their origin tribulations had no idea that their tribulations could reach such a terrifying level. Long Chen found it unbelievable as well. He had thought that he could solve the problem by reversing time and space. However, it was too much to believe that Long Chen could solve the problem, especially since he had a certain level of attainment in the path of life. Now that Long Chen had mastered the fire of life began to burn on his body. The green flames burned all over his body, but they did not bring about destruction. Instead, they brought about vitality. Wherever the fire of life went, Long Chen's body produced a terrifying vitality. The injuries he had suffered from the firmament golden sword all healed and grew at an unparalleled speed. Even the bloody holes that were almost torn by the firmament golden sword were quickly plugged up and restored to their original state. After the fire of life swept over, Long Chen's body recovered to its original state. Everyone was simply flabbergasted by this divine ability of his, and it broadened their horizons. They could be said to be gasping in amazement. Of course, it was too early to celebrate since the origin disaster had not passed. However, with such a heaven-defying remarkable power, Long Chen should not die. While Long Chen was recovering, the second disaster had begun to form. The second disaster was called the primitive tree species. Long Chen also had a certain understanding of the primitive tree species. He began to be vigilant because the primitive tree species was not as powerful as the firmament golden sword, but it had a stronger lethality. In the air, there were countless green spots of light shining and floating above the blood sea. The golden sword in the sky disappeared, and the world fell into darkness again. Everyone almost held their breath as they looked at the hundreds of millions of green spots of light. One of them was the real primeval tree seed, which was the source of this disaster. The others were just a smoke screen. No one knew which spot of light was the primitive tree species. For a moment, the surroundings became quiet. The only thing left was the sound of the blood sea rippling. Just as everyone was holding their breaths, countless green motes of light suddenly surged towards Long Chen. This was pure light, and there was no way to block it. Long Chen tried using Time Storm, and it was indeed very effective. However, even Time Storm was unable to block all the green motes of light. For a normal person, there would only be thousands of green dots. But Long Chen had hundreds of millions of them. This was how heaven-defying he was. Hundreds of millions of green light spots were unstoppable. In that instant, Long Chen felt that the real primitive tree seed had entered his body. This is, as soon as the primitive tree seed entered his body, it began to germinate, absorbing Long Chen's energy and growing at an unbelievable speed. Dark Yama Beast. Back then, the Dark Yama Beast had invaded his body. Of course, there was still a difference between the primitive tree seed and the Dark Yama Beast. The Dark Yama Beast hid, but the primitive tree seed directly took root in Long Chen's body, absorbing his life force to grow. In an instant, it grew into a towering tree. The more it grew, the stronger the absorption. Many martial artists were frightened and unable to resist, which was why they were buried on the primitive tree seed. In truth, after many people had experienced the great tribulation of the origin source, the primitive tree seed was still the most terrifying. This was because the primitive tree seed attacked from within, directly sucking away one's life force. But this feeling was too similar to the Dark Yama Beast. This made Long Chen think of a way to deal with it. Back then, the Black Yama Beast had been hiding, but Long Chen had still been able to find it. Now, he had discovered that the more powerful the primitive tree seed was, the faster and more ferociously it absorbed the essence of the body. Before anyone could react, Long Chen had already made his move. And it was a shocking way to do it. He directly plunged his dragon claw into his body. The primitive tree seed did not hide its position at all. Long Chen directly grabbed its first branch and pulled it out. Ordinary people would not dare to do this. Because this would inevitably be accompanied by unimaginable pain. After all, the primitive tree seed had taken root in one's body. But to him, who had been invaded by the Dark Yama Beast before, this was nothing. He knew very well that he had endured the pain. Before the primitive tree seed had fully grown, when it was still a sapling, Long Chen had already pulled it out. The fire of life could quickly heal his injured body. The other dragon claw was already prepared. It was the 10,000 death claw. The primitive tree seed had just emerged, but the 10,000 death claw directly tore it apart. The power of death severed the primitive tree seed's life force, causing it to be completely destroyed. The second tribulation was easily passed. Next was the third tribulation, the Milky Way holy water. The Milky Way holy water, pure black, came from the sky. In the sky, the tribulation clouds gathered again. This time, they were black. The black tribulation clouds expanded by 100,000 meters, but this time they did not shrink. Instead, they rained down directly. It was all the Milky Way holy water. With so much Milky Way holy water pressing down on Long Chen, it formed a huge water ball that trapped Long Chen in the middle. There was no chance of escape. The Milky Way holy water had the power of corrosion. It could melt everything in the world, regardless of whether it was a Tao item or anything else. If the Milky Way holy water splashed onto the Massacre Dragon City, the entire Massacre Dragon City would disappear from the world in an instant. Only Long Chen's Milky Way holy water tribulation could be of such a terrifying scale. Seeing the Milky Way holy water approaching again, Long Chen was not in a hurry. Based on the experience of others dealing with the Milky Way holy water, it would be fine as long as he could escape. He moved quickly and rushed out. At the same time, he used spacetime reversal to blow away the Milky Way holy water around him. Even if he was injured, the flame of life would be able to help Long Chen recover in a short period of time. He succeeded again. When Long Chen escaped from the encirclement of the Milky Way holy water, the Milky Way holy water condensed into a point and disappeared from the world. The last two tribulations were the myriad realm heart flame and the primordial yellow sand. They were also terrifying tribulations. Among them, the myriad realm heart flame and the Milky Way holy water were more similar. A fiery red tribulation cloud formed in the sky and 10,000 flame giants were born. Before everyone's eyes, Long Chen fought against the 10,000 flame giants until they were all torn apart. It took him a long time. However, it was also very exciting. The first 4 tribulations were very easy for Long Chen. Of course, only he knew how difficult it was. Every one of them was fatal. Only the last tribulation is left, the primordial yellow sand. It's still too early to celebrate. From the 4 symbol Samsara tribulation realm to the 5 elements Samsara tribulation realm, most people died because of the primordial yellow sand. After all, at this point in time, everyone will relax a little and end up being torn apart by the primordial yellow sand. Just as everyone was discussing with concern, the last tribulation arrived. A blood-yellow tribulation cloud began to form in the sky. This time, it stretched for 200,000 meters. It was as though all the accumulated energy of the primordial yellow sand had been delivered to the last tribulation. The blood-yellow tribulation cloud churned and there was a rustling sound. It was as though countless yellow sand was dancing within it. The thick tribulation cloud pressed down on the sky. It was as though the sky had become the ground, or a piece of land. The primordial yellow sand's tribulation came from the primordial yellow sand's sharpness, hardness, and speed. Every grain of primordial yellow sand was very small. They looked almost transparent, but they were extremely hard. They were even stronger than most Tao artifacts. The most terrifying thing was that they moved very quickly. They were even 10 times faster than Long Chen's movement speed. With such hardness and speed, even a Tao artifact with a few hundred Tao patterns could be easily pierced through. Moreover, there were at least hundreds of millions of primordial yellow sand in the sky. If they descended instantly, Long Chen would probably be turned into a sieve. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the last tribulation was. Of course, Long Chen had already made ample preparations. Just as everyone was watching with bated breath, the countless primordial yellow sand were like locusts. They blanketed the heaven and earth. The 200,000-meter-long tribulation cloud began to shrink, turning into a gigantic blood-yellow sphere that surrounded Long Chen once again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone could already hear the sound of countless sharp and hard primordial yellow sand tearing through space as they moved at high speed. In reality, the space they passed through had already been completely shattered. It would not be easy for Long Chen to escape. Clearly, the last tribulation was more difficult than the previous 4. This was different from others. The other 4 tribulations were more balanced, but Long Chen seemed to be specially taken care of. It even directly increased the power of the tribulation in an attempt to kill him. These 18 tribulations are all naturally triggered by the heaven and earth. Long Chen had a feeling that it was not that simple. But at this moment, he could only focus on facing it. The yellow sand attacked. Countless people held their breaths as they watched this final moment. The yellow sand illuminated the heaven and earth. Just as the light shone, the blood sea suddenly erupted. Hundreds of black octopus tentacles that were tens of thousands of meters long rushed out and waved towards the yellow sand and Long Chen in the sky. Everyone was very surprised and shocked. But they could clearly see that those were the legendary black Yama beasts. Just as Long Chen was resisting the last tribulation, the black Yama beasts actually appeared. Chen Ting. The 3 dragon emperors discovered his existence at the first moment. But it had to be said that the Black Yama Emperor's concealment skills were too good. He was actually so close that the 3 dragon emperors only discovered him. Chapter 2276. The appearance of the Black Yama beast scared everyone. Who would have thought that he would appear in this place at this time? Now that the 15 dragon emperors were trying to find him, he seemed to have disappeared from the world. Now, Long Chen's last calamity had reached its most critical moment. Now that he was surrounded by the primordial yellow sand, the multiplied lethality of the last calamity was still a great threat to him. The appearance of the Black Yama Emperor was undoubtedly a crisis for him. The appearance of the hundreds of octopus tentacles caused countless people to clamor in shock. This was the noisiest noise they had ever made, and it was also the most frightening. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Even with the 3 dragon emperors present, the Black Yama Emperor was still very scary. As soon as he appeared, the hundreds of black tentacles extended towards Long Chen. He was not afraid of the punishment of the samsara and was interfering with the samsara calamity. Even the 3 dragon emperors did not dare to do this. Of course, the 3 dragon emperors would not let him succeed. As soon as he appeared, blood-colored saber lights shot out from the dragon emperor of Thousand Kill and hit the tentacles of the Black Yama beast. Although they did not tear the Black Yama beast apart, they still pushed the tentacles back. The black tentacles were repelled. Surround him. The brutal dragon emperor ordered. He had seen all kinds of situations and encountered all kinds of dangers in his life. Finally, he became the #1 dragon emperor of Massacre Dragon City. Of course, he would not be afraid at this time. His first priority was to protect Massacre Dragon City. The people of Massacre Dragon City were now retreating. The Dragon Emperor of Royal Blood and the Dragon Emperor of Thousand Kill attacked directly. The 2 of them appeared in front of the Black Yama Emperor in an instant and surrounded him from the front and back. After the brutal Dragon Emperor protected the future martialists of Massacre Dragon City, he came forward immediately. At this time, the Black Yama Emperor gave up on attacking and began to escape. Don't let him escape. As soon as the brutal Dragon Emperor said this, the body of the Black Yama Emperor began to shrink infinitely. The protection is quite tight. You won't be so lucky next time. In the blink of an eye, the Black Hell Emperor dove into the blood sea and escaped. His speed in the water was simply terrifying. Even the 3 dragon emperors could not catch up to him. Time escaped from the sea. Chase. Dragon Emperor of Thousand Kill and Dragon Emperor of Royal Blood were the first to catch up. The Black Hell Emperor did not manage to escape completely. No matter how fast he was, the 2 dragon emperors could still follow behind him. Moreover, they were constantly closing the gap. Of course, it was unknown if they could catch up. In the blink of an eye, the Black Yama beast and the 2 dragon emperors disappeared before their eyes. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor looked at Long Chen, who was resisting the primordial yellow sand, and then looked into the distance. They had not started fighting yet, which meant that they had not caught up to the Black Hell Emperor. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor was a little worried. The Black Hell Emperor was too strange. If something happened to him, the 2 dragon emperors would not know. If something happened to him, the 2 dragon emperors would not know. Xueqi, protect the Massacre Dragon City. If anything happens, inform me immediately. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor trusted Xueqi the most. After saying this, he disappeared in a flash, rushing in the direction of the other 2 dragon emperors. It was not easy to get a trace of the Black Hell Emperor. If they missed it, it would be even harder to catch him next time. Now, the Black Hell Emperor was like a tumor on their bodies. It would be a disaster if they did not get rid of him. Yes. Xueqi shouldered this responsibility. Of course, there was nothing much to do here, and the 3 dragon emperors would not be too far away. If there was a problem, such as Long Chen failing to pass his tribulation, etc., he would inform them as soon as possible. After the 3 dragon emperors left, everyone was still trembling in fear. After a long time, they focused their attention back on Long Chen. Now, Long Chen seemed to be in a stalemate with the primordial yellow sand, and would not be defeated immediately. The primordial yellow sand had reached such a scale. Whether or not Long Chen could truly break through and pass this tribulation, no one knew. However, as the demon power in his body, Li Xuanji definitely trusted Long Chen. Now, the sea of blood was raging, and the storm brought endless blood rain, sprinkling in the massacred dragon city. The sky was already covered with yellow sand. The sharp and strangely fast primordial yellow sand drew a ferocious trajectory, piercing through any obstacles. Basically, all the primordial yellow sand was attacking Long Chen. Long Chen could only use the three mystiques of the ancestor dragon to block the primordial yellow sand. He realized that the larger his body size, the greater the attack. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, he transformed into his human form. He held the god-slaying sword, which now had more than 700 Dao patterns. With the massacre sword art, he weaved a grey sword net in the air, blocking the countless primordial yellow sand around him. Occasionally, the primordial yellow sand would enter through the gaps in the sword net, and some even pierced through Long Chen's body. But now, his body was burning with the fire of life, and he had an endless supply of life force that constantly produced new life force. He was almost invincible. Next, it would depend on whether the primordial yellow sand or Long Chen lasted longer. Seeing that the three dragon emperors and the Black Hell Emperor did not return, everyone's attention was on Long Chen. Now, the three dragon emperors seemed to have gone far away. At this moment, there seemed to be a person under the yellow sand. He floated under the yellow sand in the sky above the massacred dragon city. He held a star in his hand. At this moment, the star was releasing a dazzling light, attracting countless people's attention. In the massacred dragon city, Xueqi, the Thousand Snow Emperor, the Sword River Emperor, the Wind Moon Emperor, and the others were puzzled when they saw this person. Xueqi had already rushed up and blocked in front of him. He said, "Heavenly Emperor, don't disturb the order. What is that in your hand?" Heavenly Emperor's back was facing him as he looked in the direction where Long Chen was. Everyone was curious about what Heavenly Emperor was going to do. At this moment, the Thousand Snow Emperor frowned as he looked at the patterns of the star in his hand. He suddenly said, "I have seen this thing before. It seems to have been created by the Spirit God Territory's spirit race. It is called the Forbidden Star Stone. It can disrupt stars within hundreds of thousands of meters. The power of the star stone can disrupt star talisman communication. It is specially used to crack star talisman communication. Only the high-level martial artists of the spirit race have a small amount of it. We don't have many here." Everyone looked at each other. The question was, why did Heavenly Emperor take the Forbidden Star Stone? As soon as the Forbidden Star Stone appeared, star talismans couldn't transmit messages within hundreds of thousands of meters. In other words, no one could contact others here. What was his purpose? Everyone knew that he had a grudge with Long Chen. In the last spar, he and Long Chen had destroyed each other's Dao weapons. Now was the most critical moment for Long Chen's tribulation. Xueqi keenly sensed that something was wrong. Now that the cruel blood dragon emperor had handed this place over to him, Heavenly Emperor was acting strangely. He said directly, "Heavenly Emperor, I am warning you. Go down and stand still. Put away the Forbidden Star Stone. Otherwise, we will attack you." A very terrifying aura appeared on Heavenly Emperor's body. Xueqi sensed danger. As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled to the other emperors, ready to take down this strange guy first. Everyone didn't know what was going on. They watched the farce in a daze. However, someone had already tested it. Under the Forbidden Star Stone, the star talismans had indeed lost all their effects. Given the speed of the three dragon emperors, who knew how far they had run, Xueqi made his move. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor suddenly turned around. What no one could have imagined was that his current appearance had changed. His body had become red and skinny, as if there were countless thick snakes hibernating under his skin. At this moment, they were rolling. When he turned his head, he let out a roar. As he screamed in pain, his body suddenly broke in about a dozen places. Blood blossomed from the place where it was broken. Numerous bloody holes appeared, and within those bloody holes, there were more than a dozen palm-sized meatballs that were beating like hearts. Looking closely, there were actually countless eyes on those meatballs. There were at least tens of thousands of them. It was just that the blood-colored meatballs were too small, and the eyes were almost invisible from smiling. Having been in Massacre Dragon City for so many years, it was impossible for Xueqi and the other demigod martialists not to know what the Sky Blood Hell looked like. The Sky Blood Hell was huge, and the blood-colored meatballs in his bloody holes were very small, but they looked exactly the same. After the battle between the Black Llama Beast and the 7 Dragon Emperors in Eternal Dragon City, the Sky Blood Hell had disappeared. Now, it had reappeared. Furthermore, it had appeared in the body of the commander of the Dragon Tomb Army in charge of the Massacre Dragon City. The people below basically couldn't see it clearly. But at that moment, the dozen or so Sky Blood Hells let out sharp screams and broke away from the Sky Curtain Emperor's body. In the process of breaking away, they expanded infinitely with extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. The Sky Blood Hell once again appeared in this world in its original form, but this time, they were even larger. When they landed on the Blood Sea, they exploded and filled the sky with waves of blood. They formed a circle, surrounding Massacre Dragon City in the center. It was simply watertight. There were even quite a few Sky Blood Hell directly piled up in the sky, blocking everyone's escape route. The only one they didn't dare to touch was Huang, who was next to Long Chen. Sha sha. In that instant, everyone realized that they had been surrounded. They looked around in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Only the experienced Xueqi and the others naturally knew that Heavenly Emperor had changed so much that even they couldn't recognize him. They were all enemies. Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everyone, find a way to inform the 3 Dragon Emperors. Xueqi quickly reminded everyone. They couldn't help but look at Heavenly Emperor, who was still holding the Forbidden Star Stone. At this time, he had lost his mind and almost turned into a lunatic. He casually waved his hand, and the tens of thousands of eyes of the Sky Blood Hell split open. One by one, the martialists walked out. Chapter 2277. How could Long Chen, who was fighting against the primordial yellow sand, not know what was going on? He could see everything clearly. It could only be said that this was completely unexpected. He had long suspected that the Sky Blood Hell was a member of the Sky Swallowing clan. He did not expect it to be true, and they were even hiding in the body of the Sky Shroud Emperor. The Sky Shroud Emperor had been crazy for a long time. Now was the only chance for him to vent and take revenge. From the appearance of the Black Llama Beast to drawing the 3 Dragon Emperors away, to the Sky Shroud Emperor holding the Forbidden Star Stone, to the appearance of the Sky Blood Hell, all of this was premeditated. Even City Lord Di Jun could be used by the Black Llama Emperor. Why couldn't the Sky Shroud Emperor? He was the same as City Lord Di Jun. They both wanted to cut Long Chen into pieces. The Black Llama Emperor was too smart. He knew that the 3 Dragon Emperors would want to kill him immediately, so he was confident that he could draw the 3 Dragon Emperors out. At first, he was very disappointed. He thought that the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor would not come out and that his plan had failed. Then, the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor could not bear it anymore. At that time, he laughed. At the same time, the Sky Shroud Emperor was also extremely excited. He clenched his fists and waited patiently. Finally, it was time for him to act. Now, an even more terrifying scene had appeared. These people. These were all people imprisoned in the Sky Blood Hell. Long Huatsun had seen one of them when she had first entered the Sky Blood Hell. However, compared to them, who were on the verge of death and in extreme pain, the hundreds of thousands of people that had appeared from the eye of the Sky Blood Hell looked like puppets. They had yellow bodies and extremely miserable looks. There were even holes on their bodies from the blood vessels of the Sky Blood Hell. Their eyes were empty, and their bodies were so thin that only skin and bones remained. They were all miserable and hideous. However, when their lifeless eyes fell on the people of the Slaughtered Dragon City, there was a green light in their eyes. Hundreds of thousands of skinny warriors walked out of the eye of the Sky Blood Hell. That scene scared many people out of their wits. Anyone with a little understanding would know that disaster and revenge had come. The people of the Slaughtered Dragon City had imprisoned them in the Sky Blood Hell. They would definitely hate them even more. With such a densely packed crowd surrounding them, they would need to escape hundreds of thousands of meters away in order to pass the news to the three dragon emperors. However, the Sky Blood Hell and the hundreds of thousands of skinny warriors had already surrounded the place. Moreover, the Sky Shroud Emperor was in control. The Sky Shroud Emperor's revenge was not as simple as Long Chen alone. Long Chen was his main target, but he wasn't the only one. Long Chen was still fighting against the tribulation, so he wasn't worried. He was also filled with hatred for Massacre Dragon City. Ever since the heavenly blood hell had taken root in his body, he had been unable to think normally. Earth Xingchen was going to the Blood Ming Emperor's Yang. The danger was coming. Xue Qi and the others did not panic. They were urgently giving orders and deploying. Some of the experts protected most of the young dragons and brought them into the Divine Nation. Then, they quickly found a few people to break out of the encirclement to find and inform the three dragon emperors. As for Xue Qi himself, his target was the Sky Shroud Emperor. As long as he could get his Forbidden Star Stone, there would be no problem. There were also some experts who had to face the Sky Blood Hell. At least from the looks of it now, the Sky Blood Hell should be very lethal. The scene that should have been the most chaotic was stabilized under the control of Xue Qi and a few other experts. At this time, the Sword River Emperor began to break out of the encirclement with his subordinates according to the division of labor. His attacks were tyrannical and his speed was extraordinary. He was the most suitable to complete this task. Sky Shroud Emperor, you better think about what you are doing now. As a human, you betrayed the human race. You will fall into a situation of no return. The three dragon emperors are not that easy to deceive. When they return, you will die without a doubt. Xue Qi really did not understand what this guy was thinking. I am not afraid of death at all. What I am afraid of is not comfortable enough. Xue Qi, you dog slave who only knows how to sell your life to others. You will never understand me. Today, I will give you a feast. Take it well. Also, no one should think about getting out of the encirclement of the Sky Blood Hell. The Sky Shroud Emperor flew up into the sky. There were a few Sky Blood Hells above his head, protecting him in the middle. Do it. At the Sky Shroud Emperor's order, hundreds of thousands of warriors moved out. They were like locusts filling the sky, heading towards the Slaughtered Dragon City. There were hundreds of thousands of dragon warriors in the entire Slaughtered Dragon City. Most of them were young dragons who could not bear this kind of fighting. There were also some old, weak, women, and children. There were only a few 100,000 people who could really fight. Therefore, in this battle, the Slaughtered Dragon City did not have an advantage at all. After exchanging blows, they understood that their opponents were not normal martialists at all. They could not even be considered human. They were practically a part of Sky Blood Hell, a weapon controlled by Sky Blood Hell. They had no fear of death. They could only follow orders and kill. Every body still retained their comprehension of the martial way and the heavenly way when they were alive. They could use part of their power, but most of their power came from a kind of death power, which was extremely corrosive. The Blood Dragon Army, the Dragon Tomb Army, the Wind Moon Army, and so on played a huge role at this time. They launched an organized battle. They rushed to the front and immediately collided with countless skinny warriors. For a moment, people were thrown off their feet. In addition to the death power, the seemingly skinny warriors actually had terrifying physical strength. They could not transform into dragons, but they could use their physical strength to tear the divine dragons apart. Of course, the vast majority of the dragon warriors were still able to block these skinny warriors. However, even so, they couldn't avoid chaos and deaths. Those skinny warriors had already died long ago. Now, they were just lifeless individuals. Although they were injured faster, no one cared about it. But, if one of the slaughtered Dragon City's warriors died, then they would die for real. Moreover, there were many of them. After all, not everyone could defeat their opponents. More importantly, the Sky Blood Hell attacked. Every eye contracted, and tens of thousands of blood vessels extended out. There were some sharp mouthparts on their heads. Each Sky Blood Hell had tens of thousands of eyes. There were more than a dozen Sky Blood Hell. It was impossible to describe the terror of the Sky-Swallowing clan in this battle. When the tens of thousands of blood vessels came out of the Sky Blood Hell, a part of them first formed a dense blood net, completely blocking all the warriors' way out. Even the Sword River Emperor's way was blocked. There was a Sky Blood Hell that was specially used to block the Sword River Emperor. The rest of the blood vessels with mouthparts extended towards the slaughtered dragon city. Long Chen saw with his own eyes that one of the divine dragons that was fighting was suddenly pierced by the blood vessels from all directions. In that instant, it was sucked dry. Similar scenes were happening in every corner. After the Sky Blood Hell attacked, it meant that this was a real disaster. Although the dragon warriors were powerful and could block the skinny warriors, they could not block the Sky Blood Hell. The pressure this brought to Xueqi was undoubtedly terrifying. If he did not handle it well today, it would inevitably lead to a disastrous ending. It did not matter if he was cursed by the entire human race, or if he let down the 3 dragon emperors. What was important was that he let down all the people who died. If there was really no way to turn things around, Xueqi could only apologize with death. Now, the Thousand Snow Emperor and the other experts were all fighting the Sky Blood Hell. The Sword River Emperor was also working hard to break through, while he faced the 4 Sky Blood Hell and the Sky Veil Emperor. He knew that the only thing he had to do was to kill the Sky Veil Emperor and take the Forbidden Star Stone. As long as the 3 Dragon Emperors returned, everything would be fine. The whole slaughtered dragon city became a hell on earth in an instant. The damage this time was far greater than that of the Eternal Dragon City. Although the Eternal Dragon City was destroyed, no one died. Now, in a breath's time, no one knew how many people would die. The Sky Veil Emperor's ferocious laughter came from above. Who would have thought that this would happen? Thousands of years ago, I would not have believed it even if I died. But this feeling is really refreshing. Don't look down on me. I've worked hard for so many years and contributed my whole life to the slaughtered dragon city, but my status and dignity are inferior to that of a little guy. It's really unfair. But there is no fairness in this world. So, all of you can die. Xueqi, you must be very nervous now, right? Today, the whole slaughtered dragon city will no longer exist. Come and kill me, haha. He walked back, squeezed in the middle of the 4 Sky Blood Hell, and quickly disappeared. Brothers and sisters, whoever can kill their way out, inform the 3 Dragon Emperors immediately. I'll be waiting for your good news. He put all his hopes on the Sword River Emperor and the Thousand Snow Emperor. But the Sky Blood Hell knew their intentions, so their main goal was to stop them. Xueqi rushed towards the four sky blood hell without a care for his own safety. The world was in chaos. And Long Chen was still resisting the primordial yellow sand. He had the deepest feelings for Slaughter Dragon City, and there were many of his companions there, as well as the little fellows of the Battle Dragon clan. Right now, the entire Slaughter Dragon City was in such a situation, and all of this was greatly related to him. It was practically his own doing, causing so many people to die. Damn it! For a moment, he was so angry that he could not control himself. The primordial yellow sand was still raging. Go! Long Chen was quick-witted and headed towards the sky blood hell. The primordial yellow sand was naturally entangled around him. When he neared the sky blood hell, a large portion of the primordial yellow sand rushed towards the sky blood hell. In an instant, a large chunk of the primordial yellow sand was torn out of the sky blood hell. Chapter 2278. However, it had to be said that the regenerative ability of the sky blood hell was rather powerful. Furthermore, it could not completely control the primordial yellow sand. After all, the primordial yellow sand's main target was him. Hence, the effect that he could play on his own was actually not that great. There were too many veins in the sky blood hell. The Slaughter Dragon City's main army, which consisted of hundreds of thousands of people, had lost almost 10,000 people in just a quarter of an hour. Although the skinny warriors who had come out of the sky blood hell had died even more, the problem was that they had already lost their lives. For the sky blood hell, this was not a loss at all. Therefore, Xueqi and the others still focused on fighting with sky blood hell. As long as one of them could break out of the enemy's encirclement, it would be enough. However, no one knew how far the three dragon emperors had gone. Even if they received the news and came back, it would be too late. Currently, the entire Slaughter City was filled with the sounds of fighting, screams, and bloody scenes everywhere. The sea of blood had almost drowned the Slaughter Dragon City. Monstrous blood flowed through the palaces and streets, and then there were all kinds of bones floating in the sea of blood. It was not an exaggeration to say that people were plunged into misery and suffering. Xueqi clenched his fists. At this moment, the situation had reached an unimaginable level. He gritted his teeth and said to Qian Shui Huang, who was fighting with sky blood hell, "Qian Shui, go wake up the old ancestor." Yes. Qian Shui Huang seemed to have been waiting for this order. She quickly turned into human form and rushed into the depths of the Slaughter Dragon City. It's useless. It will take some time for the old ancestors to wake up. When that time comes, the Slaughter Dragon City will no longer exist. Sky Blood Emperor seemed to have expected this. In the sky, surrounded by sky blood hell, he laughed loudly. He was from the Slaughter Dragon City, so he naturally knew everything about the Slaughter Dragon City, especially about the old ancestors. His attack this time was very sudden, and the price of waking up the old ancestors was too high. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Xueqi would not choose to do this. However, he would only make this decision if there was really no other way. The reason he made this decision was so that he could fight without hesitation. Brothers and sisters of the Slaughter Dragon City, we are now waking up the old ancestors. Once they come out, they will definitely die. As long as we hold on, no one can die. Xueqi shouted in the sky. Hearing this, the people who were frightened by the sky blood hell seemed to see the birth of hope. They believed in the power of their ancestors. As long as they could hold on, it would be fine. After hearing this news, the dragon warriors of the Slaughter Dragon City cheered again. This time, they were fighting for their lives. No one would be careless. It was the same for Blood Blaze. He had completed his mission of controlling the situation, and all that was left was to fight to the death. He would use his own power to share the burden for everyone, just like Long Chen. Even though he was fighting against the last tribulation, he was still fighting for Dragon City. Roar! Hundreds of thousands of divine dragons roared. Xueqi angrily turned into a dragon in the sky. A blood-colored dragon rushed into the sky towards Shroud Sky Emperor, who was protected by a total of 4 sky blood hells. Emperor Tianmu, die. Wherever the blood blaze went, a sea of blood would spread out, almost drowning the 4 sky blood hells. This gave everyone great courage. Right now, all they had to do was to fight until the old ancestor came out. Your opponent isn't me, it's them. Shroud Sky Emperor laughed. Facing Xueqi's attack were the 4 sky blood hells. They were equally ferocious. The blood vessels on their bodies seemed to have countless tentacles, waving at Xueqi. When one was cut off, countless more would appear. It was simply a nightmare. Below, in the stubborn resistance, there were still warriors dying one after another. Some were killed by the skinny warrior with no regard for his own life. Some were drained of the blood vessels of the sky blood hells, becoming nourishment for the enemy. No matter which way they died very miserably, which increased the power of fear. The Slaughter Dragon City had never encountered such a disaster before. This was a historic moment, but also a catastrophic moment. Or, it could be said that this was just the beginning. When they saw the people around them dying one by one, everyone went crazy. They all turned into divine dragons, roaring and shaking the world. They fought with all their might. That was the wrath of the divine dragons. Only in this madness could they resist the enemy's attack. Kill! 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 Long Chen, who was high up in the sky, could clearly see everything that was happening. He saw divine dragons dying one after another, and it was as if he was seeing the nightmare of the extinction of the divine dragons. These were all his compatriots, but they were killed just like that. His heart was bleeding. Perhaps it was because of the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon, or the influence of the will of the 3 great ancestral dragons, or perhaps it was because of his love for the divine dragons. He found it hard to breathe. That hatred and anger exploded in his body like magma. Boom! Boom! A huge roar was produced in his body. His eyes instantly turned red. He had not been so angry in a long time. Shroud Sky Emperor, Black Hell Emperor. This was a joint attack planned by them. The cause of this had a lot to do with him. Long Chen could not tolerate this result at all. The only way was to get through this last tribulation as soon as possible. In the process of going through the 5 elements tribulation, every time Long Chen survived a tribulation, his ability rose to a new level. He absorbed the power of the tribulation, which was absorbed by the seeds of the origin of the 5 elements that were formed in his body. Right now, the power of the 5 elements was currently devouring the power of the 4 symbols, making him even more powerful. All of his power was rising, surging. He felt unprecedentedly powerful, as well as unprecedented pity, anger, and roar. What a wonderful 5 elements tribulation. At this moment, Shroud Sky Emperor appeared in front of him. His body was yellow, and his eyes were lifeless. He looked at Long Chen with a mocking smile. He was the main cause of this disaster. Beast. As a member of the Slaughter Dragon City, he betrayed his compatriots and race. Such a person should be despised, not Long Qinglan. Yes, I'm a beast. Shroud Sky Emperor smiled cruelly. He spread his arms and said, but so what? History will only remember that I was the one who destroyed the Slaughter Dragon City today, and you were the one who caused it to be destroyed. You are the true sinner, even more despicable than your father. He was so excited that he could not control his laughter. He continued, genius, who can become a demigod? Who hasn't been said to be a peerless genius? But in fact, there have only been 2 geniuses in this world that people truly revere from the bottom of their hearts. One is the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and the other is you, Long Chen. You are father and son, but I don't know who killed the eternal Dragon Emperor, but history will remember that I killed you, Long Chen. There will be countless sighs and curses, but it doesn't matter. I've already reached this level. The more people remember my name, the better I feel. He said so much, but in fact, he was venting. He was in pain, depressed, and crazy, but this was not a reason for him to be pitiful. Moreover, pitiful people also had hateful aspects. The hateful aspects of the Shroud Sky Emperor made Long Chen want to tear him apart. He didn't know about the old ancestor of the Slaughtered Dragon City, but judging from the Shroud Sky Emperor's strategy, it shouldn't be possible. Moreover, the Sky Blood Hell was too tightly guarded. There was no way to attack at this time. How can I break the primordial yellow sand? The yellow sand that spun at high speed had the most lethal power. Even Long Chen's current body could be directly pierced through. Now, the primordial yellow sand hadn't decreased in the slightest. Just wait and see. After you pass this tribulation, I bet everyone in Slaughtered Dragon City will be dead. It's all because of you that they'll end up in such a miserable state. Are you sad and angry? That's right, you're guilty. Who told you to offend me? The Shroud Sky Emperor was not the same as before. Perhaps he had been affected by the Sky Blood Hell. Now, he was like a walking corpse. But this didn't affect the hatred Long Chen felt from the bottom of his bones. When that anger erupted to the extreme, Long Chen couldn't care about anything else. Such a person must be killed. He couldn't be courteous or hesitant. At this moment, his eyes were blood red. Then, he couldn't hold back anymore and directly rushed out towards the Shroud Sky Emperor. The god-slaying sword erupted with millions of sword lights. The fire of life completely covered him and spread to every part of his body. He wasn't afraid of death. What he was afraid of was watching the people around him die. To him, this was the most intolerable thing. At that moment, Long Chen almost exerted all his skills, desperately resisting. He didn't know if going against the primordial yellow sand like this was courting death. He only knew that if he didn't come out, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Space-time reversal. Time storm. The power of time was the most suitable to fight against the primordial yellow sand, the massacring sword technique, and the fire of life. At that moment, he didn't know how many primordial yellow sand had pierced through him. He focused on protecting one place, and that was his spirit. As long as his spirit didn't die, the fire of life would never let his body die. His approach was correct. As long as his spirit didn't die, as long as he rushed out, he would succeed. The Shroud Sky Emperor couldn't understand his actions. Is he courting death? That's right. In everyone's opinion, the real way was to fight the primordial yellow sand. Breaking out like this was courting death. He indeed saw that Long Chen was soon riddled with holes. Countless bloody lights burst out from his body. He saw that his entire body was almost shattered, and it seemed like there wasn't even any residue left. Idiot, haha. The Shroud Sky Emperor didn't expect Long Chen to die like this. He's still too young and too impulsive. If it were me, I wouldn't care about the life and death of these people. He couldn't help but sigh. But what did he see next? He saw Long Chen appearing in front of him. Chapter 2279. To Long Chen, many things were more important than physical pain. Of course, he knew that the primordial yellow sand couldn't kill him, which was why he had dared to rush out. This time, a large amount of the primordial yellow sand had pierced through him. The pain was indescribable. However, it was all worth it for the final success. No one had expected that when everyone was fighting for survival, dignity, and glory, Long Chen, who had been the main character and then forgotten, would actually rush out of the primordial yellow sand, overcome this tribulation, and successfully advance to the 5-element samsara realm. They didn't see what happened in this corner. Although Long Chen's body was drenched in blood, the primordial yellow sand had already turned into the purest energy and entered his body, filling up the last of the 5 elements, which belonged to Earth. The completion of the 5 elements allowed his cultivation to climb to a new peak. Coupled with Li Xuanji's demon power, he had already been in a stalemate with the Sky Curtain Emperor. Now, only Long Chen knew what level he had reached. Under the burning of the fire of life, Long Chen's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing to a more perfect state. As the power of the 5 elements converged, his primordial blood-spirit dragon body was also constantly growing. Now, it had already reached the level of a young dragon towards a youth. Perhaps after becoming a god, his primordial blood-spirit dragon body would be equivalent to a youth. At the same time, the Void Aeon Dragon and the Tai Chi Life-Form Dragon were also improving. The Sky Curtain Emperor looked at the youth in front of him in disbelief. He watched as he gradually raised his head and saw his blood-red eyes. To Long Chen, there wasn't much time left. If he was a step slower, many people would die under the attacks of the Sky Blood Hell. As expected of a proud son of heaven, an exceptional genius who is even more tenacious and cruel than your father. The Sky Curtain Emperor couldn't help but sneer. Of course, so what if Long Chen came out? There were over a dozen Sky Blood Hells. How could he reverse the situation? Even if he notified the 3 Dragon Emperors, they might not be able to return at the right time. With the cunning of the Black Hell Emperor, he would definitely lure them far away. After all, the 3 Dragon Emperors did not know that the Sky Blood Hell would appear. However, you still have to die. Currently, the Tianmu Emperor only wanted to kill Long Chen. This was his main objective today, as well as the Black Hell Emperor's main objective. The first thing Long Chen did was to summon the 5 doppelgangers of the ancient god's corpse and split them into 6. The 5 avatars were formed from the 5 elemental origin cores of the world. They were somewhat similar to the Origin Palace and the Pill, but they were even more precious. Go! Under Long Chen's control, the 5 powerful avatars, which were almost equivalent to 5 warriors with demigod bodies in the early stage, joined the battle above the Slaughter Dragon City. It was equivalent to the appearance of 5 helpers equivalent to City Lord Di Jun. Their appearance brought timely help to the Slaughter Dragon City and stabilized the situation that was almost collapsing. These 5 avatars all had the will of Long Chen. It was precisely because of this that they were so terrifying. In every attack, they turned the tide. That's Long Chen. Although it was a fusion with Li Xuanji, many people still found it similar to Long Chen. They could not help but look for Long Chen's real body. When they saw that he had already passed the 5 elements tribulation and was about to start fighting with the Sky Curtain Emperor, the morale of the people who had soared became even more excited, as if they saw new hope. That's right. To them, Long Chen was a guy who could create miracles. He was terrifyingly tenacious. Even if the entire Slaughter Dragon City fell, he would not fall. His tenacity and calmness were an inspiration to everyone. Brothers, we are saved. Long Chen will definitely kill the Sky Curtain Emperor. As long as he dies, we will win. They did not know that Long Chen could kill the Sky Curtain Emperor, but they longed for victory and for this disaster to pass. They were warriors of the Slaughter Dragon City and had killed countless people in their lives. Therefore, they were not afraid. Those who were not afraid of death were always the most terrifying. Just like Long Chen. Now, the Sky Curtain Emperor regarded him as a great enemy. In this fierce confrontation, the Sky Curtain Emperor laughed and directly transformed into a dragon. For a moment, the focus of everyone's attention was no longer on Xueqi, who was fighting the 4 Sky Blood Hells alone, but on Long Chen and the Sky Curtain Emperor. The Sky Curtain Emperor transformed into a 3-headed hell dragon. This was an ultimate mystical dragon that was almost equivalent to the great creation Yin-Yang dragon. It had 3 dragon heads. What Long Chen saw now was a 3-headed mystical dragon with withered yellow scales that emitted an endless aura of death. Each scale seemed to have a resentful soul howling. The mystical dragon's body was covered in curved thorns that formed sharp and fatal barbs. Most importantly, there were 3 huge dragon heads, 1 main and 2 auxiliary. On the left was the fiery red 8-heat hell dragon head. On the right was the ice blue 8-frost hell dragon head. In the center was a very thick dragon head with countless sharp thorns. There was also a spiral dragon head that spun 10 times. It was called the infernal hell dragon head. When the 3-headed hell dragon appeared, it was almost equivalent to Xueqi. Its tyrannical strength was also very famous in the Slaughter Dragon City. The 3 dragon heads were filled with an aura of death. They roared constantly, shaking the heavens and earth. For a moment, many people were frightened. For a moment, everyone was a little flustered. However, at this moment, an ordinary-looking blood-colored mystical dragon had already blocked in front of the 3-headed hell dragon. Although it wasn't as huge as the 3-headed hell dragon, in terms of killing intent and malevolent aura, the 3-headed hell dragon couldn't compare to Long Chen. The appearance of this mystical dragon truly suppressed all the other mystical dragons in terms of might. Long Chen's anger had long reached its limit. He had feelings for the Slaughter Dragon City. In fact, he even felt protective towards all the dragon warriors. Because he had inherited the legacy of the ancestors of the mystical dragons, he shouldered this responsibility. And the Sky Curtain Emperor was destroying all of this. Today is the day you die. When all the power was accumulated to the peak, the violence produced when it exploded was unimaginable. Long Chen's roar suppressed all other sounds, deafening all the dragon warriors. They could deeply feel his brutality and power at this moment. Even Xueqi revealed a deeply shocked expression. The Sky Curtain Emperor was also frightened. What was he facing? You scared me just like that? He couldn't help but sneer. He had already succeeded. As long as he killed Long Chen, everyone in the Dragon God domain would remember him in 100,000 years. That feeling made him tremble with excitement. Die, die. The 8-heat hell dragon head on the left began to burn. There was a withered yellow flame hidden in the dragon's mouth. That was the 3-headed hell dragon's famous hellfire, a flame from hell with the power to incinerate the world. The hellfire was formed by the fusion of 8 types of hellfire. As soon as it appeared, the world changed color, as if all heat was being absorbed by the flame. The head of the 8 Arctic hell dragon on the right was already covered in an icy blue mist. It was an extreme cold, even more sinister. Guiqi had already been born in the dragon's mouth, an evil existence comparable to the netherfire. These 2 evil things were the famous means of the 3-headed hell dragon. Of course, if that was all, the 3-headed hell dragon wasn't that scary. What he was best at was fusing hellfire and Guiqi to form a new mystique. Die. The 2 dragon heads of the Sky Curtain Emperor spat out hellfire and Guiqi. The 2 evil things were embedded in the formation that appeared out of thin air before him and began to fuse. 8-heat hell gate. At that moment it was as if the entire sea of blood was trembling. The world was shaking, and even the sky blood hell was affected. Everyone couldn't help but stop attacking and look at the 8-heat hell gate formed by the fusion of hellfire and Guiqi. The first thing that was born was a huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, blood-yellow mist roiled and countless corpses roiled. At the center of the whirlpool, a terrifying stone gate was born. There were divine characters carved on it, and the dark yellow gate was unlocked. There seemed to be a monster that could destroy the world inside. Spacetime reversal. While everyone was worried for Long Chen's expression didn't change. He calmly attacked. The seemingly calm attack hid the monstrous anger in his heart. It was hatred and a fighting spirit that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. What was unimaginable was that the spacetime reversal was so tyrannical that it directly made the stone gate retreat, the whirlpool reverse, and the hellfire Ngui Chi separate and dissipate. This was the power of Long Chen's spacetime reversal. When they saw that fatal attack shatter in front of Long Chen, the fighting spirit of the entire Slaughter City rose. At this moment, Long Chen had become a hero in their hearts. But it was far from over. Spacetime reversal was just a warm-up. What Long Chen was really prepared for was the Death Claw. When he completed the spacetime reversal, he also completed the Death Claw. The power of death was born on the Dragon Claw and became his most lethal weapon. It seemed simple, but it was the most terrifying attack. As soon as the spacetime reversal ended, the primordial blood spirit dragon furiously charged forward. If a blood arrow had shot towards Tianmu Emperor, Long Chen wouldn't have used this move against him. The spacetime reversal was just an appetizer. This was a shocking collision. In truth, Tianmu Emperor was a little nervous. Even though he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he was still intimidated by Long Chen's terrifying killing intent. He was born to kill. No matter when, the primordial blood spirit dragon was the most suitable ancestral dragon for him. For the first time, the pressure from his ancestor made the heavenly screen emperor feel terrified. He was like a child who had done something wrong, feeling that kind of fear. No elder would allow a junior to kill another junior, but Tianmu Emperor did it. Soul reaping seamless. Chapter 2280. The seamless soul hook was executed with the seamless infernal dragon head in the middle. To be precise, it was executed with the spiral horn of the seamless infernal dragon head. This was the most impressive mystique of the three-headed infernal dragon. During the era of the divine dragon, the three-headed infernal dragon was famous for its seamless soul hook, which killed countless opponents and became the ultimate divine dragon. The moment the seamless soul hook was unleashed, the scene surpassed that of Long Chen's 10,000 death claws. The sharp dragon horn enlarged several times, to the point where it was equivalent to half of his body. It was simply a weapon. At the same time, it spun at high speed, producing a wave of death. Go to hell! Emperor Tianmu roared to conceal the nervousness in his heart. Two arrows of blood collided in the air. Pfft! A few consecutive sounds rang out. There was no internecine outcome as expected. It was as if they had passed each other. Everyone could see that the seamless soul hook had brushed past Long Chen's dragon scales, tearing off a lot of flesh and blood. However, Long Chen's fire of life quickly healed him. As for Emperor Tianmu, he wasn't injured at all. What they saw was Tianmu twisting and stopping in midair. His eyes were dull, and the three-headed infernal dragon head was distorted. There seemed to be a few claw marks on the spiral horn of the seamless infernal dragon head. Just as everything seemed to stand still, the claw marks shone brightly, causing the spiral horn to explode and turn to dust. This was the most important attack of the three-headed infernal dragon. When the horn disappeared, the three-headed infernal dragon was like a beast with its teeth pulled out. But this was just the beginning. Next, the 8 heating hell dragon head and the 8 freezing hell dragon head also exploded, turning into flesh and blood all over the sky, accompanied by Emperor Tianmu's painful screams. His bloodied body tumbled violently in the air, struggling and screaming again and again. It was a hair-raising scene. Long Chen turned around and glanced at him coldly. There was actually a winner and a loser in just one confrontation. This scene almost suffocated everyone, and even Blood Blaze was stunned. He had guessed that Long Chen could kill Emperor Tianmu, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Forbidden Star Stone. Blood Blaze couldn't help but remind. Suddenly, the Forbidden Star Stone protected by the Sky Screen Emperor exploded. The Forbidden Star Stone could only be used outside the Divine Nation, so Emperor Tianmu definitely couldn't put it away. Thus, it attracted Long Chen's attention. Xue Qi was extremely excited. He immediately contacted the 3 Dragon Emperors. At this time, the 3 Dragon Emperors were still being led by the nose by the Black Hell Emperor. It had not been long, but they had traveled a distance and were rushing back after hearing the news. This meant that it would be difficult for the Sky Curtain Emperor to succeed in his mission today. At the very least, it was impossible for him to kill Long Chen. The current Long Chen wasn't someone he could kill whenever he wanted to. Long Chen returned to the side of the 3-headed infernal dragon. This time, he stretched out his dragon claws and pressed down on the struggling 3-headed infernal dragon. Of course, he only had 1 head left. The Sky Curtain Emperor was once again controlled by Long Chen's 10,000 Death Claw. This time, Long Chen used all his dragon claws to press his opponent to death and control him, rendering him immobile. The crisis of death was so close. The people of Massacre City watched this scene with tears in their eyes as they dealt with their opponents. Long Chen, let's talk this over. I'll get the Sky Blood Hell to stop immediately. Let me go. The Sky Curtain Emperor's heart was crushed. Long Chen was a perfect killer. He used the crudest method to shut his mouth. Everyone was watching to see if Long Chen would stop. After all, even if he killed the Sky Curtain Emperor, he wouldn't be able to deal with so many Sky Blood Hell members alone. If the 3 Dragon Emperors returned, they would probably lose even more people. To everyone's surprise, Long Chen's answer was very straightforward. There was no hesitation in his bloodthirsty eyes. When the Sky Curtain Emperor was completely under his control, he suddenly opened his dragon teeth and bit the Sky Curtain Emperor's infernal dragon head into pieces. Everyone looked at this tragic scene. Then, the Sky Curtain Emperor's body was also torn apart. There was nothing left. Of course, the ultimate divine dragon would be reborn a second time. But Long Chen was already prepared. When the opponent's body was condensed, his 10,000 Death Claw penetrated the opponent's body before it was completed. When the Sky Curtain Emperor was at his most terrified, Long Chen tore him apart again. Simple, brutal, and directly killed him. Pucci. The 3 infernal dragons fell from the sky in a bloody light, turned into dust, and fell into the sea of blood. In the sky, the bloody divine dragon was so dazzling that almost all the dragon warriors forgot to fight. Killing the Sky Curtain Emperor was just Long Chen venting his anger and hatred. The Sky Curtain Emperor's death didn't mean that the Massacre City was out of trouble. The Sky Curtain Emperor thought that he controlled the Sky Blood Hell, but he didn't know that the Sky Blood Hell controlled him. The massacre in the Sky Blood Hell continued. The disaster was still ongoing, but the Sky Curtain Emperor died. At this time, countless dragon scales on Long Chen's body shone. This time, another 1 million blood-sobbing dragon souls were born. With the increase of his personal strength, the individual combat strength of the blood-sobbing dragon souls also increased a lot. When these 1 million blood-sobbing dragon souls joined the battle, it helped the dragon martial artists deal with the skinny martial artists more easily. From now on, these puppets could no longer cause harm to the Massacre City warriors. All that was left was the Sky Blood Hell. The dozen or so Sky Blood Hell were the executioners who brought the greatest loss to the Massacre City. Long Chen hated the Sky Curtain Emperor, and he hated these monsters even more, the Sky Swallowing Clan. He let out a roar in the sky, like a peerless emperor, and swooped down like a blood arrow. The 10,000 Death Claw was ready. The massacre will, blood-colored flames, storms, lightning, and frost. Every claw was an extreme explosion of 5 levels of power. When fighting against the Sky Blood Hell, the dragon warriors were afraid of being entangled by the opponent's blood vessels and being hit, so they didn't dare to get close. But Long Chen was different. He plunged deep into the opponent's body like a blood arrow, and then the 10,000 death claw tore it apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What everyone saw was that one of the sky blood hells shook violently. Then, at a certain moment, it suddenly exploded into countless fragments. However, even these fragments were turned into nothingness by the blood-colored flames and frost in the process of flying into the air. It was precisely because of such a destructive attack that the opponent didn't have the slightest chance of resurrection. The sky blood hell was completely dead and disappeared. This was just the beginning. Everyone finally saw the light of hope. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen did it. For a moment, everyone, who was almost safe, stopped what they were doing. They looked at Long Chen with great respect as he single-handedly turned the tide. He plunged into the body of the second sky blood hell again. The 10,000 death claw. The second sky blood hell was torn apart. With each sky blood hell lost, the pressure on everyone lessened, especially since Long Chen's 5 doppelgangers were still controlling the other sky blood hell. Suddenly, Xueqi and the others changed their fighting style. They stabilized the sky blood hell and waited for Long Chen to kill them. This was a massacre. The sky blood hell was afraid of Long Chen, just like Long Chen had been when he had been sucked in. Under Long Chen's attacks, they seemed to be trembling. Clearly, the sky blood hell's intelligence was not as high as the black Yama beasts. With the weeping blood dragon soul, more people joined in to watch the show. Now, Long Chen was like a god. Countless people worshipped him. His 10,000 death claw swept past the sky blood hell, tearing them to pieces. Time passed. Only Long Chen was fighting alone. There were no more casualties in the massacred Dragon City. It was hard to imagine that a single person could do this. It was a miracle. In fact, when close to 10 heavens blood hell had been destroyed, the 1,000 Snow Emperor had already come out with a few elders. Xueqi hurriedly went over to greet the elders and introduced Long Chen. When they saw that the situation was under control, the elders were incredibly shocked and stared at Long Chen. This is Long Qinglan's son. So many things actually happened during the time we were asleep. The elders were shocked. They could see that Long Chen's strength had reached a heaven-defying level. In fact, he was closing in on them. These were all old people in Slaughter Dragon City. Many of them were older than the 3 dragon emperors. They had no hope of improving in this life, but they did not want to die, so they used secret techniques to freeze their bodies and put themselves in a half-dead state to avoid the disaster. Most of them were at the early stage of the 9 Palace Tribulation, and the 15 dragon emperors were at the late stage of the 9 Palace Tribulation, close to becoming gods. But to become a god, there was one last hurdle, the God Tribulation. The true God Tribulation. It was the end of the 18 major tribulations. Normally, it would come 10,000 years after the 9 Palace Tribulation. It was possible to trigger the God Tribulation in advance, but it hadn't happened yet. The elders knew that they couldn't even reach the late stage of the 9 Palace Tribulation, let alone the God Tribulation. So, they sealed themselves in ice and fell into a state of suspended animation. For them, it was like sleeping. This could delay the arrival of death, and they could be loyal to the 5 dragon cities at the critical moment. It was the same principle as Emperor Zhenwu hiding in a Dao item in the true Martial Emperor Palace. But they were facing the God Tribulation, so they had to hide even more. They could only sleep once. In other words, if they were woken up, they wouldn't be able to enter that state again. That was the price. Xueqi had done the right thing. In that kind of situation, Massacre Dragon City was in danger, so he could only wake up the great ancestors. However, he hadn't expected something like Long Chen to happen. He had turned the tide and ended the battle. Even the great ancestors hadn't had a chance to act. It was a disaster, so the elders didn't blame Xueqi for what he had done. They were more curious about Long Chen, who was a hero in the battle. He recommended the world of heavens to his brothers. The author was Xianhuan God Shrimp, a good friend of Crazy. The book was published on July 1st and had hundreds of thousands of words. He recommended everyone to read it. Chapter 2281. The celestial blood hell had originally been used by Slaughter Dragon City to imprison many of the most vicious criminals in the Dragon God realm. For many years, it had been under the Blood Sea. Even the successive dragon emperors only thought it was a strange thing, but they didn't take it to heart. The celestial blood hell could inflict such terrible punishments that people would tremble in fear at the mere mention of its name. As a result, the people of the Dragon God realm grew fearful and didn't even dare to do evil. Over the years, the celestial blood hell had been of some help to the Dragon God realm. It was just that the celestial blood hell had disappeared in time during the Black Llama Beast riot in Eternal Dragon City. Now that it had reappeared, it was as if everything had been returned to Slaughter Dragon City. From this day on, all the martial practitioners of Slaughter Dragon City would remember the terror of the celestial blood hell. Even though Long Chen had turned the tide in the end, the death toll this time was more than 20,000 people. It was much more serious than the Black Llama Beast riot in Eternal Dragon City. Now, the emaciated martial practitioners controlled by the celestial blood hell had all turned to ashes and dissipated into the air once the celestial blood hell died. They could rest in peace. At least they wouldn't be controlled anymore. The entire Blood Sea had gradually quieted down, but the battle wasn't over yet. The old ancestors had come out of their self-sealing to help Long Chen, who had great destructive power against the celestial blood hell. They had almost wiped out the celestial blood hell, but in the end, Long Chen had left 2 celestial blood hell behind. These 2 celestial blood hell could no longer cause any trouble. All the experts surrounded them. How do we capture them alive? Long Chen turned around and asked. He knew that these new elders were probably the older experts of Slaughter Dragon City who had gone into seclusion. Their strength was second only to the 3 dragon emperors, and there were quite a few who were even stronger than Xueqi Use My Tower of First Elements. An elder walked up and prepared to suppress the celestial blood hell. But at this moment, the last 2 celestial blood hell suddenly wailed. Blood-colored flames ignited on their bodies, and the flames burned all over their bodies in a very short time, turning them into ashes bit by bit and dissipating into the air. They would actually commit suicide. Even if Long Chen had been aware of this suicide, he probably would not have been able to stop it. These were extremely strange creatures. At the very least, they had all disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Even though Long Chen had plunged into their bodies and killed more than 10 of them, he still knew nothing about these monsters. When the last 2 sky blood hells disappeared, the entire Blood Sea and Slaughter Dragon City finally quieted down. Originally, he wanted to keep 2 of them. Right now, even though Slaughter Dragon City was in a miserable state, with many people dying without a complete corpse, such a disaster still couldn't bring them down. Many people went to look for their family and friends. Many sobs sounded, and even more people were silent. They were a bit absent-minded. No one had expected that something like this would happen today. Now, they could only wait for the 3 dragon emperors to come back. It was almost time. Of course, Xueqi had already told them what happened here, so the 3 dragon emperors were not as anxious as before. As for Long Chen, he was now standing in the middle of Xueqi and the others. After such a high-consumption battle, both he and Li Xuanji were very tired. The 2 were holding hands and were panting. But no matter what, Long Chen still used his own strength to conquer his opponents and gain everyone's trust and respect. Although the Sky Curtain Emperor's main goal was to kill Long Chen, if Long Chen had not come here, these tens of thousands of people would not have died. This was a matter of fate, and it was not something that Long Chen could control. Moreover, if they hadn't killed the Sky Curtain Emperor and these Sky Blood Hells, they would have brought disaster to the Slaughter Dragon City one day. Today, if Long Chen hadn't turned the tide at the critical moment, the losses would have been even greater. Killing the Sky Curtain Emperor alone meant that he had reached the peak of the demigod realm. A young man with such strength far surpassed Long Qinglan at the same age. This also made the sleeping elders gasp in amazement. They had slept for different lengths of time, and some even appeared before Long Qinglan was born. Only now did they know that so many things had happened over the years. Miracle, miracle. The elders sighed with emotion. Long Chen was currently slaughtering all the warriors of Dragon City. He felt that he was the one who caused the casualties, so he felt very guilty in his heart. However, the warriors of Dragon City obviously didn't think so. When Long Chen appeared in this position, many of them were still crying, but they still cheered. They cheered for Long Chen. Because of his strength, because of his efforts to turn the tide. Now that he had grown to such a stage, and everyone already thoroughly understood him, knew his temperament, and knew what kind of person he was. A person like him wouldn't betray them like the Tianmu Emperor. Just like today, when he faced the real traitor, he showed no mercy at all. Long Chen, Long Chen. They shouted Long Chen's name. At this time, the 3 dragon emperors finally returned. From this, it could be seen how far they had chased. They had made up their minds to eradicate the demon Black Hell Emperor, and the Black Hell Emperor had made up his mind to lure them away. In this way, it would be difficult for them not to fall into his trap. The Black Hell Emperor had grasped their mentality and tricked the 3 dragon emperors. The 3 dragon emperors looked at everything that was happening below them. Although their faces looked calm, only they knew how heavy the killing intent in their hearts was. Everyone paid their respects to the Dragon Emperor. Today, the 3 of us made a mistake. We were used and fell into someone else's trap, causing the Slaughter Dragon City to suffer a loss that has never been seen in tens of thousands of years. This is our fault. The brutal Dragon Emperor admitted it very frankly and apologized to all the warriors of the Slaughter Dragon City. Of course, they would not blame the 3 dragon emperors. This happened too suddenly. No one had expected it. Everyone hated the Sky Curtain Emperor, and now the Sky Curtain Emperor was dead. Xueqi, take care of things. Long Chen and the elders who have just woken up, please come with us. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor ordered Xueqi to bring people to deal with the aftermath of the battle, while they entered the central palace, accompanied by a few emperors. The 3 dragon emperors sat in the seats of honor. They looked at Long Chen. They were very surprised by Long Chen's performance today, but they were also very satisfied. The brutal Dragon Emperor said, "The Black Hell Emperor's background is unknown, and the Sky Curtain Emperor was used by him. He has already suffered the consequences. The Sky Blood Hell that disappeared before has also been destroyed. But we still can't relax. Now, no one knows what the Black Hell Emperor has behind him and what it will lead to. So, from today on, the 5 great dragon cities must be on full alert to prevent today's incident from happening again. At the same time, the most important thing is to find the Black Hell Emperor and kill him." As for the method, there was no way at the moment. It needed the 15 dragon emperors to discuss it at the same time. The matter of the Slaughter Dragon City had already spread to the 5 great dragon cities. It was even spreading to the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. If this continued, in a few days, the whole dragon god domain would know about the trouble the Slaughter Dragon City had caused. However, the Sky Blood Hell and the Black Hell Beast were still a mystery. We can't underestimate the Black Hell Emperor. From today on, we must deal with this guy with all our strength, the brutal Dragon Emperor said seriously. Next, the elders first understood the specifics of what had happened. The 3 dragon emperors had given them the task of guarding the Slaughter Dragon City. If something similar happened this time, they would probably be able to stop it immediately and reduce their losses. Then, only Long Chen was left. As expected, you completed the task faster than we expected. If you continue to charge forward now, I reckon that in the whole world, those who can defeat you are already pretty good. We, the 15 Dragon Emperors, can only beat you by a little. In reality, it was mostly because of Li Xuanji's help. For example, although he had advanced to the 5-element Samsara realm, without Li Xuanji's help, Long Chen could at most be in a stalemate with the Sky Curtain Emperor. This was his true strength. It would probably be very difficult to defeat him. He definitely wouldn't be able to do it as easily as he did today. Unknowingly, Long Chen didn't expect that he was already standing in such an important position. Let's have a chat, Long Chen. Do you think we will face a similar crisis in the future? The brutal Dragon Emperor spoke to him from the perspective of a friend. Since he was so polite, Long Chen directly explained his thoughts. He said, now that the Black Hell Emperor is causing trouble, who knows if there are other monsters in his team other than Heaven's Blood Hell. Therefore, we definitely can't underestimate this person. Moreover, he will definitely bring us new trouble, so the situation isn't optimistic. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, also, 2 people from the Devil Star are already here. Their goal is to snatch the 5 Dragon Balls, remove the Devil Star's seal, and let the devils from the Devil Star enter the Eternal God Realm. That is no longer the Dragon God Realm's problem, but the entire Eternal God Realm is in danger. Therefore, these 2 people have to be extra careful. We must unite the 5 dragon cities and the entire human race. However, I feel that there is still a hidden danger. The 3 Dragon Emperors only acknowledged these 2 hidden dangers. They weren't birds that were easily frightened, but the enemy's attacks were too fierce. What is the 3rd hidden danger? The 3 Dragon Emperors asked hurriedly. The battlefield of the deities, Long Chen replied. He and Yongyi had been to the White Bone Divine Palace before, and the 5 Dragon Emperors had been to the Deity Ocean before. The brutal Dragon Emperor especially had left a deep impression on him. Hearing Long Chen's words, his entire body trembled. He nodded and said, "You're right. The battlefield of the deities is indeed the biggest bomb. Looks like these old fogies will definitely be of great use in the future if we let them wake up. Now that the world has changed, the calamity of the Dragon God Realm is endless." Of course, they didn't give in. Next, it was time to fight. Their first goal was probably still to kill the Black Hell Emperor. Chapter 2282. The Massacre Dragon City was currently being reorganized under the arrangements of Xue Qi. The 3 Dragon Emperors were also in a terrible fix, discussing with the other Dragon Emperors about the 3 issues regarding the Black Hell Emperor, the Devil Star Twin Demons, and the battlefield of the gods. They were all hiding in the dark, while the humans were out in the open. The Black Hell Emperor, in particular, had appeared several times and brought great trouble to everyone. However, the strange thing was that no one knew what level his true battle strength was at. However, since he could shake off the pursuit of the 3 Dragon Emperors and toy with the 3 Dragon Emperors of the Massacre Dragon City in the palm of his hand, it proved that he still had terrifying abilities. The more they underestimated him, the greater the losses they would suffer. For example, this time. In terms of hiding and appearing and disappearing unpredictably, there was probably no one in the current world who could compare to him. The losses of the Massacre Dragon City this time shocked the entire Dragon God domain. The terrifying enemy, the Black Hell Emperor, had already entered the sights of all humans. Even ordinary people knew that he was a strange creature called the Black Hell Beast. He was not a wild beast demon clan, but he was even more terrifying than a wild beast demon clan. For a time, even the entire human race was in a state of panic. Under such circumstances, Long Chen returned to his Crimson Dragon Palace in the Massacre Dragon City. Before this, he had gone to the Young Dragon Palace to take a look. At the start of the battle, the warriors of the young dragon palace had been protected, so Liangtang and the others had not directly participated in the battle, so there were no casualties. Of course, they were very clear about Long Chen's performance, and they had a deeper understanding of how terrifying Long Chen was. This was because they knew that when Long Chen had first met them, he was far from this level of strength. Now, he was already the strongest person below the demigod body. In the entire eternal divine realm, he could be ranked in the top 100 experts. There were tens of billions of living creatures in the eternal divine realm. To be able to reach this level was already the peak of all living creatures. As for the trillions of living creatures on the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen had long surpassed them. He had come to the Crimson Dragon Palace because Li Xuanji had told him something. At this moment, they were standing on the glazed roof of the Crimson Dragon Palace, facing the bloody wind blowing from the Blood Sea. Their long hair and robes fluttered in the wind. After Long Chen's 5 elements ordeal, the day reappeared. However, it was now plunged into darkness again. Now, the true night had descended. Blood-colored starlight flickered in the sky. In today's battle, Long Chen had killed Sky Screen Emperor and more than a dozen Sky Blood Hells. He had used a large number of death claws to attack. He had just reached the 5 elements Samsara Tribulation Realm, but he had consumed a lot of energy. Li Xuanji's strength was inferior to Long Chen's, but she was also exhausted. Therefore, she was weaker than Long Chen. It seemed that turning Li Xuanji into a yin demon and becoming his power wasn't entirely a good thing. At the very least, it would be a burden on her. It wasn't like Lingxi's goddess Su's blood, where the two of them could harmonize their yin and yang and improve together. Now, under the night sky, Li Xuanji's fair and tender face looked a little melancholic under the starlight. A beauty's melancholy made this scene look especially beautiful. "I might have to leave you." She gently bit her pink lips and said in a slightly cold and choked voice. She had said this to Long Chen when they came out of the central palace. "This was my master's request. She said it was for my own good." She was very forceful, so, she sat on the roof, hugged her smooth calves, and lowered her head. Her long hair fell to the ground like a waterfall. Long Chen thought about it and said, "Maybe it's because you became a yin demon and joined my battle. It's too much of a burden on you. However, you just need to avoid such situations in the future. You don't have to leave me, right?" After the trip to the battlefield of the gods, he finally got her to agree to stay by his side. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. Li Xuanji raised her head and looked at him with a pair of eyes that were as dark as the night and as bright as the stars. There were faint traces of tears in her eyes as she shook her head and said, "That's not all. She said that if I don't leave you, I won't have a part of myself in my life. Actually, I feel that no matter what, I can still enjoy this kind of time, but she doesn't want me to be like this. A part of her life that didn't have her. Was it the same problem? She was such a woman. As long as she was with Long Chen, the core of the world would be him. She wasn't good with words. She would only stand firmly by Long Chen's side and become a part of his strength. Her person would be the same as her identity as Long Chen's yin demon. Long Chen could imagine what her master was thinking. Li Xuanji was the person she entrusted everything to. However, she had to sacrifice everything for Long Chen. She would follow him everywhere and fight alongside him. If Long Chen could place all his attention on her, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, in the end, she was like a third person between him and Lingxi. Now, there was even a new life in Lingxi's stomach. Matters of the heart would never be so pure. He took a deep breath and welcomed the stench of the Blood Sea. As a man, he felt that he should give her a little more time, a little more freedom, so that she could live in peace and live the life she wanted. He shouldn't let her be caught between a rock and a hard place. So, he sat beside Li Xuanji and patted her slightly thin shoulder. He was surrounded by the intoxicating fragrance of the woman beside him. Long Chen smiled. Don't be too sad. Actually, it is nothing. No matter where you go, our hearts are still connected. Now, they were more like one person. Their relationship as Yin demons made it so that they would never be able to be apart. Li Xuanji raised her head in a daze. She looked at him and trembled. If I leave, you really won't blame me? I won't blame you. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Long Chen squeezed her hand and smiled. To be honest, he had met many women and had many admirers. For example, Su Shui and Lu Yi. But Long Chen hadn't been truly moved by any of them. But Li Xuanji was different. It was as if she would definitely appear in his life. She would always be entangled with him. That was why they had come to the immortal celestial realm from different paths. In the end, they still met, and they were entangled so deeply. From the time they met in the supreme Yin demon realm, it proved that he would never be able to let go of this woman who was as beautiful as the night. She was a part of Long Chen's body. Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't love Lingxi enough. It was another kind of unforgettable love that he had for her. It was a kind of pursuit and devotion. But what Li Xuanji gave him was another kind of feeling that penetrated deep into his heart and made his heart pound. It was just like how Long Chen felt a little nervous when he was near her. It was a witty remark, but it was the voice of his heart. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand. There was still a long way to go in life. There were countless unknowns in the future. Hearing this, Li Xuanji was stunned at first. Then, she blushed slightly. It was as if she had never seen this side of her before. So, Long Chen was a little dazed. All right, I'll take a look around. I'll come back after a while, okay? She quickly changed the topic. What was originally thought to be a very difficult matter had been easily resolved with just a few words from Long Chen, coupled with his tolerance and understanding. You only need to agree to one condition of mine, Long Chen said with a straight face. Speak. Protect yourself. You can't let yourself get hurt, and you can't let yourself be happy, Long Chen said seriously. His scorching gaze was scorching Li Xuanji's cold heart. Okay. She nodded. There were no longer any tears in her eyes. She gently took out the blue heart of the Eternal Guardian from her white and smooth skin and placed it in her palm. She looked at Long Chen seriously and said, I swear on this that I will take good care of myself. You too, don't push yourself too hard. What he was most distressed about was Long Chen's relentless personality. Although he had never really lost, he was in danger every time. He even lost his life. Which person who cared about him wouldn't feel bad? She just didn't say it out loud. Just like this time, when he rushed out of the primordial yellow sand, he was also fighting against death to complete the last step. Don't worry, I won't die. My father's last wish hasn't been fulfilled. After he fulfilled his last wish, he would kill the Black Hell Emperor, chase Mo Xing and the other two fellows back or kill them. After that, he would figure out what happened in the battlefield of the gods. By then, he would probably have nothing to do. At that time, he could bring Lingxi to look for Li Xuanji, to look for Mo Xiaolang, and to look for Kitten. I'm leaving. Li Xuanji stood up. Under the moonlight, her graceful figure was like a goddess, full of temptation. Aren't you going to give me a gift? Long Chen's eyes lit up as he stared at her graceful figure. He didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of the time when the Tai Su god and the Li Xuanji were entangled. That scene replayed, and his eyes couldn't help but burn. Li Xuanji found it a little hard to resist. She pursed her lips and shook her head. She said with a trembling voice, that, my master said that before I become a god, I can't lose my virginity. Actually, Long Chen was just saying it casually. But what he didn't expect was that from her words, her heart was still willing. When a girl loved him so much that she was willing to sacrifice her precious first night for him, it meant that her love for him was very deep, and she was also willing to sacrifice everything. This made Long Chen's heart filled with countless emotions. It was just like a long, long time ago, when Ling Shi left him in Baiyang town, she was also willing to give him everything. He put away his smile and hugged Li Xuanji in his arms. In fact, he was already very satisfied. Facing the night wind, he gently stroked her long hair. Li Xuanji was still not used to it, so she was a little nervous. However, Long Chen wouldn't violate her. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.